Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring Playoffs. I'm Atlas, joined by not the Korean casters. In fact, I am joined by Orcs for the very first time ever in my life. Whoa. I'm joined by an Englishman who is not one of the other Englishmen that I've commentated with in the past. I'm so incredibly excited.
You sound thrilled.
I am.
Another English. Which other Englishman have you cast with specifically?
Can't remember. I'm sure there's one.
At least.
Yeah.
More than one.
It's been a long time.
So I'm not the fittest, but it's been a while.
Should I say sorry? Is that how I should begin it? Because I obviously stole bread at some point, or my ancestors did at least.
I mean,
and that's why I became Australian.
I mean, I'm from the UK. I feel like the UK stole stuff from everyone. That was like a consistent thing.
Yeah, but like, you're like our nation parent, you know?
Yeah, but it's kind of gets a little bit messy. See, I'm a quarter Irish. My granny's Irish.
Okay.
So there's some resentment fostering towards the UK. You
Oh
know?
wow, that must create some inner turmoil.
It does. I'll be trying to work that out today. You know.
Oh well, I think we've got a great series for that because we do have D+ Gear taking on Nongshim, a matchup that I think could be really interesting, but might really not be interesting. I think that because there is, the way I see it, guys, the way I see it is that we've got a team that has a very strong top side of the map, and then a team that has a very weird bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially because it feels like the team with a strong top side has a weaker bot side.
Yeah.
Just generally, not even relative to the top side, it does feel like their weak point.
Yeah.
And we all know these weird things can become problematic quite quickly.
Indeed, but it's weird in a way where maybe they pick something and it's too strange and they lose. Like, they didn't manage to win on Senna Cho'Gath, even though it kind of looked cool in lane. It didn't really do anything outside of lane. And then, I mean, Mihail didn't get Cassante or something like that happened.
Yeah.
Having a look at the standings, DRX managing to get to first place. An absolutely incredible round 2 for the squad. But our first playoff match will indeed be between DK and Nongshim. DK was so close to being in that first or second spot, but with that incredible run by DRX being able to take them down at the last minute, does mean that DK are in the danger zone. We call the first round of playoffs in this particular format the danger zone. There is no lower bracket for these teams. The lower bracket comes a little bit later. It's exactly the same bracket as the LCK. And it's going to be super dope, guys. It's just going to be really, really fun. We've got a best of 5 today between these two teams. This was, I mean, technically, right now, this is a rematch of the Challenger Final last year.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened then? This is going to my prediction, which is a 3-2 for Nongshim.
Yeah, because I remember Nongshim actually wanted to win out in summer.
Yeah, and it was a 3-2.
Yeah.
I just expect, even though the players are different on Nongshim,
it's the energy.
It is.
It's the vibes.
Exactly. And they still have Jiwoo. Jiwoo was the AD carry that managed to take that top spot in Challenger last year. And I'm thinking that maybe Jiwoo is the reason why Nongshim were last place in the LCK. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe they just don't have their ace.
True. I mean, he does feel like a central piece to how they function right now.
That is very true.
And, you know, we saw Call Me playing in the LCK. If anyone missed that, he got called up, had a great performance. Maybe if Nongshim had Jiwoo in from the start and Call Me, maybe.
Oh, and you said Call Me Maybe, and I
maybe.
liked that. Pletter is going to get the round 2 MVP. He was absolutely incredible. Also managing to get a POG in the LCK as well. And that does show you a little bit. I'd actually like for his POG points to go up by 100 just because he got one in the LCK. I just think it's kind of cool.
They should just combine them. So if you want to be the overall POG, you have to play in both leagues. You know?
Oh, no, that's just how you get some extra points.
Yeah.
So, you lose 1 week and you're like, is that Challenger team playing? I'm gonna need to get some points. Like Kerry is like, I need to hit 2.5K.
No, like Ona, when Ona's behind Kerry, he's like, I need to catch up, right? I'm playing on the academy team, need to make that happen.
Have you watched any Challenger, by the way? Because this is a very good question that Zelrix brings up. Do you understand the meta of do-do-do-do?
I think I did watch some, but not always like. Not always with the volume on. I was watching back some VODs, and I did tune into Chronicler's stream, but I don't know all the memes.
Yeah, well, there's a super dope track when the game's open, and for the first time that we listen to it, there's like at the end of like the huge drop, there is this
Oh.
And you just have to kind of predict where it's going to be because we always just have to do it.
Look at that guy.
Imagine watching with the volume off. Buckets and gloves, stop it.
He's got his volume off.
No, he just chose the icon that says he's got his volume off. Buckets and gloves would never turn his volume off. He is not that guy. So we're going to introduce D+ Kia to the stage. Thanatos, Lucid, Poolbay, Rahel, and Loopy. And part of me thought that maybe Thanatos wouldn't be playing because he'd be preparing for their first match of playoffs in the LCK. But not to be happening this time around, and Canna just had a rough last game, so not going to be the thing. Chronicle, you're the only AI that is here. Orcs is a real human being, as are the rest of us. It was a funny joke that we made to play on you because you're actually just the only AI that is here. Yeah. That's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Gold per minute for D+,
That's
still top of the league, although not able to clinch the spot against DRX. And I think if this was only round 2, these stats wouldn't look quite as good.
Yeah, got off to a strong start, and then I feel like, they're coming in as favorites, but it feels like they're not in the best form. And I think against a team like Nongshim, that's where things can get a little bit funky.
Yeah. But yeah, this is going to be your D+ Kia roster. Thanatos and Lucid definitely standing out to me as the ace of this squad at the moment. Poolbay, when Poolbay's having his day, he's easily the best mid of the league, but he hasn't been all that consistent. It's been about this guy that's been able to lock down the consistency, played a heck of a lot of Elise in, and their opening game, he played the Elise, and it was probably one of the best Elise games that I've ever seen, which is saying a lot because, we've been watching a lot of LCK, and this guy just comes out and does some pretty perfect dives.
Just the spider stuff.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I feel like Lee Sin going to be a big priority. I think that champion we've seen with the buffs popping off so much.
Yeah.
In every region, honestly, especially the regions with good players like the LCK. So.
And like the amount of Lee Sin junglers, like every jungler in Korea, not even in the LCK, just every jungler in Korea religiously plays Lee Sin and Master Yi. And then you lose the Master Yi if you go pro.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
That's fair enough. But yeah, it feels like the mechanics are always on point, and that's really what it's all about.
I didn't know. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that LCK CL is a palindrome. That's dope. Man, how did I... What? That's crazy. I can't even look at Rahel's stats anymore because I'm too busy...
Display? Look. Oh, turn around.
Oh, but then it's upside down and there's a space.
Oh.
Orcs.
Sorry.
Lost me there.
I'm trying.
10.4 CS per minute. Super dope there by Rahel, but otherwise hasn't necessarily been the strongest part of this team. You can see 8th on DPM, but highest on CS per minute means that he does a lot of getting money and not a lot of doing things with money.
Yeah. They invest into him. The return's not too hot, ultimately. But, I feel that's the thing. They're going to have a traditional AD carry in most situations, and their opponents may not. So...
did you know my name's a palindrome as well? Because the full name is Atlas Alta.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
Actually kind of cool. But yeah, no, it is actually a palindrome.
Yeah, well, we're learning a lot of things today.
We are. And that's what we're going to do today, because this is the first time we're casting with each other. It's all about the learning experience. As let's have a look at the starting lineup for Nongshim. Mihail, Sounder, Calix, Jiwoo, and Double H. So Calix back on the squad once again. Not going to be Call Me, who was very recently playing in the LCK, and by recently I mean yesterday. But Fiesta isn't going to come down and play for the Challenger roster. They do have the ability to do that if they would like to. Can sort of freely switch between the two. And I thought because Fiesta wasn't there for the final interview between the teams, I thought maybe that it was because he was going to be playing in today's match. But could be subbed, something like that. You never necessarily know.
Yeah. A lot of people wondering if it would maybe be Call Me. But in the end, Calix, quite a young player coming in.
Yeah.
A lot of people hyped about him. But I think, particularly my co-caster, as he has mentioned, very focused on Jiwoo, who it is
Happy
also
birthday.
His birthday. Happy birthday.
Feels Birthday Man's in the chat, please. All of the Feels Birthday Mans. Jiwoo, who had an absolutely amazing performance in their most recent match. His Neela, absolutely amazing as well. He's been playing a lot of it. It's kind of his thing. Although it's a bit more of a challenger thing than it is in the LCK, even when she was very, very strong for a patch or so in the qualifier. And we are going to highlight him right now. The stats don't tell the whole story, as he's 5-1 on Neela at the moment. 1-1 on the Viger, did debut it on the bottom side of the map alongside Rakan. I believe he played it again with a Nautilus and it didn't quite work out. But yeah, Jiwoo is the guy that this team plays around.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like it's kind of rare because I feel like a lot of AD carry players just stick to AD carries, and out of any role in the game, I feel like they're the hardest to convince to play anything else. But there's a lot of mages that have a lot of power, and things like Neela. Neela came out, people tried her out a little bit. Some of them were like, this champion, maybe. And then some were just like, it's too much effort. You know, this isn't going to be a real thing. But I think showing what it can do on display here.
Yeah, and I actually think that there is a perfect example of a player that exemplifies being able to transition like that, and it's Viper. Viper, I think, still has top 3 best Vladimir I've ever seen. And I think he's also still 100% win rate on the champion, thanks to the awesome dude meta. Sounder also had a decent split, didn't get a whole lot of POGs, but hasn't been a liability. If that makes sense. He's not like Guon, who like goes off and like has like POGs all the time, and his POG photo is terrifying as well, so it's always a little bit of a worry when that does happen. And he's not like Forrest, who can single-handedly throw a game as well. So looking forward to seeing how stable he is going to be this time around, whether he can find some of these pop-off plays.
Yeah, because I think the matchup in the jungle is the one where if you lose control of the Nongshim, the game can quickly fall apart.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. The top 3 Vladimir players, I mean, Nuguri, Showmaker, and Viper are probably them, weirdly enough. Although, there were some really good Vlads back in the day. Hard to say, hard to say. We are going to have an interview with the coaches that we're not going to talk about. So, psych, it's just not happening. You're just going to be back to talk with us. So we can have just like a minor amount of C4, which is the caster and chat community corner.
Yeah, I've seen quickly there's a comment towards me asking what my favorite color is.
Oh yeah, what's your favorite color?
You know,
you didn't read their name. It's a bit weird.
Oh, it's now it's gone away.
Yeah, it was Buttville something.
I'll let you say that one.
Yeah.
I'd probably say a nice green. It used to be blue. I've lent more towards green, feeling naturey.
So
know?
Exactly the same as the color that's behind us.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you can't see.
That no one else can see.
I lost my arm. Okay, what's your favorite pasta type?
Ooh.
Not like pasta flavor, but pasta type. Like
Pasta.
Spirelli. Oh, do you like a tagliatelle? Are you a spaghetti boy?
I'm a fan of tagliatelle.
I'm a bit of a tagliatelle guy as well.
I went to Rome last year, and they are known for their pasta dishes.
They are.
Yeah.
It's in Italy, isn't it?
Yeah, which is
wow.
Someone known for that. That's some good stuff. It was pretty tasty. I'd rate it. You know.
What's the one that's like a bit? Oh God, why are your ears so pointed, and why does your answer involve your ancestors escaping from Middle Earth? My ears are not pointy. Look, they're round. They just look pointy from the front. Do you know, I went home and I asked after I was being bullied by chat about having pointy ears last time around. You guys don't try to deny it because it was happening. I went home, right, and I was like feeling down on myself, and I was feeling self-conscious about having pointy ears. And I just spoke to my fiance. I'm like, babe, they're not that pointy, are they? And she's like, yeah, they are. They're really pointy. You got really pointy ears, Max. Like, it's fine. You don't need to feel bad about it.
She just hit you with that "I love you for your pointy ears," and you're like,
yeah. I got like Atlas didn't want the $5 mic stand. Yeah, I didn't because I've got an arm. There we go. Clearly, an elf and can cast magic has access to Santa Claus, who won't share the presents. Yeah, I'm just hoarding all of Santa's presents. That's where we got to from this. I've got pointy ears, and therefore I'm hoarding all of Santa's presents.
Oh, I was wondering where my present went in this year.
No, you were actually on the naughty list.
Oh,
yeah.
What for?
I don't really know. I think Santa gets bored sometimes
He
and just likes to mess with
random people on the naughty list.
Yeah,
That's pretty messed up.
Especially if like you've got a little bit of anxiety towards it, and like if it's really going to affect you, he's like, oh, that's going to really mess with his brain if I like just put him on the naughty list for a second.
Maybe wondering about the naughty list.
Yeah.
Put you on the naughty list.
He's got a bit of a wacky sense of humor.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the greatest thing. What would be the difference between an Aussie elf and a European elf? Probably excessive use of slurs. Well, actually, no, because we kind of got all of our cussing from Britain.
Yeah, but Britain isn't even much of a part of Europe anymore.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's not part of Europe.
Yeah, they
A European elf. Yeah.
they
so
got
I
they
guess,
got a bunch of boats to drag it away.
Yeah. So I guess
yeah.
the answer is a Australian elf would speak English, and a European elf would speak English as a second language.
Yeah, which a lot of European countries do.
Yeah. So that's the answer. A much easier answer, actually. Thanks, Brexit.
Yeah.
Wow, Brexit did something good. This is the whoa. That's cool. Now we can easily distinguish between European elves and Australian elves now.
This is one of my not good topics. Brexit.
it's
Don't
not-
get
it's
me
not a
started
good
on Brexit.
Huh.
Oh man.
Oh, it's the Valorant caster Valdez in the chat. It's pretty
sick.
cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Hello, Valorant caster Valdez. How you doing? Twist
Blessings.
IRL also welcoming good old Valorant caster Valdez. Make sure everybody welcomes Valorant caster Valdez or VCV for short, if you would like to. If you want to check out his introduction video, you can also watch him have makeup put on his face. It's actually very, very cool. Anyway, having a look here, Nongshim were in first place at the very beginning of the split and then decided to just drop a few pegs before they just stabilized at around 5th.
Yeah, and then DK kind of staying pretty close to first the whole time until the very end when they dipped to third. So kind of letting their foot off the pedal a little bit.
Yeah.
Which, coincidentally leads into the fact that DK does also stand for Drift King.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
And Donkey Kong.
And Donkey Kong.
No. Every time.
There's
By the
layers
way,
to it.
I know you're referring to the Drift King reference from Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
But every time you say Drift King, all I can think about is Video Game High School. Did you watch Video Game High School?
I think I did. Yeah, it was that YouTube
It had a
thing.
a Drift King in it as well, but he just played video games instead. And I didn't realize that it was probably just taking the mickey out of that. Anyway, we are going to have a look at some of these team stats here, and as you can see, DK looking a bunch better. And do you know when they also looked a bunch better, guys? Let me inject some hopium into this series for those of you who are expecting a DK 3-0. Everyone was expecting a DK 3-0 for the Challenger final last year. And you can come out with all your arguments like Dundun's not there now. Do you know what Dundun is? He's a Cassante one-trick. Do you know what Mihail is?
Also
The
a Cassante,
original
yeah.
Cassante one-trick, right? Because Dundun also strayed from his Cassanteing
True.
after he got initially nerfed, right? Mihail, do you know what he did after Cassante got nerfed? First picked Cassante more often than he otherwise did.
I think that's a sign of a committed player.
Exactly.
Is that even when the champion is nerfed, even when it's actively not good and you're somewhat inting your team, you're just like, no.
Yeah.
Lock
And
it in.
there is, like, I have to say, there is a fine line between a committed player and a player that needs to be committed. And I think he is showing himself as the committed player this
So far.
time around.
Yeah.
So see, look, I'm the only one.
And my prediction isn't on there because obviously I joined quite late. But my prediction I will tell you after the series, and you'll get to know it then.
That's not allowed. What's your prediction? Give it to us. I think those people that selected 3-0 for DK, if DK is going to win, it's going to be a 3-0.
Oh, you think?
I think as soon as they drop a game, it's a Nongshim win.
You
That's
know
what I'm feeling.
I fundamentally believe in the power of picking weird things bot and winning through bot.
Hey.
So I'm going to go Nongshim 3-2.
Oh, caster synergy.
Yeah.
He knows who he's sitting next to today.
And the thing is, this is about more than just who we think is going to win on the Rift. This is about sending a message to top laners.
Yeah.
No, play around bot lane. When I'm in solo queue and my jungler path toward top and makes me leash, it annoys me.
Yeah.
It angers me. And I want Nongshim to win here. And for everyone watching to think, damn, I should never play around top ever again.
Exactly.
Bot lane only. I will gank level 2. I will skip camps, and I will camp my bot lane. That's the future.
Yep. The Wolf 3-1 prediction there as well. I think that's kind of okay. It depends where the one loss comes. because I do think that as soon as there is an inkling of loss in the back of DK's mind, all they will be able to think about is being dominated by the Lord of top lane, Dun Dun himself. That's what I'm thinking. Look, it may not happen. It may not happen. We'll just have to see. As D+ are going to be on the blue side to start this one off, Nongshim on the red already. Banning away the Heimerdinger. This is a Challenger special. Banning Heimerdinger, do it all the time. Blue side, red side, doesn't matter.
Yep, I mean, targeting the supports quite a bit with the Annie, Heimer, and Ashe all off the table. Sejuani taking off the cards.
That's one support ban.
I mean, with the flexes, it could be 4 support bans, you know, in theory. Well, the only limit is, this could be 5. All these champions who
That's actually, support. It's very true. All of these champions.
6?
6. All of these champions have actually been played support professionally in the LCK. Thank you very much.
There you go. You know, technically correct. Do you see the Varus first pick coming out, which I think, especially when you're concerned about some maybe loopy things in bot lane, you're wanting your bot lane to be stable, it's very hard to have lane pressure against a Varus who just queues waves and chills.
Yeah, this is actually this is going against my prediction just a little bit here.
Oh.
This is continuing to go against my prediction just a little bit here. Although Nongshim, I did say we're going to lose 2 games, so it's allowed. This is allowed for 1 game. They're going to lock away the Wukong alongside it. This is something that Sounder has definitely been defaulting to. Lucid can go towards Lee Sin, and oh my god. Well, look, you can. It's going to be about coming back from the 0-1 for Nongshim here.
Yeah.
Unless, no,
give them some hope. I think the Lee Sin makes sense, especially because when you're playing Lee Sin, you want to have setup in lanes. Bot lane, like all Varus has to do is hit his ult. You hit the Sonic Wave, job's done. And we know Lucid has been really solid on this pick. So already DK got a lot of pressure in the early game, and it looks like they're going to go for the North. So
oh, saved! Saved on hit Varus! Saved! Oh, here we go! And Braum! Double H just putting up the door.
I actually like that, honestly. I feel like Braum is a pick where we have seen very little of it, even when Nautilus and Leona were being picked all the time, but quite hard to do much against a Braum as a Nautilus because you're squishier than him. He has a big shield.
Yeah.
He has a mustache.
How do you reckon he can, because now he's going to be holding a door. Do you think Double H actually just stands for Hodor Hodor?
I think it does. I think we have to run with that.
So there we go. I think confirmed that Nongshim now in the lead as far as his draft is concerned. I am going to be very biased because I am the only guy that predicted for Nongshim. So that is basically going to be my whole shtick this entire time.
Yep.
If you want some regular, somewhat hinged commentary, you can just listen to the Orc side of things. He'll be the one with the
You relying on me to be hinged?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You're the one hinging us together.
Oh god.
As Kennen and Gragas both taken away. Another support ban for Nongshim.
Oh man, 8
and
support bans.
8 support bans.
8 support bans so
actually,
far.
it's just unironically 8 support bans.
Even though the supports have, we assume, been picked with the Nautilus and Braum, they're still banning supports here, so...
Yeah, it's crazy.
A 9?
Another support ban?
Do you remember after Worlds for Match1, they asked him, what picks do you think could be played support?
Yeah.
And he said no. So this
there we go.
This is 9 support
I mean,
bans.
that was what? That was 9 years ago.
And it still matter.
Exactly.
Apparently.
Still matter. Still got it. No worries. All right, DK, what is their 10th support going to be? That is the question.
Oh,
the Renekton support could be coming in here.
Yep.
I've actually, I really
support.
I really rate actually Senna. I really like that lane. I think it's just really, really strong. So I think you're absolutely right.
Because you can go double ranged, and then you can both go, like, Senna can run into melee range, and Na can be in melee for some reason.
It's Cassante, right? They have to ban Cassante.
You would think.
But instead, I think we're going to rebuild the draft. Oh, well, there is the Cassante like we were talking about. So, they actually just missed a ban.
Oh, they missed a ban. So we... Maybe there's a limit. You can only ban 9 supports.
Oh, no. Gwen. So we're back to DK winning the draft as the Gwen is going to be locked in. Is it the Swain angle? Does Pullbait just go towards Comfort? There's not a lot of range on Nongshim.
Yeah. Actually, this.
I mean, that also kind of capitalizes it, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's gonna make things a bit difficult. I feel like.
Well, it's a Talia last pick, isn't it?
you would think.
Aurelion Sol would be better.
Aurelion Sol means you have that, like, why is the game not over at 40 minutes win con?
Yeah.
Sort of thing that you can lean into.
Oh, it's a worse version of that.
Yeah, this is kind of like, well... I'm like,
oh, God. Okay. Well...
That was a funky one.
That is a decision that could have been made in this game, was in fact made, and now Nongshim have 5 champions that they're going to try and win the game with. D plus Kia have also 5 champions, and it should be a bit easier for them to use them to win the game with. That's what I'm feeling straight out of the gate here.
You know, DK have Veigar, who traditionally is very good into short-range targets, but Nongshim, they have Zeri, who has some range.
She is technically a ranged champion.
Technically a ranged champion, and then...
Oh, and Wukong has extended range on his Q.
Oh, true. And...
Winter's Bite.
Winter's Bite
is a ranged ability.
His ult actually also.
Yeah?
That's about it.
So, I don't think Gwen's going to be that immune this game, because he can immune ranged abilities.
True.
None of the Nongshim abilities are ranged outside of the ones that we just mentioned.
Yep, they've countered Gwen's immunity, but at what cost?
Well, probably the game. I think that's probably
being realistic.
Well, do you know, actually, so if D Plus somehow lose this game, though, think about the emotional damage that would be done. I mean, if DK lose this game with this draft, like, I actually feel bad about my prediction.
How annoyed
because it should have been a 3-0.
How annoyed would you be as a coach if you come out of this draft and like, guys, I mean, I would finish this draft and like, guys, you got this. It's in the bag. All you have to do is not run it down. And then end of the game, you're like, wow, you managed to pull it off. You managed to lose a very hard to lose game, because I feel like it's going to be a tricky one. But, you know, maybe some crazy things happen in game. This is challenges.
It is indeed. All sorts of crazy things could happen. Jiwoo is very comfortable on the Zeri. That is why they picked it so high up. But it is not... I don't think that it's his wheelhouse, you know? He's the guy that plays the weird stuff. And this is not weird. This is Zeri. This is like the most like stock standard you can possibly get here in Korea.
Yeah, and not a Zeri with an Enchanter either, so it's not like you have that ability. I mean, the lane matchup's good. Like, I'm not saying I'm sitting here thinking Braum isn't good in a Nort or Varus, but, you know, it's not like we're going to hit the point where Zeri's 3 items with a Lulu, and it's like, oh, I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm vibing.
Oh, Braum can block Needlework.
True.
So the AoE damage of Gwen is going to be a little bit more difficult to get.
I do feel like what sometimes happens on Braum is you get at this point of the game where you're like, I can block this, and you just kind of get one hit through it anyway if you're behind.
Well, get ready for the do-do-do-dos. I can do this one solo if you like.
Okay. Wow,
that's how it goes.
Okay.
That's where it would have been.
Oh, okay.
And already, Loopy is making the Braum mistake.
Oh, wait, the extended range?
Yeah, here we go. The turn around and let him go strategy.
That was a warning.
Yeah, as Mihail. Oh, look at that, 5 gold. See that?
Yeah, getting some extra money.
Mm-hmm. Look at Nongshim, already off to a flying start. Absolutely amazing stuff. I think that, you know, my pred's kind of in the bag. I think I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous in this particular game. I do think that it is going to be very difficult. However, if I was to half copium really hard, it would be...
I'll let you copium it, do it.
The fact that Mihail is on Cassante, the fact that he's just like walking into a brush level 1 and like taking most of his health bar, that's bad.
Okay, lane's lost.
It would look worse on anything else.
True. He's going to be a bit of a beefy boy and can do stuff. A lot of games on it.
Yeah.
A lot of games.
Yeah, that's 23 games.
There's a lot of comfort here, I feel like, for Nongshim. It's Pulbay's first game on Veigar, so...
well, Double H is going to send out a Winter's Bite on his 100%, let me repeat, 100% win rate Braum.
Oh, and also, he has hit 100% of those Winter's Bites this game. He's never missed.
Yep.
So far. Maybe... Oh, that's another. He had the passive on him.
Oh, got hit by 100% of the hooks as well.
That's 4 Winter's Bites, though, for 4.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he has been... So I think both supports are performing well, is what we can assess from this situation.
Absolutely incredible. Yo, Atlas, which game did you lose your hair on? I want to go back and watch it again. It was Gen.G versus D+ Kia round 2 spring 2022. Pretty sure.
Sure, that sounds about right.
Game 5? Was it in playoffs? Was it playoffs 2022 spring? Semifinals. There we go. It was a game. It was before the spring finals. One of those.
He was just testing the chat, see if they...
I mean, I've been trying to get it out of my mind for a very long time.
You spoken to your therapist about that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not much of a gamer, though.
He doesn't really get it.
Yeah, it doesn't really get it. They're like, just get over it. And I'm like, you're not a very good therapist, are you? As Rahel has an 87.5% win rate. A lot of the games that D+ Kia win are based on Rahel getting the Varus and being fine.
Yeah.
And the fact that that first pick goes over is actually kind of huge. I think that maybe Nongshim could just not ban Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
Because the only way that you're ever really going to play the Heimerdinger is with Varus or Ashe, and you can play Varus with lots of other things.
Also, I mean, to be fair, when we look at the stats, both teams have quite a bit higher win rates on blue side than red side. So even if Nongshim do lose this game, you know, potential turn around on blue side, because we all know blue side is broken.
No, don't count your chickens, all right? Don't count your fish before they're on the boat, as we like to say, or as I like to say, and everybody else tolerates. Okay?
I'm tolerating it.
Well, Double H has a door. He's going to use it once again.
Oh.
Zeri being able to stand behind the door, actually kind of dope. And remember, this is on-hit Varus. It's not very good. So, like, I'm kind of, like, not hyped about the fact that Lucid's about to kill them both.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good in these long fights, and I think that's what they were worried about, because Rahel had lethal tempo stacked up. I thought they were going to go hard, but they actually backed off a bit. So maybe sensing that Lucid could be here and not wanting to run it down. Game 1 of playoffs. Personally, I would have just gone for it and probably died and blamed my jungler. But yeah, I guess this is the more correct, technically correct play.
Yeah, that's sort of like the European play, isn't it?
No, that's
introducing.
Play.
Well, I guess you know you don't play in Europe anymore, do you?
No, not anymore. But I still have the habits.
Do they call it the UK server where you're from now, or
we now have a UK? Yeah. We're no longer allowed to play in EU.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
We're not allowed to interact with Europeans much.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a result.
I imagine like life's a bit more bland for Medic now as well, not being able to communicate with anyone at the workplace. I need to talk to him about that.
Yeah, it has made things difficult. But fortunately, that's why they pair him with Vedius, because he's new as well, so they're allowed to communicate with each other, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
probably the only reason for their duo.
Ah, there we go. Very cool. Today I learned.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. I've known them for so long.
Yes, since UK is not part of EU, it's its own continent.
Yeah.
If you're wondering, that is factual.
Ooh, Mihail gonna avoid that snip, which may have honestly saved his life. Right now only behind 6 CS. It's actually kind of all right, weirdly
Doing pretty
enough.
fine, yeah. I mean, I do feel like the Gwen, you know, the changes...
It only gets worse,
Yeah,
right?
the changes that took Gwen out of the meta were kind of like, okay, you were too strong early. You're still going to be a monster late game, but you're going to kind of suck early. So Thanatos, even though, you know, Mihail's doing a good job of surviving... Yeah, it's going to get worse.
There's not a lot of upside.
There's going to be a Gwen later, and yeah.
Yeah, I still don't have an answer for that, as far as like how Nongshim ever win this game. But in order to still deliver compelling content, I think it is time to, you know, we have to try and code.
Yeah, the Nexus, I think they have to destroy the Nexus. That's how they win.
Yeah. Get
Generally
that 50 gold. Get that 50 gold.
Yeah.
That's why Tibbers is equal in value to a Nexus.
Yeah.
Because they're both, they were just worth the same amount. So
yeah,
does make sense.
Nexus for Tibbers for Nexus trade is pretty standard.
Yeah. Atlas, when OS teams play in international comps, do you quietly root for them? Absolutely. That's why I'm a huge Vital fan, because he's OCE talent.
Would Orcs make tagliatelle pasta if it brought the UK back in the EU? Yes. Yes, I would.
All right. Well, Double H is going to get engaged on here by Lucid. Stands behind Sounder.
Yep.
And he'll be fine. He is Braum. Braum is a pretty tenacious dude. Speaking of tenacity, our first Drake is going to be an Ocean. Our second is going to be a Cloud. And our final Drake today will be a Chemtech.
I really hope so.
It's the only way.
Yeah, but I'd be ready to embrace it. And, you know, there's a decent amount of stuns, so, you know, maybe they want to be quite tenacious.
Yeah. I don't think it really helps them against Gwen. Gwen has a lot of CC, and it's in murdering people.
Yeah, death
you
is
put them into it, and like it's scaling CC as well. Double H puts up the door. Still going to take a lot of damage here on this bottom side, but as you can see, Jiwoo just fine in this lane for now. DK just don't. There's no reason to push any further though in this lane, to be honest. Like,
this is part of the thing is that the Braum means that you can't be aggressive in this lane because you go in, you just get stunned up, and you get chunked out. So it kind of means it's just going to be a farming lane, but I think DK are pretty fine with that because, you know, they're relying on this Gwen.
All right, let's see whether this is actually going to work out. They go all out. That's a great Cyclone to block it, and Gwen ain't immune now. That's first blood going to Nongshim.
Can't immune that. Yeah, and actually find the angle, so we're concerned about this Gwen scaling up and decided to do something about it now, and will lean towards this Herald as well, but Lucid is in the vicinity. Looks like he might want to make something happen. Bear in mind, that's 2 ults down.
Oh, this is also a really late roam from the bottom lane, but they are on their way.
Yeah, it's still... I think they get it. The question is, will they be able to get out again? And they know they're there, so they should just path upwards.
Yeah, DK's standing on a ward. Sound up. No Cyclone available as Lucid gets a kick. He is going to be able to steal it. What the heck?
How?
And the Event Horizon comes through, and now Loopy is going to turn up. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. Hook is going to miss, but it doesn't matter. Lucid's going to grab the kill, and that, I don't even know how that happened.
I feel like that just shouldn't happen. That should have been, okay, we get the Herald, we run away. Maybe we lose one person. The steal? Oh, man. That's got to be such a heartbreaker for Nongshim.
It is 2 plates for Zeri. So I guess that's kind of fine. But losing Mihail in that instance as well, not actually able to get up there and put his wave into a good spot. Like, look at this. He's punished way more for this play.
His thing, if they got the Herald and got out, we could be like, you could just take the whole tower bot for Zeri. The game could be in such a different situation. Ah, that's got to hit.
Yeah. That's
deep in the soul.
Yeah. It did. And, you know, as the only Nongshim predictor, it does. Soul is a little bit in pain. As it was already bad, and now it's like way worse.
So what actually got it? Because he was nowhere near, right?
So he kicked Mihail into the... Okay, and then
it was like max range.
Just max range.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think Mihail was doing the right thing to try and keep him away, but yeah, just really well played from Lucid. There's no other way to spin it.
Yeah, he just pressed Smite better than Sounder did.
Yep.
That's kind of a misplay there, I guess, with the fact that it had to be just a raw Smite, right? Like, Q Smite, pretty powerful for Wukong.
Yeah, I think maybe, because I think the thing is Nongshim kind of will keep it at a high enough HP until they knew that Lucid was CC'd, but he managed it well and found the window.
Yeah.
A frustrating one. And now with the Dragon as well. Oh, is that a Cloud Dragon in the top left of our screens?
I already told you what was going to happen. I don't know why you're surprised.
Well, you know, I wasn't ready to trust you at this point, right? This is
I am a Nongshim predictor. That is true.
This is alien, not you. Okay, you've got to develop that trust over time.
That's very, very true. As Calyx going to have to walk around these Christmas trees, as he's not able to avoid the dark matter.
What do you think of the skin?
It's not my favorite, Santa Viger. But I'm not a Leprechaun Viger guy either.
Oh, really?
I'm pure Gandalf. That's the only skin that I like.
Yeah, that's fair. The
Greybeard,
only skin you like?
is so good.
Yeah, I mean, Greybeard is really good. I feel like there's 2 pools of people. There's people who like the new, fancier skins, or like, I mean, Final Boss Veigar isn't that new, but they're like the sort of like, oh, this has got fancy effects.
The cool ones, yeah.
Yeah, and there's the people like, how goofy can I make my champion? It's like Gragas, you know, the Scuba Gragas skin?
Yeah, the Scuba Gragas is a dope skin, man.
It's fantastic, but there's definitely people like, oh, I want my Gragas to look cool, and there's like, nah, dude, give me the Scuba
Give me Hillbilly. Give me Hillbilly Gragas every time. And you can identify KT fans by the amount of Hillbilly Gragases owned on any given server. That's how it goes.
It's iconic, honestly.
Yeah, buckets and gloves, you know it. You absolutely know it. Commando Garen, I think he's actually still kind of badass, you know?
Yeah.
There was one that's like real jank from millions of years ago.
Have you seen the Rugged Garen?
Yeah, Rugged Garen, that's the guy. I like that. It's just like peasant Garen. It's really
You know,
good.
at one point, I don't know why, but at one point in my time as League of Legends player, the name Rugged Garen was available in the US, and I was like, I could just change my name to Rugged Garen and only play Rugged Garen.
Garen.
And now,
That actually
almost
sounds
did.
incredible.
I
Look at
almost did.
Thanatos just walking up to two people.
Oh no.
Cyclone is going to be used there as Miles trying to take Lucid out of here. As the Cyclone activation's amazing!
Oh,
Sounder survives! It's the throw! It's Nongshim!
Nongshim is huge, Mihail! I mean, this is what that many Cassante games can bring you, but the
You
knock-up.
might be spamming Riot in the chat, but that was all outplay and all Mihail.
Look, let's be real here. Both Gwen and Cassante are fairly new champions, so there's no Riot edge in this situation. Those champions are both a little bit wacky and overtuned. That was just an outplay, an outskill. And Nongshim, we were ready to write him off. They're looking pretty good. And there's a Cloud Dragon coming up.
Yeah.
If they could secure that, they would move 7% faster around the Rift while out of combat.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be sick? Oh my god.
Let's get a replay off that. So, yeah, I mean, so much front-loaded damage here from Thanatos, really getting a lot done, hitting them both.
Look at this second activation.
Yeah, it's so good. Into the flash, no way to respond. And Mihail's he's just going ham. I would go as far as to say he's going all out.
Yeah, I reckon he was going all out. And I actually think that was just really unfortunate for Lucid. The fact that the flash timing was exactly when Sounder was, like, 'cause I don't think that Sounder could have, like, he was trying to predict a flash there, but he had to just straight up guess.
Yeah,
it was just a guess.
And the thing is as well, the ult gives you movement speed, and you already used one charge. He's always going to use a second charge. Like, oh.
Well,
hold the door.
Double H is going to miss his first Q that we've seen on the show thus far.
Yeah.
And will walk over a ward here. Places his own down. He'll be okay. But that means no flash and no Hex Flash here for this Braum.
But he does live, so that's important. It's actually going for the W max Braum, so they changed things around with Braum a little bit on what's good to max. And, you know, I've seen a bit of E max, because it used to be like you went points in Q early.
Yeah.
They made that like you don't need to anymore. That's when people start playing a bit more. And W max, it actually gives, like, once it's maxed, like 40 armor and magic resist to whoever you W.
Oh my
That's quite a lot. Yeah, so you get some beefy boys and girls when you use that one.
That's like tank Zeri?
Yeah, pretty much. And that champion already is a tank when you have Bloodthirster and overheal. So going for the immortal Zeri.
Atlas, ask Orcs, do you believe horses exist?
I think they exist within League of Legends.
No. Exist.
Oh, exist.
Are horses the representation of existence? I believe that's a question.
I think yes.
I believe in team fights as Calyx going to get kicked through, but is going to survive. And now Jiwoo trying to pop off in this fight. Over the wall is beautiful as Loopy going to be the first one taken down. Rahel trying to stand his ground as the extended beam comes in, and oh no, you can't outplay that one. Just gets smacked down by the primordial burst. And Mihail, yeah, he can press a bunch of buttons, but he is still really dead, and the arrow is going to pick it up. Rahel collects the last one. Bit of a disaster there for Nongshim.
Yeah, it started pretty good. I mean, you see how much damage was done by Jiwoo there on the Zeri, and it felt like maybe it was going to be a Zeri moment, and then there was this huge amount of counterplay, a bit of an outplay, I would say. Pulbay opted to flash in and press R.
Yeah.
And that was enough.
Yeah.
Maybe if Double H had pressed W, given that those extra resist, that could have saved the Zeri.
Ooh, that's a really good point. Pressing W definitely a good thing.
Now DK got the Cloud Dragon.
What is going on here?
Yeah, so we see the replay. Actually pretty nice engage. Sometimes it can be difficult with the cage to get in the back line, but Calyx does everything, uses his full HP bar, and then Jiwoo going in, seems unthreatened, but Pulbay just says, yeah, you're not going to have fun. The Q doesn't even hit. The Q didn't even hit. It was just the R. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sidestep,
get
I guess.
W, I guess. And yeah.
Kiting.
Press a stopwatch button. Well, it's all right. Jiwoo now has an extra dagger, and so I think that'll probably save him. Did also manage to get some money off that last fight, and as we can see, he's still 400 gold ahead. So that is certainly good. They're down 1,000 gold. Not the end of the world, but the problem of the Gwen in a side lane is the issue.
Yeah.
Akali has been a champion that's been able to deal with Gwen in the past. Is that still the case late game?
Yeah. Typically, Akali can actually, because normally after the point of level 9, like when you have the counter matchup, you can do pretty well. I feel like the side lane, it does become a bit of a skill matchup, but if the Gwen's ahead, it can be problematic, but you should be able to like threaten her in the side lane. And it's not like Gwen can never really dive because you can just sit in your shroud.
Yeah.
So they can just send the Akali in the side lane, so that gets answered. I think more the problem is when you join team fights and again you're super short ranged.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a disaster. We'll just have to see how it is going to go. As G farming in this mid lane, Double H throwing things around. Some winterly bites. And Mahal taking on Thanatos in this side lane towards the bottom side. Ooh, Lucid going to walk over a ward here as Calyx going to move away from the outer turret, but that should just be money. Over to DK. Oh. The dive scenario, as Rift Herald's going to go down first. Sounder was at least able to get that one. As Cyclone comes in, they haven't actually taken the turret yet. As this could just be an absolute disaster, but it's not, because Sounder presses Q on the Gwen and she dies.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty easy, all things considered. And actually,
I thought it was going to be way worse.
Yeah, and actually, going the Hex Drinker as well in the Wukong, obviously there's two big AP threats, so it does mean it's really hard to turn it around when one of your opponents is a tanky Cassante and the other one has a Hex Drinker. It's that, oh, a little bit greedy.
Oh, but that is
Lucid
in.
It is. Lucid is looking, but he, oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, is he just going to die? Does get the kick. Teleport's going to come forward to see whether they can give the kill over to the Akali. That's what they want, and Calyx is going to collect it. Actually huge for the side lane.
Yeah, pretty big, honestly, and Lucid felt confident there, but a heads-up play from Nongshim to wait around, expecting the lean down.
Do you know who also felt confident?
Who?
People that predicted a D+ key of victory in this series.
True. I feel like they're probably in chat right now, some of them. And
shaking in their metaphorical boots.
And maybe their physical boots, if they're wearing... Do people wear boots when they watch challenges? Is that a thing?
Not in Korea.
Oh.
But elsewhere, yes.
Yeah. You know, maybe type 1 in chat if you're wearing boots right now.
Are you wearing boots right now? Give us a 1. In socks at the moment, yeah. But Wolf would be wearing boots if he was outside. He is a boots wearer generally. But no shoes indoors in Korea.
We do have a couple. Okay, I'm not sure what a 3 means. we didn't
I don't know what a 69 means. Is that just like you wearing nice boots? Is that what that means?
We got a 6.
Sorry. I don't know what I was expecting, but this is exactly what I wanted. Slightly magical footwear, sorry, no boots. Okay, that's a good answer. That is a good answer. I'm sorry, I'm not able to repeat the comment that I thought was very funny, but if you know, you know. It was very, very good. At work, so in shoes. All right, that's fair enough. As Sounder is going to chase after Lucid here for a moment.
Oh, I'm also
and okay, let's see how this one's going to go. Bit weird, but Safeguard is going to get Lucid out of there.
And there is going to be a dragon in 45. Sadly, it isn't.
Yeah, it's not a Chemtech, so I don't know what happened.
I lost focus. Sorry, it's like a constant concentration thing.
Yeah, okay. You need to really channel.
Yeah, really focus. And I was just kind of distracted by the plays coming out. But now both teams posturing, and I feel like with Baron up, probably one of the teams is going to win this fight, and then they're going to go to Baron.
Wait, what? You think a fight's going to happen and a team's going to win the fight?
I think that is probable. Oh, look at this. It's a flanker.
Well, Thanatos kind of wins these, I think.
Yeah, I probably would get out of there.
But I also think that, oh man, this is so interesting. Who's more valuable in a team fight? Oh, never mind. Calyx is going to go into a Shroud. He's going to be able to escape. Doesn't have to use Flash, and that is definitely good news. As, oh no, Double H! He's in the cage! And he's fine. Never mind, there was no vision, so it's
good.
Totally
fine.
He
was in the cage, and now he's out the cage.
Yeah. Yep.
They kind of need to get some vision control here.
Oh my god, because he's playing a skin based on St. Nicholas, can we call it the Nicholas Cage?
I think that's allowed.
Okay, cool. Nongshim are going to take a dragon. And it seems to me like DK are uninterested in contesting. They are going to move over. This flank angle for this Akali is exactly what she needs. Another steal could come through as the Cyclone doesn't get very much value. Calyx also not able to find the shurikens. That is going to be the Drake secured, but at what cost? Ladies and gentlemen, as Double H gets over the wall, look at Lucid into the backline. Calyx able to get over there. Oh, he can't make it over the wall, but he backflips. What? No one's dead on Nongshim. What is this team? What have they done? What is happening?
Jiwoo's still going.
I think he. Oh! The Ultra Jet Set Radio Future save?
He just dabbed on them. Honestly, that's all I'm gonna say in that situation.
The only way that could have been like the Ultra play is if he had have emoted as he was going past.
True.
And
that
it was
would
a
be
DK emote.
That would be ultimate disrespect.
Oh, that would have been the sickest.
Honestly, that would have been iconic. But yeah, I mean, Calyx finds a good flank, but they boom so much to force him away. The Dragon's a kid, and then I think the problem happens because everyone on Nongshim just says, nah, I'm out. And Lucid forgets that he's on DK and not Nongshim. So he actually tries to go into the Nongshim locker room, and they just boot him straight out.
And Calyx also like fully face planted the wall and then saves himself with a backflip, and he's like, don't worry, it was a sick play, got the kill.
It's intentional. And then just slide away.
He even actually grinded on like the root of the tree as well. Like it actually looked like a skate move.
It was pretty gnarly.
It was super gnarly.
How many points would you give it, you know, for scoring on skate moves?
That's an 11 out of 4.
11 out?
11 out of 4. I mean, that's more than double what is possible.
I'm not too familiar with
it's his birthday
terminology, but I'll trust you on that.
Yeah, it's his birthday. So there we go. He is on 1-1-1 now, though, so it's not like an extra kill win over to the Zarya or anything like that. Still, certainly a game that is going to be difficult for Nongshim to win. They're 500 gold behind, though, which is nothing.
I do feel like a lot of the game is about mindset, and after that series of events, you can tell that Nongshim have to win his mindset.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Are you saying that they may have done some emotional damage to their opposition that we can't see in the scoreboard?
Significant amounts. I feel like
the dabbing Zeri cruising past.
Lucid and Thanatos. Let's just like those are the two that we expect from DK to be popping off the most, right? And between them, they are 1 and 5. So
yeah,
they've not been having the hottest game. And I feel like being dabbed on by the Zeri probably gonna make things feel a little bit shaky. And now they're looking for this Akali,
who's walking slowly away.
Yeah, that's an effective strategy.
It is. DK still with their eyes on this Baron, which is up and available. And this is a game state where a team makes a correct macro call and wins the game. That is a possibility here. Because being very disciplined is not something that is as done here in the Challenger League. So it just might be that at some point in time, Nongshim find themselves in a side lane and then Baron dies. And they're like, oh, that's a shame. And then they kind of lose.
But we're optimistic that won't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they are posturing around the Baron, which is good. That does suggest that they are going to play for the Baron and not for the side lane randomly.
By the way, that's also emotional damage. When the hook comes out and it's not going to hit you, but you still use the longer cooldown to dodge it.
Yeah, that's kind of... It's
so
like, you think, did he miss? Or did he do that on purpose? It kind of feels bad.
And it's also like, he now knows that, like, you're in his head.
That you're scared.
Yeah, you're like, you're scared. Like, even if
you
the
thought I
hook's
was going to hit?
land,
Oh my... I could just throw them in your general direction and you run away.
You're just going to flash, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's... there's so many nuanced things here.
It's really a battle of the mind more than anything.
And it's so interesting, right? Because you say, like, DK are absolutely the favorites here, guys. I'm the only one that predicted the Nongshim were going to win, and it was a gut feeling thing, not based on, like, if you go down the line, the amount of better that DK has as far as just pure player talent is much higher. But this is a team that also lost to Nongshim in the final last year for similar reasons to how this game's going, right? It's like, if the plays don't work out, they still keep going for them, right? Like, Lucid keeps trying to be that flashy player, even in the times where it's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's not like they have full control all the time. It's like their hands are just super duper good.
Yeah.
And they often make, like, from ahead, they make great macro decisions. But it's finding their ways back into weird situations.
I think it's honestly a vibes check situation where if you're the sort of team who, like, you know, it's fine that we're behind. We're just vibing. You can do pretty well, but if you're a team who are like, no, I'm so good, I should be winning right now. I'm gonna make another play.
Yeah.
I feel like that's maybe the mindset that Lucid's getting into. It's like, we should be ahead.
We have by the way, you're wrong. Every analyst did not pick them because I picked Nongshim, by the way. So, don't know what you're trying to say there. I would like some clarification.
They can see you guys.
Yeah, there's a control word. So that control word was also able to be seen as Double H. Oh, can he actually show them the door? The answer is no. They're going to show him.
Wow.
And is that just a pick on a Braum and then Baron? And then exactly like we were talking about?
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about before, where it's like, you get those points on Braum where it's like, it doesn't matter that you have a shield. You just die. Couldn't hold the door. Now, they got to try and make a steal happen. Good luck.
Well, Sander is going to go for it. We've got the Ghost being pressed already. Baby Cage on cooldown. The Baron will be secured, but can they survive the onslaught as they dive into the backline? Big damage onto Lucid, but the fight is not over yet. Rahel gonna get taken out. It's a double kill for the Zeri, and I think we may have some certification on our hands as Jiwoo's. Oh no, there's some gameplay that he's gonna have to try and contend with here. As that baleful strike is going to land. Pull bait throws out another one, and there it is. That is just gameplay being pressed.
Gap.
And yep,
Skill
sometimes
issue.
that happens, and that's also an immunity issue here as Rahel almost just straight up died to an Akali, but he is going to be okay. And in the end, Baron was secured and they win the fight.
Man, that looked so good for like 3.5 seconds for Nongshim, and then it just stopped looking good again. They, you know, Calyx got kicked out the pit. It looked, and the ult came down on Jiwoo from Nautilus to kind of stop anything from happening. And then I think Thanatos has got to the point where he can do Gwen things.
Yeah. It is certainly looking like that. 4v5 and the Baron with beautiful placement of this event horizon as well, just to make sure.
I think as well, Pulve in general, the fact he moves to the side, now he can just keep caging when everyone else is in the pit.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of them. There's a lot of cages here.
He's feeling cagey right now. And I think this is the bit where Jiwoo, a bit of a skill issue here. So you see Pulve just, oh watch this, it's coming in a second.
Look at that outplay.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot that Jiwoo could have done there, which is why I'm calling it a skill issue. I feel like there's a lot of outplay potential against Veigar ult.
No, I agree.
So, unfortunate, probably kicking himself over that one, but, you know, good effort.
Yeah, maybe what you had to do in that moment was actually just straight up walk it in. And just hope that you can lifesteal more than he can just burst you down for. Maybe that's the only way to do it.
Ambitious.
He's like 3,000 gold ahead. It's Pulve. Like, Pulve just has the team on his back. And this is what we were talking about before. Like, Pulve is one of those players where if it's his day, he can beat anyone on the planet. He is so incredibly good. He's had some rough ones in recent weeks.
So you're saying Nongshim need to jump, so they're not on the planet.
Hey, there you go.
Thinking outside the box.
We'll see. In the game, this is what we were afraid of, right? It is starting to really balloon. DK also moving to Soul Point after that one as well as Chains of Corruption do go wide. And Calyx in a side lane, just trying to find some dregs here on the map.
Yeah, there is some objective bounties, which is summon, but I don't think you'll be able to get that much gold to turn things around because it's 3 minutes till that Infernal Soul. And I feel like it's going to be even harder to outplay the Veigar person R when there's an Infernal Soul. And he has a million AP and also does the actual... Look, he has over 1,000 AP already.
That is insane.
Has 1,080, by the way.
I mean, I guess it's 30 minutes. The game has actually been going longer than I thought.
But it's also like he's level 18. No one else is even level 17. Oh no,
Yeah.
Thanatos, I think, just recently hit 17. But you know what I mean? Like, he is very farmed, very fed, very strong, very scary. And you better watch out.
You better not cry.
Got the rest of it.
Yeah, and I don't think we didn't. 2 lines is enough.
2 lines, people get it.
Yeah. And he's going to put down a cage, and he's going to do that again, over and over again, until the enemy Nexus has exploded. Calyx going to dive in on top of him. Let's see whether they actually survive this. Doesn't actually get hit by the event horizon right now. He's into the backline. There you go, and they just destroy him. That's 1,000 AP that is impossible to be used right now. But Thanatos is at full health. So there are a lot of threats on this squad, but still Calyx is popping off. And Jiwoo goes for a big old skate session, and it is only Thanatos left alive.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? Where you can outplay the Veigar if you just jump on him and kill him, apparently. And 340 damage dealt? What even does 340 damage in the kit?
Well,
because I feel like most things do more. Also, I do want to say...
mean, maybe part of a Baleful Strike was mitigated?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's the angle. Let's watch. Oh, yeah, it was the Guardian.
It was mitigated by the door and the Guardian. That's how he only did 340
yeah. Coming out there. And I got to say, Calyx did a fantastic job here. Did so much damage. And, you know, I did notice this, by the way. Someone in chat was saying, a Akali good pick here sarcastically, and it looks like Calix heard you. He was reading the chat.
Yeah.
And saw that and decided to pop off. So.
Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But that's fine, because Calix has been playing very, very well. And
that gold's nearly even, by the way.
It's been even, like, this whole game. It's crazy. There was that one balloon, but that's a Baron going over to DK. And honestly, DK's Baron setup is so much better. Their ability to just, like, win this game should be better. Nongshim are finding the windows. That's just getting it cleaned up. Why didn't Calix get subbed into the LCK? What is this?
This guy's a beast.
Nongshim have 3 good mid laners across both of their teams?
Yeah, apparently. Man,
that guy talking about the Akali pick sarcastically. Whoa.
Yeah, that guy probably feels real silly about now.
Whoa. There's some excuse making that's happening here. Yeah. I expect an essay to describe how it was actually everybody else misplaying.
This is what I'd like to say, Akali best pick in the chat.
Yeah, that's what we need.
The Akali pick is still bad though. He kind of picked himself in lane, but I guess it's just
they didn't lane against each other.
It's just be good,
right,
be better.
Because he's picked it into the Veigar.
Yeah, I mean it's actually
you still get a free lane.
It's actually a very valid point, but also
get wrecked.
Oh man. We also have Spirit Visage from Zeri, which is a bit of a weird one because I feel like he could have gone.
That is such a Jiwoo thing to do.
Yeah, I feel like just going Bloodthirster would have given you a lot of effective HP, but also we wouldn't be talking about Bloodthirster, so maybe that's kind of the point. We're like, well, that's cool, you know, it's interesting, it's provocative.
Yeah, well, we're gonna trade a second Infernal for a Baron.
They're not actually,
Nongshim are going to
mind.
tear this apart. It is, oh, okay, never mind. That was so close to an actual steal, but it's not going to work out. The Drake is going to get peeled off of as well, as there is an Infernal Soul on the table. Nongshim have to win this, and they're going to have to do it without their Braum as well. They're all inside the Thunderdome. As Sounder somehow made it out. This is Zeri moment. It might be happening.
Zeri moment!
But it's also a Rahel moment, as Jiwoo has to do it by himself. He goes golden. The Varus is dead. Pulve is just able to put down a cage and he's dead. So this is the end of the game.
10,000 damage nearly done by Jiwoo right there in that pit. Unfortunately, though, Calix not able to do that much, taken out pretty quickly. And yeah, the Veigar kind of counters stopwatch, just slams the cage on top of you when you come out. Now, I think this might just be game. Veigar has so much AP. He has 1,250 AP, so he's just going to auto any structure will die.
Two autos on a Nexus turret.
Oh, no, Double H, hold the door!
Yep. Well, he is going to hold the door. However, he is going to be, I think, ignored. And, well, he's going to die. And then they will be able to take down the Nexus. D+ Kia taking game number 1. But, man, they have to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, considering how ready we were to write that off from the draft, Calix had a phenomenal game. Jiwoo as well on the Zeri did so much work in the final fight. I think we talked about how in this series it's not just going to be about winning, it's about the winner's mentality as the series goes on.
Precisely.
And I think DK, even though they took that game, they can't be feeling too confident after being challenged so hard. I mean, look how much Jiwoo gets done. Calix unfortunately doesn't get the most on this fight, ends up getting stunned here, and then bursted out after he goes in right here with great up and out. Zeri? They're gaming.
Absolutely gaming. And the fact that Lucid just sort of dies to random electricity as well, just a little bit sad. But in the end, the Gwen and the Veigar getting to critical mass and doing some fantastic things. Big damage from the Zeri on the Nongshim side, but I mean, this Gwen all game long, Thanatos was absolutely steamrolling, even though he got punished.
Yeah.
A couple of times in side lanes and things like this with people ganging up on him. Was still Gwen, was still able to do exactly what he was supposed to. And this is a counter pick that we've seen way more in Challenger, and it's worked almost every time, at least in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think the laning phase didn't really go that successfully with the ganks. It was still fine, but it's like, once it kicks off, sure, Calix killed him in the side lane, but the team fights, it's so hard to deal with, because the only person with really the consistent damage is that Zeri. And if Zeri's in melee range of a Gwen, that's generally seen as a bad thing for the Zeri.
Yeah, and this was one of these compositions where it's all about short range and who can have more control of your immediate vicinity. and this Viger getting to pretty ludicrous amounts of AP and having near infinite amounts of event horizons.
Let's be real. We thought this was a heavily favored DK draft. So if Nongshim tweaked things a little bit,
I reckon we got a game on our hands.
I reckon we, I think I'd say we let him cook and see how it goes.
And I think that maybe, based on this game and how it's going, I think Wolf has the perfect prediction. Because I don't think that this is going to be a clean sweep. I think Nongshim should be, with side selection and some adaptation, able to find a draft that works for them. The issue is that in this game, Mihail got Cassante, and when they start banning that, that's when, like, he's got a great champion pool of one champion.
Yeah.
As we didn't even put in our POGs. That's why my phone was popping off. But Poolbay is going to get it. And I think that that would have been our vote. Would you have changed?
I'm going to say no, so it feels like less bothersome. But I feel like, I think Poolbay, probably, yeah. I think he had the most consistent game. He farmed up super well. I don't think there's any real negative you can say to his gameplay. There was that one time he got caught. Like, Thanatos had some struggles.
Yeah.
I think for sure Poolbay was the consistent member. And when it came to those late game moments, he was the one you had there to be like, I have over 1,000 AP. And what?
Yeah. And placed down the cage to win the game as well. He was just very consistent. I think that I'd want to give it to Thanatos because I felt like he was the reason why D+ Gear won this game is because he was on Gwen and got to critical mass. But Poolbay throughout the game was definitely the linchpin.
Yeah, I just feel like in the fights, if he had died, there was that one fight where he did die quite early on, and that one they got rolled. Yep. Every other fight, it felt like he lived, and it's cage, 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 every like 6 seconds. It's pretty disgusting.
Yep. Well, we are going to have a very short break. When we come back, game number 2. We'll see whether Nongshim can turn it around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here as we bring you an amazing series. It already has been, and it will continue to be one. As Nongshim fell at the hands of D+ Kia in game number 1. But if you're just reading the scoreline, you might be like, oh, knew it was going to happen. D+ Kia are a way stronger team. It's not the same Nongshim from last year. They're not going to succumb to the same issues. However, if you watched the game, you would know that it's almost that story, but not quite as much as you might have thought.
Exactly. You know, and I feel like any knowers in the chat will be like, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And we could refer to that, but we're just going to savor it for a second for the people who don't know.
Yeah.
Who are kind of like, what happened?
Because you'd be feeling silly if you didn't watch the first match. And I'm sure that there were some people, because we do have, like, is 2.4K right now, but I think there were less earlier on. So there's, like, at least 4 of you that didn't watch the first game.
If you didn't, maybe just tell us. What were you doing? What was so important that you missed that first game? Better be something good.
And also, what you'd want is for all of your friends to be knowers as well.
True.
So what if they were coming in game number 3? What if we looked over and it said another 4 people started watching next time, and then we have to have the same conversation all over again?
Yeah, but then those people who didn't know will now know, and they'll relish in it.
Yeah, that's true.
I think even more so than being a knower the whole time is, imagine if you weren't a knower and then you now know.
Becoming a knower?
Becoming a knower.
Oh, man. Well, if you guys could convert anyone to knowers, that'd be super cool, I think. Just to be able to have that journey, have that evolution throughout this series.
Yeah, I think safe to say, Jim Pui, who said, who win? Who win?
Who win? Oh, not a knower.
Not a knower.
We can confirm.
Definitely not a knower.
Mabinogi casts missed because of a dinner cooking situation. Mabinogi is an absolutely amazing name, by the way. Kind of jealous. Makes me wish that I was still Slappy Baggins.
Is that the guy from Pineapple Express casting? Yes.
Wait, which guy from Pineapple Express? There's quite a few different people that you could be from Pineapple Express, you know? As Nongshim, they did select the blue side here. We did find that one out earlier on, but we were busy talking about knowers. Now we're all knowers about the side selection that has been committed to by Nongshim, and they will jump onto the blue side. It is going to be a Heimerdinger first ban once again. Loopy is just, it's illegal, apparently, to let Loopy play the Heimerdinger. He is good at the champion, but we don't necessarily feel like Heimerdinger is possible to be picked in every situation, and therefore not a massively imperative ban.
But it's just annoying.
It is annoying.
And something else that's pretty annoying is the Varus. That has been targeted away. And I feel like the more traditional AD carries banned away, the more probably hurts DK in this situation, especially as the Varus worked quite well to neutralize bot lanes. So we'll see how it continues. And technically, we're back on our streak. This is 3 support bans so far. For anyone who missed game 1, we had 9 support bans, and the final ban was a miss ban.
Yeah.
So right now we have 4. All 4 of these champions can be played as support.
Yeah,
so
we
4
actually
support bans.
We have 4 support bans from the last 2 years. Actually, kind of cool. One of my favorite games actually was the Yasuo Sejuani that was played twice.
I love that
in the LCK.
5 support bans
was actually super dope. And yep, 5 support bans are going to come through. Looking for the 6th now. The Dyson Star Vacuum thinks that AD LeBlanc is a must for this next match. I find it... I don't know whether Mihail was in the school of Dundun.
Well, it's like the line of thought that Dundun plays Cassante, and if you play Cassante, you play AD LeBlanc.
Yeah, it could be the thing.
That's another support. That's
he might actually first pick it.
Maybe. But we are 6 for 6 in support bans, so...
We are?
It's consistent. This
unironically,
is
6 for 6.
We'll see what comes in this as the first pick. A lot of those AD carries targeted, and there at least was something left open. So going for that jungle pressure. Obviously, Lee Sin, Wukong still available. Lucid pretty good in the Lee Sin. Not the best game 1, but typically reliable.
Yeah. They are going to pick away the Zeri. Oh, no. Oh, it's going to be Elise Lucian Nami, isn't it?
Oh, no.
It's going to be the classic we'll flip the game at first crash.
No.
Flip the gamers at first crash? No one? No game flippers at level 3?
Let's go Senate Cho'Gath. Flip it even harder.
Oh!
Oh!
I think obviously blind pick Vayne here. I think blind picking Vayne is the obvious choice.
Please.
Do you know Vayne is still the champion with the highest win rate against Garen?
I didn't know that.
Well, there you go.
In the top lane specifically?
In the top lane.
Yeah, that sounds like a really unfun matchup. So I would pre-pick it in case Mihail was going to go Garen, right? You would have pre-picked that just in case.
DK decided to run it down and draft here just a little bit with the Rakan blind. Into Nongshim, maybe. It's something that's not going to be as punished. Flex pick Veigar.
Yes, Flex. And the thing is, it is not fun playing Rakan in a Veigar because 2 things. 1, you try and dash around, you get stunned. And 2, you're so squishy, he can just press R. I honestly feel like if you're like below 50, no, like 60% HP, you just die.
Yeah, just dead.
Just dead. Just goodbye.
And you also, like, it's even less gameplay as Cassante obviously going to be picked up here. You might think that this is top side of the map locked in for Nongshim. It's not necessarily, as things could certainly be switched around. In fact, the Cassante, a flex between top and mid, actually kind of cool here in an Elise composition.
True. And Elise, as mentioned in the last draft, could go support technically. Probably
Yeah,
not. But,
yeah.
You know,
This could be an Elise Vigar lane.
That would be 7.
That would be a thing that they could do.
That would be something that they could.
I mean,
if they
think
chose
of like
to do.
fishing for cocoons, and then you line up the event horizon, throw down some dark matter. That's a lot of burst damage.
That is a lot of burst damage.
I mean, it's exactly the same thing that Lux does, but like Lux does it better. But you could be a spider.
But you deny the Elise pick, and then you can counter Elise in with
There we go.
something.
Neela going to be banned away here. This
So-
is DK assuming that the Vigar is going into the mid lane.
Or at least knowing that it could still be a flex, so they have to kind of close it off, right? Kind of force it into that position. But we'll see what they go for the next. I do like the fact that they ban away the Gwen. They did pick up the Cassante Fierce rotation this time, so they get it. They target some of those counters, you know?
Yep. DK really sacrificing their bottom lane. Last time Rahel got a whole bunch of kills on the Varus. Wasn't really the main character. And so now they're like, nah, you can just see whether you survive.
I actually like this Tristana ban, because imagine if they pick Tristana and you would just never know.
True.
Who's the bot laner? Who's the mid? I don't know.
Yeah, still don't know. They could pick Vayne.
Oh,
You don't know where anything's going.
Gnar coming out.
Well.
Which, you know, we have seen Gnar do well into Cassante when it's like Zeus playing it, but Zeus is also, I think the term is rather good.
Yeah. I think rather good is yeah, that's a technical term.
That's a
We don't
precise
really
term.
want to go into a lot of shop talk here.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
So-
rather good's okay.
Definitely should have pressure in the lane, but obviously Cassante can catch him out with the little flip back
Yeah.
thingamajiggy. It's also another technical term. And it looks like we are going to get the Veigar mid.
Okay.
And the Felios coming in. And the
Felios
Thresh.
Thresh?
I kind of like that, honestly. It's going to make it very hard for DK to engage. They already have a short-range composition. I'm not... Technically, something long-range would do well into Nongshim, but I'm not really sure what they can pick out here in the mid lane that would pull the comp all together.
Do you know what seems really weird? But there is a lot of magic damage on Nongshim right now.
Yep.
Collector of Felios, this is like one of the only times I feel ever that it's legal.
I think the
It's
problem...
it's on the verge of being a legal thing to do.
I think the problem is, since they changed AD carry items, it's
Oh,
like you
yeah,
just go, you go
it's just way less good.
Yeah, sadly.
You can theoretically go like, you still kind of get that advantage by picking up the early serrated Dirk,
So
but I
like-
don't know.
I like what they've done here is, you know how we talked about one of their shortcomings was, you know, the short range to have to like go into Nongshim. They've picked Gragas, who is short range and has to go into Nongshim. So on theme with their comp, but ultimately not very good into what Nongshim has, I feel. So to me, I think this is a different edge. That being said, you know, Gragas Lee Sin, you could try and pick on Calyx, who is the youngest person in the game. So
That is true. That would be really rude.
yeah,
It would be a very rude thing to do. So hopefully
but
they
very
don't do
much
that.
like a schoolyard thing. You pick
Yeah.
on the young kid, yeah.
And honestly, like that wouldn't feel good for DK. And maybe we could.
That would be frowned upon.
Yeah, it would be absolutely frowned upon. Like afterwards, you go backstage, and like the Nongshim coach just comes over and says, "It's not cool, man."
That's not okay.
And they force them to come and apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that is absolutely how it's going to go. I think that Nongshim have a way better draft this time around.
Oh, for
I
sure.
think D+ kind of throwing Rahel under the bus, and he's kind of the damage.
Yeah. I mean,
And that is always a very scary thing for D+ Kia in Challenger, because Rahel hasn't really been a very reliable carry.
yeah. And the thing is, because like one of the changes from old Zeri to current Zeri is the range shortening. Q got reduced in range a bit. Into Aphelios, you have to get quite close to him to actually try and damage him.
Yeah.
And Aphelios, current Aphelios with the Bloodthirster changes, is very scary. He honestly feels more like an Aurelia.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can do together.
Oh.
All pretty close for his first time.
God, that was tense.
I could see the fear in your eyes. Don't be scared of the do-do-do-do.
Okay, okay.
Even if you mess it up, it's totally fine. We just go again.
Okay, okay.
We'll have at least one more.
Yeah, and Nongshim, very good chance that they win this game with this draft, and then we can do another.
Yeah, precisely. Poolbay going for base skin Gragas. Just back to nature a little bit here.
I honestly, it's a funky one. I respect it to an extent.
Yeah.
We do have the, what's it called? It's like the little legend name. The Fury summon?
Fury Horn?
Something like that?
Yeah, it's Fury Horn.
Yeah, Fury
I had to
Horn.
look it up because it's... I don't really play Veigar that much. I sort of stopped playing Veigar in like 2015. And so haven't really looked back. So it was just Greybeard for me only. And then I only know that skin from combining too many Yordles at one of the sets in TFT.
True. That was a fun set.
It was a fun set, actually.
Yeah, when you went Yordles, and then eventually you get like a 3-star Veigar, and he just one-hits everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times.
Actually kind of absurd. It was such a binary composition as well. It was the I've come home after a hard day and I just want to like not think about anything and you just like spam Yordles.
Or like if you're like your little brother or like, you know, younger sibling or something, he asked you or they asked you and they're like, I want to play TFT, what comp should I go? And you're like, just go just all the
anything
Yordles.
that says Yordle.
All the
just pick it.
and they're like, whoa, this is so easy. And you're like, yeah, you're doing great.
It was Yordle plus one other thing, wasn't it? That like tied it all together and it was really good. I can't remember what that was. It's been a while. Anyway, Calyx is just pushing here as Thanatos, pretty good at Gnar. 9 and 1. If you're calculating percentages, pretty easy one to calculate.
Yeah, I believe that is.
That's a 9 out of 10.
Carry the 3.
Where did you get the 3? Something went wrong. Something went wrong. Oh god.
I'm trying.
Well, so we've got the most practiced Cassante versus the goodest at winning Gnar.
Yep.
And a Spider.
Yeah,
it's going
Spiders
to
are
find
scary.
this ward. And now Lucid needs to work out whether he wants to face check a Cocoon.
Probably not. Probably not for the best.
Yeah, I'd probably recommend not doing it. And he's also just going to have to give up his red by the looks of things. Q going to connect onto it, providing some vision as he gets in there. It's a difficult situation, though, as he does secure it.
Yeah, good smite.
So Never, you might. Lucid smite?
Yeah.
Just extraordinary, man.
Being very good so far. I mean, there's the one, for anyone who missed it, who wasn't at nowhere.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Can't smite those.
Yeah, it's a toughie.
Yeah, but he stole the Herald, very clutch in game 1, and now secured his red, but you know, getting bullied out here a bit by Sounder, and it's not ending.
He missed one smite, actually. All right, Lucid is immediately going to follow. Poolbay has the inside track, Safeguard to catch up to him, as there is a repel to the plant. And Lucid's going to realize that he has to move away from this. And Cocoon, is it actually going to connect? That's the question. Lucid knows that he's not actually able to follow that Q as Double H moving up. Man, this is just chaos in this early game. As Rahel and Loopy, they're out of lane as well. We're river gaming. It's not a mid lane. There's not a bot lane. There is but a river. And that is why Thresh pretty good into Rakan, by the way. Really glad that Loopy gave us that little bit of insight there so we could talk about why the Thresh was picked.
Gave us visual evidence. So we don't even have to explain it. You can just see it. That's why. And yeah, this is one of the things that's scary when you have Veigar in the mid lane, is that he's not really the best at doing these early fights. So Sounder, I think in another situation, could have maybe just moved towards the mid, but ultimately ends up playing out quite nicely. And no flash actually burned by the Elise. But Poolbay had to burn his flash on the Gragas. And playing into a Veigar, that's not fun.
Ooh, yeah, true.
So Double H don't do it.
Don't.
Actually, they backed away.
Yeah, they did. So never mind. It was fine.
So do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Yeah. Cool. Shout outs to Harmon Life Esports. Also in playoffs, we'll be facing off against T1 tomorrow, I believe. Very high matchup, actually.
Yeah.
Another one that I decided to be a contrarian in. T1 probably the favorites. I feel it. Guan has been having a very good time here in Challenger, and I think that he just might have the consistency to take down Forest. It's Poolbay inside the cage, but he's Gragas. The amount of caring about a cage that he does is minimal.
He drinks his way out.
He does.
You know, if we're in a glass cage of emotion, we just
drink milk, right?
Yeah,
that's what you're supposed to do. That's what I learned that from the documentary Anchorman.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah, I do. That was an important one.
I actually learned a lot from that about teleprompters.
And journalism.
Yeah. just in general, it was very informative.
Would you say probably the biggest impact on your casting to date?
I would probably, yeah. And probably Vince Vaughn and the fact that they almost had a West Side Story battle between newscasters. Thought that was, I think that just really is something that I like to emulate.
Which, if we were to have a West Side Story battle between casters from each region, we'll say English broadcast, who's your money on? So between like LCS, LCK, LEC, and
I think LEC wins because they've got Medic on the guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
they've got Dagda now as well.
yeah.
Oh man, yeah, because that's the thing is, so back when I was in the LPL and Dagda was there, I was like, well, we have Dagda, you know.
Yeah, and you've also got Lyric,
Oh,
who you never know what's going to happen
oh god,
there.
Lyric, you know in the film when what's that guy? Brick is his name?
Yeah.
And that'd be Lyric.
Yeah. It's all right, Cask is going to come through, and that is going to cause Lucid's Q to miss. A little bit of a shame there. Calyx is going to be A-OK. No flash necessary. He's got an Ignite. Moving down towards this Mountain Drake. Nongshim are looking to take away.
Yeah, a good early one to get, honestly, but DK might contest him on this, but it's going pretty fast.
Now, I don't know whether, yeah, Lucid's just going to focus on his blue buff. He's got better things to do. And Jiwoo, with his red and white guns, going to feel pretty happy about securing. But this one takes it away.
And honestly, first Dragon Mountain, second Dragon Infernal, those are both like the nice scaling dragons where you're like, oh, I'm glad we got this one.
You know all dragons have scales, right?
Yeah, but some of them are like less scaly, like
There's like a bit
the
more fur
Chemtech
on them.
one is like kind of zombie and whatever, so there's less.
Oh,
you know.
so maybe it actually, the reason why it doesn't scale as well is because it's missing scale, like literally missing scales.
Yeah, yeah. I
Because
believe
they
that's,
fell off.
that's the lore reason. That's why they can't change them.
Yeah,
kinda just-
fair enough.
So, unfortunately, hands tied. But
Do you ever have like moments where you think about the old Chemtech Rift and wonder what would have happened if we just left it in the game?
oh, man.
Dude, I sometimes just like, I lie awake at night wondering whether that's our line, whether we could have cast a world final
Oh, that'd be
with
so
that
rough.
Rift.
1 in 6 games is completely ruined.
Pretty
Yeah.
amazing. And what if it had have been Chemtech that was just the most seen soul? Or it was the most killed Drake, wasn't it? Worlds last year. But I also think it was the most common soul we had as well.
I don't specifically remember those numbers, but I thank you for bringing them to my attention.
Yeah, well, there we go. Lucid, getting to work on this Rift Herald. We do have Nongshim standing around, though. Loopy's going to move in Thanatos with Meganar, but it is running out. Mahile, can you go all out and get rid of this one? And Sounder does have a Cocoon and connects it onto Lucid. That is a gameplay button that's going to be pressed, and Sounder is going to be able to take him down. No, I tell a lie, it's an Ignite tick that's going to get it. And that's a Mahile going all out. And this game, Nongshim have it under complete control. First Blood does finally go down, and it goes their way.
Yeah, Nongshim looking good. And we talked about how that comp is going to do pretty well as it goes further on, so good vibes so far for the side of Nongshim. They're going to get the Herald, they got that early Dragon. A lot of people who thought DK would be unstoppable in this match are probably feeling pretty silly.
No. I think if Nongshim get a perfect game, which they are on beautiful track to do here at the 10-minute mark, as I say that, Jiwoo might just die. Good flash. Going to save him from that one, as he does clear out the minion wave as well. Actually, kind of huge value from the flash. Anyway, we're going to see this fight one more time.
Yeah, part of the problem is they got this heavy engage on the Elise, but ultimately, one, there's flash from the Elise, and also being an Elise, you can always just repel if you're not one shot. And then the rest of the team come in, cooldown's not available, they can just charge forward. So target selection, maybe not the best, maybe focus too much on getting a smite rather than the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the rhyme.
I'm a poet and I didn't know it.
I think he did know it.
Yeah.
I think you're pulling out leg a little bit here on that one.
Yeah.
I think you were well aware of your poetic abilities. Okay, it's time to come clean.
I have been known to rhyme on occasion.
Because we actually now, ever since it was Valdez Wolf and I, we decided that we're only inviting people that want to do poetry. That's our rule. And so you, Chronicler, of course, known poet, a little bit angsty. So we liked your poetry, which is a little bit more like kids' stories, you know? We wanted to bring a bit of that flavor in there.
Yeah.
And so that's why you got the job.
Nursery rhymes to teach people about League of Legends.
Yeah. And that's what we need.
Yeah.
And you're doing a fantastic job so far, and we really appreciate you for it.
I'll keep working on it.
2,000 gold is the lead here for Nongshim at the 10-minute mark. It is kind of...
It's a number.
It is a number. How important it is the question that I'm sort of getting to. I don't think it's end of the world for D+ Kia here just yet, but looking down the line, if they're already starting to fall behind, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, I think the main thing is the fact that the mid-jungle for DK are behind.
Well, Grand Entrance going to be coming through here as it's a decent play, but I think that is still a very dead thresh. He's thrown into the bouncy castle, and it's going to take a while because they're trying to give the kill over to the Zeri, and she will be able to pick that one up. Rahel fed that kill on a silver platter. Let's see whether he can put it to good use.
Yeah, Pullboy being a bit off with these casts so far. Does have the base Gragas skin, so maybe not the most. Because I feel like if you'd played more Gragas, you'd have the Scuba Gragas skin, right?
No. So he's playing base Gragas because the best Gragas in Korea plays base Gragas.
Well, I mean, that's fair.
Every mid laner that plays base skins, they're obviously just fake fans. That's just how it goes.
True.
Okay, maybe you were right.
Maybe.
Take it all back. Just body slam head first into Event Horizon.
Yeah, some of the casts have been a bit off, but ultimately, like, as much as that was a good kill, Lucid and Pullboy are still behind, and this mid jungle is really where we need to see kind of the advantage for DK. So as the game goes on, I think Nongshim have good vibes in their vicinity.
And also in like everything that they have. Their team fight, very, very scary. Jiwoo is going to have a lot of safety as well with access to the Lantern. And with two Drakes that are really good. And then bringing in the big guns. So now if Nongshim don't get a Drake for the rest of the game, they've already got more value in stats from Drakes than DK can possibly get.
Yeah, they have 9% armor and MR, 6% AD and AP. And if DK start grabbing a bunch of dragons, they just get more tenacious.
Yeah, tenacious Ds.
Which, to be fair, there is some effects that Tenacity is good against on the side of Nongshim. But the Soul, I'm just going to say it, Chemtech Soul kind of sucks.
It's a bit of doo-doo. There is a... Oh, okay, never mind. Hook's going to land. Loopy's real dead. Jiwoo going to collect a kill there as well. There's a gentleman's agreement between both of the... He wasn't tenacious enough. Does need to collect some of these Chemtech Drakes, which, you know, Orcs has been kind enough to deliver to Summoner's Rift on this particular game. Mihail was sharing pixels there with Thanatos.
He's just hugging him on the tower.
Just really having a good time by the looks of things.
Yeah, just good vibes.
And also going for the Frostfire Gauntlet this time around as well. Is it Frostfire Gauntlet? Is that what the name was turned into? I still just call it Frozen Fist, and it was never even called Frozen Fist in the first place.
But they changed it like 6 times. There's like Iceborne Gauntlet, Frostfire Gauntlet, Iceborne hand thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, they can't expect us to
He got the blue glove that make him go slower.
Yep. Everyone, you say that, everyone knows what you're talking about.
Absolutely. And it's a change-up because he went for the Jack Show last time, and that is his adaptation for the Nah matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if you get on top of him, you can slow him down. People don't like being slowed, so generally speaking.
That people prefer to be going fast. Did you learn that from DK?
Yeah.
As Jiwoo is going to cleanse, but I don't think he was going to be able to cleanse what DK are about to do here. As there is a flash kick, and Jiwoo is going to get knocked up and taken down. Another kill delivered to the Zeri. And Nongshim just kind of leaving their AD carry out to dry. Not sure how he ended up in that scenario, but definitely good news here for DK.
Yep, good pick. And honestly, when you're at a deficit like this, you want to just keep finding opportunities like those. When the enemy leaves their AD carry out to dry, you grab them off the washing line and you bring them around a little bit.
Yeah. By the way, Chili Glove. Pika-chan letting us know that it is indeed Chili Glove.
The cold hold.
One more kill for Rahel will grant him Do you get certification if your hand fed the kills? Like your team walks over with the kill and hands it to you? Does that get you certification? Because like, look at him. He's like, I'm farming minions, and then Lucid's like, come on, come here,
please,
come here.
Who's a good boy?
Come and get the kill. Come on. There it is. Oh, if it happens 3 times, it works. Okay. Well, third one going to be needed here. As Nongshim setting themselves up for the Rift Herald number 2. The perfect game is dead, by the way. A couple of kills going over to D+ here. Didn't actually announce that one earlier on.
Look at that plate ball difference.
Oh, not even a plate. But still, not end of the world situation. Although, bad stage of the world moment here. Yeah, so, what in okay, never mind. We're going to go into a replay. I'll hold the thought.
So, the problem here, I think, is that Luffy walked into a brush with no vision and died. Yep, that's my assessment.
All right. Good. Anyway, what was I going to say? I was, oh yeah. So, close range battle between Red-White Aphelios and Zeri. How close to the Zeri does an Aphelios need to be where White Gun does more DPS than Zeri?
I think it depends on items, and I know you like even items, but it also depends on Zeri build. If she goes IE, she's got a lot more kick. But you know, I think current Aphelios, you know how he goes like Mythic, Bloodthirster, IE.
Yeah,
I think he just wins because he just out heals the damage. You know.
True, and Severin backing it up as well.
Yeah, it's kind of. I just don't think you can really approach it. I think it's more like someone CCs him, and you're like, pop.
Yeah,
you know, when he's in the CC, like, brah. That is, you know, whenever I play Zeri, every time I press Q, I have to make that noise.
Do you really?
Yeah, it's
wow.
Part of being British. Part of being British.
Okay, that actually sounds like a lot of work.
It is. That's why I don't play much Zeri.
Yeah, I could imagine. Because like, wouldn't the entire laning phase, like, imagine if you're like playing in Discord with 4 friends, like that would be the entire Discord. Would be just you, just going. Brah, 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 brah.
Well, especially.
Well, that's like you don't have that kind of attack speed early game for you guys.
Yeah,
but still,
it's a bit slower. It's a bit slower.
Brah, 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 brah. And if you stop talking, everyone knows that you're like, you got like killed in lane or something like that.
Yeah,
is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Read between the lines a little bit.
Pretty much.
Well, DK, they're going to start off this first Chemtech Drake. Will be Chemtech Soul here for Nongshim, and they are looking to contest for this one. Mihail is in the top lane, though. The Rift Herald is going to come down. Just walk up and steal! Oh, I guess that's the way to make it work, as Double H finds Lucid with a hook. What the heck? Why is this Thresh not dead? That's insane. He finally does go down. As Nongshim, if they leave now, they're feeling very happy about this situation, as there is also Shirley going to town on this outer turret in the mid lane. Rahel trying to get some autos in, and they do make it at least to the turret before Shirley fully takes it out. Man, another good fight for Nongshim here.
Yeah, Sander doing a fantastic job. It looked so easy, and I think considering Lucid had the edge on the smites last game, pretty happy to be securing that one. Sadly, it is not the best soul. They are one away. I don't think it's going to make a massive difference if they secure it, but you'll take any edge. And yeah, the Q smite from the Elise, pretty hard to counter.
Yeah, I think Lucid got exceptionally close to countering it by the looks of things. Unless he didn't have time to smite it at all. I'm not sure, but I feel like it went down to a very, very low number and then Sounder got it. It might have just been Sounder smite queuing.
Yeah.
But we had to slow it down, and even then, it looked like it just instantly died.
Slow it down, turn it around, flip it upside down.
Yeah.
All those things.
Just a lot of gymnastics needs to happen. We'll go into full depth on the analyst desk immediately after this game. We're going to build a desk. We're going to invite some people over to go over that one play. We'll tell them to go home. Calyx going to get booted into the wall, and Lucid not going to take that last turret shot.
You know, I would if they had gotten that last dragon, I could have said something about tenaciousness.
Yeah,
but they didn't.
They didn't.
I can't say anything about tenaciousness.
And he doesn't even have his Merc treads yet.
No.
He may not. Oh, there we go.
Now.
I was like, oh, okay. Rahel might just die as the turret is taken down. Jiwoo is in a very odd position as he flashes, wants to kill Rahel, not going to be able to do so. Got pretty close as Double H didn't have his lantern off cooldown. Yeah, it just goes to ward. It's like, why are there humans everywhere?
I will say, I think that kind of gives the answer, because even with a tower on Rahel's side, that was...
Yeah. It wasn't very close, was it? And they have relatively even items if you equate Shield Bow to Gale Force.
Yeah.
Anyway, outer turret not going to be taken down just yet here by D+. Now going to back away. Rahel just trying to get that health bar back.
Trying to be in position in case something goes down, but I think it might just be playing towards the next dragon. We can see that replay, and it's like, yeah, the tower's hitting him, and the Zeri is.
Sorry, Wolf just kind of ruined me. What did Nongshim mean by this? This play in the mid lane. They did get a turret. It's 1 turret for 2 kills.
Yeah, so I think when you look at the vibe, there's a delicate line where you're vibing the right amount, but when you vibe too hard, that's when you think, oh, watch this.
Yeah. you guys missed it, but the eyebrows did some things.
Yeah, and we've all, I think everyone's had a moment where they've been vibing a bit too hard and they've done something stupid.
Yeah.
And I think Jiwoo just had, it's his birthday.
Yeah, sometimes you see the office chair that's like outside someone's house ready to be picked up by hard rubbish disposal, and you're like, oh, there's a hill. I could just ride this office chair down this hill, and that would be really, really fun.
Yeah.
But what you fail to think about is the fact that there is an intersection at the bottom of said hill.
Yep.
It's a busy road.
Had to stop.
There is not a lot of braking on an office chair. And so you get to the bottom of that hill, and then you're in the situation that Jiwoo was immediately after that turret exploded. And yeah, he died.
Yeah.
Which I was lucky. There wasn't a lot of traffic when I was presented with that situation, but it could have been very dangerous.
So you didn't die?
No. That's why I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
My
I was like, how did the story end?
I did have my consciousness uploaded immediately afterwards because my parents are like, oh, there's no way that he lives.
So this is how you became an AI?
Yeah, this is how I became an AI.
Oh.
I'm just consciousness soup.
At what point did your AI take control and decide to get rid of the original Atlas? Or you're not aware, is it seamless?
Yeah, they're still fighting one another for control, but I think it's sort of how I've been most of my life anyway. You just add another voice in there and it's fine. Lucid going to hop on over, gets a nice kick onto Jiwoo, who almost manages to get far enough away, but that health bar was decimated. Calyx going to lock one down as well, but it's far more valuable here for D+ Kia, who now look to push on. They have their Zeri still alive at full health with her Bloodthirster complete. That was such a cute pick there from Lucid. Great play, even though he died.
Yeah, the problem is, though, as much as that was a sick play, you burn your flash for it, you burn your kick for it, and you're going to spawn after Jiwoo, and because DK's jungler died, they can't start the dragon up. So Nongshim take this opportunity. Oh, they're going to start it up anyway. Okay, never mind. Ignore what I said.
Well,
Sounder is in the vicinity, and he has been on point with the spines this game, so I would suggest he get over there.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, okay, I was right. They didn't start it up. They waited, and now Sounder is here.
Yeah, and now they've started it up. And they don't have Smite, like you're talking about. Lucid going to take his puppy for a walk, but it's a long walk towards this Drake.
And Jiwoo's back. Jiwoo's back on the map, so it was a good
didn't
play.
have to use any summoner spells in our last fight either, because he couldn't. He was just killed. But, I mean, Lucid's here as well, and so everyone just giving each other space. Gentleman's agreement as we 5v5 here in Challenger. That's how it goes.
I see you, Lucid.
Yeah.
Lucid, you're there.
Over the wall. And Mihail, can you help lock this one down? Sounder not actually trying to approach you, as Lucid sticking on this flank. Was in full vision for a while, as Nongshim just milling about. Side lanes, not real.
I just think it's not going to be easy to go for the kick with Thresh there, with the play. So he's rejoined his team.
Oh, fishing for the hook. Vision comes in, and Nongshim are like, we don't have to fight for a Chemtech Drake. A decision that could have been made many moons ago.
It's almost as if this team doesn't value Chemtech Soul. It's almost as if they think that 11% extra damage and damage reduction only when you're under half health.
Or maybe they value Chemtech Souls way more than any of us because they want as many of them to be taken on this map as possible.
Yeah, true.
Because when did it spawn? Very recently. When did it get taken? Very recently. So,
it's fair.
I don't know, man. I think there are two schools of thought here.
Yeah.
This gold lead has been 2,000, I feel like the entire game.
It's actually close to 3,000 now.
Okay, that's true.
So
I take it back.
So it's changed a little bit.
So somewhat. Between 10 minutes and 25 minutes, Nongshim have managed to extend their gold lead by 1,000 gold.
Good for them.
Yeah. Nice work. Gargoyle Stoneplate completed here for Mihail.
Honestly, if you think about that, in terms of like total gold,
yeah,
that's a pretty solid return. Like most savings accounts won't get close to that. I mean, you're talking like years to get returns in savings account, but they've done that in 10 short minutes.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, actually, come to think of it.
Yeah, when you frame it that way, honestly, it's...
Yeah, I really like frames as well. It's pretty cool. Yes, this is indeed the first round of playoffs. We're not in the loser bracket yet. This is do or die, both Nongshim and D plus Kia. Nongshim, of course, our defending challenger champions, or at least Jiwoo is. And D plus Kia, they were the runners-up, but also probably potential favorites to win the whole thing. Yeah. This team is very, very good. As Thanatos, ooh, man. Minina nipping around real quick. It's going to be all right.
I would have done it. I'd have just finished the Baron and flipped it. I think it would have been more fun.
Absolutely.
Objectively the wrong play, but...
And I mean, like, you're not out of it, no matter who you are, right? Like, you just may as well throw a game too. I reckon, you know?
It'd be pretty funny.
Yeah.
You know, you just, who smites better?
You miss every smite you don't contest.
I think
you
it's
know?
like,
or you don't 50-50.
The fact is, Sounder backed away, and that means he's losing the mental battle, because if you were winning it, you would just say, I can do this, and you'd finish it.
Yeah.
And then it just means Lucid's in his head. Lucid's like, oh, you know you can't finish it because I'm there.
Yeah. Oh, look at this measly 533. It's 3 minutes away from when Poolbay had double this. Actually kind of crazy.
Going to Zonya's third. It's going to be a very, very late.
Well, we had BDD yesterday just doing the, what was it, the mega tank Viger, going for Deadman.
Yeah, to be honest, I prefer Deadman's to Zonya's, because, I mean, I guess it depends on the comp here. There's decent Zonya's angle, like into...
I mean, they don't really have damage at all outside of Zeri, so I kind of like the Zonya's Deadmans.
Like, if you Zonya's the right time, like you avoid like Gragas Barrel, Gnar ult, you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
You dodge a big CC by turning golden.
Indeed. Well, Nongshim just going to meander their way back onto the Rift, look for some control of the Baron.
Yeah, and I feel like as the game goes on, we saw this last game from actually Poolbay with the Veigar. As you get more and more stacks, it is going to become harder and harder and harder.
To not instantly die?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. There might be a bit of instantly dying, but it's not happening yet because he just doesn't have that much AP yet. So that's the good sign. Zonya's now complete. We'll see where he does go with the build. Of course, Poolbay opted in for collecting just a stopwatch at the very end, but he went for Void Staff and the Rabadons immediately after getting his Core 2 that we've seen picked up so many times. It is a full item in advantage here for Calyx, though. It's kind of huge. As the youngest player on the Rift, one of the largest, is Thanatos, going to face check Mihail on his Cassante. I'm starting to think that Cassante could almost just be renamed to Mihail. As Orcs had to peace out just for a moment, but I'll stay with you guys. And we will just together enjoy some of this League of Legends in a more intimate fashion, because it's just the two of us. Calyx looking to try and defend on his own, as we might have a team fight a brewing, as there is another opportunity for a Chemtech Drake on this map. Second one for D plus Kia. Going to be a good news story. As I don't know, I'm gonna need to just let good old Orcs know an answer here. Just following up with some technical issues here. But here we go. Baron being started here by Nongshim. And it looks like D plus Kia are not going to be able to do anything about it. Very strange. And this is what we were talking about yesterday, weren't we, guys? We were talking about the fact that Baron could sometimes just be not taken because not enough vision is placed onto the map. But I wasn't expecting Nongshim just to casually collect the Baron and then be able to contest for a Drake that doesn't matter. That's an odd situation. It's a strange one. I wish that Orcs was still here to go over what was the super play that Nongshim just made. They are going to be able to taxi this wave into the mid lane as well. The newly prepared Baron buff, as side lanes don't exist, guys. I don't know why we're looking at that. Very, very strange. Top lane is not a lane that we actually care about. Side lane farm has just straight up been ignored by both of these teams the entire game. And Calyx is going to come over and throw a few autos into this turret and take that one down as well. Lantern going to be taken, but not by Jiwoo. As, oh no, Loopy! Just put into the cage! Aww. Rakan has a difficult time in these particular matchups. Oh yeah, I should try and do an Orcs impression just to pretend like he's already here. I'll do that when we get into the replay of the nothing that just happened before. Okay, Heil takes a bit of damage there from Poolbay. Bit of a party cast though, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, it was a bit of a party cast. I can't do an Orcs accent. I just can't do it. Sorry guys. He doesn't have that kind of British accent. He would be very upset at me if I did say that. Anyway, Poolbay continuing to push waves, and they still haven't managed to take this outer turret in the mid lane. In fact, they haven't managed to take any turrets at all. We're still sitting at that, yeah, couple of Drakes, few kills, but not a lot of map control. And it is now close to 6,000 or 7,000 gold the lead for Nongshim. It's just hard to see where the angles are for Nongshim to make their way back in. It's one of the dangers, I think, when DK decide to play around Rahel in some of these games. I feel like there needs to be carry conditions from Thanatos and Poolbay to make things happen. But Poolbay definitely looking a little bit off on the Gragas, guys. What do we think? Okay, be real with us. What accents can you do? Sasoshi, that is actually really mean. I'm starting to think that I know what your name is on Reddit as well, because I think you've said something mean about my accents in the past, and it makes me very sad. All right, Rahel's going to press his ultimate button, but he's just going to get all-outed. Mihail going to get him to flash over the wall, but Rahel does keep himself alive. No one say that. Sounder is just going to execute him. And that is a full health, but now stunned Jiwoo, and everyone just evaporates as soon as he is unstunned. That is going to be the ace, and that should be the game here in game number 2. 10,000 gold lead. Man, that came out of nowhere. And Nongshim also doing the same thing. Unfortunately, there's not going to be any Chemtech Soul this time around. And that's a flash play that just doesn't really do anything, but it's a celebratory flash play. Sometimes you want to use your cooldowns when you have the opportunity to. And Nongshim, very proudly, going to parade down the bottom lane and take down this Nexus. Amazing work, especially from Sounder. Man, what a mental. Really having a rough one in the first game. Lucid running some circles around, although not necessarily. He was playing Wukong, so it's fine. Sounder just performing well here today. Oh, I stopped talking to let my co-caster speak, but he's not back yet, so I guess I need to speak again. Maybe I should like change positions. I'll jump into different chairs after I say a word. As we're going to jump into the replays here, have a look at some of these plays. Unfortunately, Rahel just didn't have enough cleanses in this particular fight, and then couldn't really do any damage whatsoever. Interested in what the damage graph is going to look like. Yeah, I agree. It's a tough game to be Zeri, I guess. I can't do an Orcs accent. He's got a different accent to just a, I don't know. It's hard. I should hop into the other chair again. Okay, here we go. A lot of damage done by Thanatos. He is absolutely fantastic on this now. As we know, out of 10 games, 90% win rate. That is going to go down just a little bit. I need to chuck in a Pog vote, and I think it's Sounder. Sounder! Gonna give it to him. Can I do what? No, I think my the accent that I'm most confident with is probably Russian. Probably. But I don't know. I think as soon as I try to bust out an accent on this broadcast, I start to doubt myself. Aussie accent without swearing challenge? Impossible. No, I'm not going to do it. Atlas, we can't hear the voices in your head, bro. Oh, sorry, dude. I apologize. It would be good, though, because we'd have, like, it's a far more involved broadcast at that stage. If you're enjoying Orcs AI, please watch these ads to support Orcs AI. Orcs AI is actually undergoing some routine shutdown right now. Which state in Oz do I come from? I'm from Victoria. That's where I'm from. A little bit southern, but not too southern, you know, which would be Tasmania. Definitely a beautiful part of Australia. And that is all I'm going to say. Was Orcs even real in the first place? I'm thinking he was a faux Orcs. We got the Orcs with an F at the front. That was the problem. And we should have seen. This was, yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't really work. Bro, can you not tell me if Loopy had a kill or not? I don't know. Yeah, Loopy did at least contribute to a whole bunch of Rahel's kills. Unfortunately, for DK, if they're trying to play around Rahel, I just don't think he's much of a win condition for this team. And I think that they will readjust moving into the second game and play around compositions that involve Full Bay and Thanatos with more carry potential. You can even do it with good old Sounder as well. With Lucid as well, who has been able to carry in the past. Come have a seat, my friend. We're not on camera just yet. As we have run the full reset of the auxiliary, he has now made his way back. We were calling you Foe, because if you put an F on the front of your name, you're just not real.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I tried to do your accent, and I failed miserably. First time, I was like, it was just a generic British accent. That didn't work. And then I tried to like think about how you would say a thing, and then utterly failed.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we got what we wanted, right?
Yeah.
There's a game on each side.
Well, you got what you wanted. You just left.
Yeah,
games happen.
They dragged me back in.
Indeed. Kill participation of 90% is not too bad. 10 kills this game for Nongshim. Nine of them secured and helped secure by Sounder. He was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, really good start of the game. And I feel like Lucid has been so fantastic this series. I think it's easy to say he's been one of the best performers for DK. And he's actually found his match in this series.
It's amazing. And I know you need a break, so we are going to go to a short one here as we prepare for game number 3.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring Playoffs. This is the first round and the first match of said first round, where D plus Kia have elected. Remember, they elected.
Who do they elect?
Nongshim, their academy team, their challenger team. It's not Nongshim Red Force. That is in fact the LCK squad. Nongshim's challenger is a different beast, but a beast nonetheless, and the defending LCK Challenger champions. And they were chosen here by D plus Kia. The other option was T1, and T1 are also a difficult team to take down on the best of days. However, if I was in D plus's position, I would have probably chosen T1. I just feel like there's less wild card, less weirdness that you have to deal with. And I think that drafting into Nongshim just sounds like a nightmare. Bit of a headache.
And I think we saw that in that game too.
Yeah.
Because that draft, I wasn't a fan.
It wasn't. And we haven't actually discovered side selection, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that D plus have selected blue side here because it seems like that is going to be their avenue for success here.
Yeah, blue, generally speaking, is a good color. The sky is blue.
Yeah, it is. My eyes are blue.
True.
Sometimes.
Water is generally blue because of the reflection.
Yeah.
of the sky.
Well, water isn't blue, but water with
Perceived
light going
blue.
through it
Yeah.
is blue. Yeah. Can be blue. Yeah.
There's certainly other stuff that is blue, but
Cloud9's jersey is blue.
we're trying to sell blue, not
Oh.
yeah.
They're the best team in North America right now.
Again, which
The Wooligan's mood is blue. Oh, how can we fix that for you, Wooligan?
oh, I'm
Do
sorry.
we
to
want
hear.
to? Do we want to talk about it? We could talk about it.
Yeah.
This anti-red sentiment, and I don't appreciate it as a red side enjoyer. Well, it's fine to
Zeal-
be a red side enjoyer. You just probably
Zeal-
enjoy different teams.
Zeal PP's shirt is blue, which I think that's probably one of the
Wait, what?
front runners.
Oh, shirt. You said shirt. There was an R in there.
Yeah.
Whoa! I got a little bit thrown for a moment. As here we are, getting ready for it, as draft is nearly upon us. Very interested to see how Nongshim are going to adapt from their first loss in game number 1, because that's kind of where we're back to, right?
Oh, yep, because we're back with the... I mean, both these teams have higher win rates on blue side.
Surprisingly, DK have selected blue side.
Yeah, it checks. And once again, Nongshim with banning Heimer. We see Ash, we're again with the support bans. This is 3 support, 4
So
support
it's going to be the
bans.
same bans.
Yeah.
I feel like you can let Loopy's Heimer through. I feel like you can. I know, like, he's a fantastic Heimerdinger player. But I think that if you change that for a Varus, then maybe it's a better story. But I don't know. Maybe you just don't care what Rahel plays. And maybe that's fine.
I do feel like the Varus is a pretty good neutralizer, though.
Oh, that is an adaptation.
That's scary.
You love to see that. Mihail not being able to play Cassante is the first step. D+, already making things easier for themselves.
Yeah, that and then they don't even ban the Varus at all. They go for the Elise ban again. So is this just a first pick Varus again from...
Or is it a
D+?
first pick Lee Sin for Lucid? Because he has been prioritizing it. But no, it will be the Varus. Let's see what Jiwoo and Double H have planned for this. Because I'm just hoping it's not another Zeri angle.
Instantly for the Veigar, they're like,
wow.
let's slam it. Wukong as well. See, this is the thing. They're only first pick the Lee Sin because Sana just doesn't care. He's like, you can play it.
Yeah, I guess
I'll
so.
play Wukong.
And this is once again one of these angles where Jiwoo can flex it. He was the first one on this team to play the Veigar. And so now, DK have to try and figure out whether it is going to be flexed. Wasn't in the last game, could be in this game. Always up in the air.
And Lucid is deciding between all the remaining junglers in the game, which is Lee Sin and Vi.
Yeah.
No other junglers available.
Nope.
So, gotta choose between those two. And opts for the Lee Sin again, which I don't think he's had the best series on, despite the fact he has typically been very good at this champion.
Yeah, it's not really been his best. And honestly, it just feels like Lucid's just a little bit off today. But
You could say he's maybe a bit not enough Lucid.
not enough lucidity.
Yeah.
No, needs more cooldown reduction, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Pull bait, what are we going to be locking away here? As that is a LeBlanc. So, this is D+ being like, yeah, Rahel, sorry, buddy. I just don't think that we can allow
You
this.
have fun in the bot lane.
I'm gonna need to take things into my own hands, and I like that from Pull bait because he looked lost on the Gragas, but his game 1 on the Veigar was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, this is a really strong mid jungle. I think what we definitely saw from in game 2 was, you know, DK's mid jungle was stronger, but they weren't really able to execute. They are like, okay, we are going to win the mid jungle fight. Whether you put the Veigar bot or mid, we don't care. Nongshim do grab the Renekton, so, you know, when your one trick is banned out, you really don't want to go further than that, right? You don't want the pool to get pinched more. His fallback pick, the Renekton, is going to come through. And then we see even more support bans, which, once again, every champion here can be played support.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Haven't seen as much Cassante support, but there has been a bit of it played around with in solo queue. So
Yeah, 8 support bans.
I don't know whether they necessarily needed to ban the Cassante in this support ban pool, but that's fine.
Oh, it's honestly kind of odd to see a Gwen support ban, but I guess it checks out.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Thanatos have a really good game on it. Looks like Mihail is very happy for Thanatos to just pick Gnar again, because I have a feeling he's just going to pick Gnar again.
Yeah, it's also kind of weird from the ban Gwen, because the Gwen was like specifically into the Cassante, and they're opting to ban it here. Just, I don't know. It feels a bit odd to me, but I guess they're just like, we don't want him to play Gwen, because Gwen does Gwen things, and that is low.
Just
Zeri.
Are we? Well, Zeri's going to be banned. That's
Zeri support, obviously.
Yeah,
Carrier
Zeri-
played on solo queue.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Yeah, checked.
I mean, as long as it's a ranged
10
champion,
support
you're
bans
fine.
again is a consistent theme of the series.
It is. It is just the way that it's gone. We have gone into the more eclectic direction with some of our later bans in this particular game, but that is how things evolve. And we've already moved to game number 3 of this best of 5. You might be looking at the 1-on-1 and being like, oh, we're just going to lock it. All right, Neela is just locked away here. Gonna be a tough one. Gonna need to utilize your ability to ignore damage quite a lot at the right times in this game.
Yeah, I think in this situation, honestly, DK could just go something like, the Karma in the support role, or just go like a long-range poke support. Just, you don't want to deal with Neela. Keep her at distance, poke her out. There's not much I feel like a Neela can do. You're going to have to pick an engage support for Nongshim because you need a gap close. There's no other way to spin it.
Yeah. And Loopy, what are we going to be picking up here? The support on could definitely be a flex. Support LeBlanc's weird. Support Lee Sin, a possibility.
WMAX?
Yeah, but Loopy could be doing something. And there it is. The Karma is going to come forward.
Both are fine.
Yeah, I kind of like the Renata. That is a fun one. And
Yeah,
they are
the
going to lock
thing
that
is,
one away.
Nongshim's comp is notoriously short-ranged. And I feel like you can just go Varus. You can go poke Varus here. You can just shoot some arrows. Legolas style, you know, that's what he was renowned for. And my question on Nongshim is, what can you pick here to close the distance? You need engage in the support role. That is an engage.
That is what they've been running with the Neela more often than not. And now, do you know what the engage is? The engage is Jiwoo dashing into the enemy team and getting a wild growth while being unable to be damaged. And then hoping that Lee Sin doesn't immediately boot him in the face and isn't then immediately chain CC'd as soon as the immunity runs out.
Yeah. Well, I think this is going to be a tricky one. I think there's a lot of poke on the side of DK because obviously LeBlanc can be pretty good at just firing spells and then dashing back. I think Varus as well. Presumably, the thing is, as much as I feel like poke Varus would be good here, this is maybe the thing, right?
Yeah.
Poke Varus would be a lot better here, but they kind of lack DPS if they go poke Varus.
Yeah.
So maybe they go on hit Varus, and then I think the composition for DK is a bit worse.
Bit sus.
Bit sus, yeah.
And also, we know that Rahel already played the on-hit Varus in the last game that he played the Varus in. So, could be a possibility. We haven't seen as much of it. Like, I think you get the tell as to which Varus it's going to be after you see the supports, and if it's double ranged, you can often see more of the like lethality Varus, but it's Renata, so I don't know.
See, I saw this was Ruler played in LPL, who was with Renata into an engage bot lane.
Yeah.
Which this isn't an engage bot lane, but they are trying to dive on you with the Neela, and he went lethality, but he went lethal tempo. So in the extended fights. Because if you go like Comet or even Halo Blades, like with the reset from Renata, it's not, you know, you want to have the extended damage to get the reset. So I don't know if you'll see that here, but personally I feel like if you don't go poke Varus, it's going to be really hard because you just need that long range. You need to just bully lane and knock them out of the park.
Well, we'll see whether they can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for match point on both sides. D+ Kia, they had a whole lot of trouble on the red side last time around. And Nongshim moving into a match point with a red side victory, that would almost be a death nail. See how it goes. We hop onto the rift. Oh, good timing. It wasn't high-pitched enough, but I kind of like the baritone.
Okay.
The baritone's kind of cool. I'm into it. Bit of Orcs flavor.
Yeah.
That was a great feeling. Great feeling.
You know what
it's not going to be the last one.
You know what I love? These are the legitimate summoners you obviously take on Neela. It's like the cleanse, a lot of value here.
It looks like a trolling Nunu, doesn't it?
It looks like you're running it down. Every time you see this, you're like, why is my AD carry sprinting?
Yeah. And it's like, normally when you notice these summoner spells, you then look at the mini-map and you can see their icon just heading straight towards the mid-turret, you know?
We've all had that.
Yeah.
You know, topical, I don't know if anyone's caught, Tyler 1 is on his EU climb now, and there was a Syndra in his game who went 0 and 48.
That is impressive.
That is, and people talk about it. It's actually like, They're like, how did you get that many deaths? Like, within that time frame of the game.
You have to, like, make sure that you stay level 1 for, like, the entire game, just so that you can keep that death timer as low as possible.
True, but, like, I think people are really working on the efficiency of how quickly you can run it. So respect. It's kind of like a challenge for them. Don't recommend it. Definitely against Summoner's Code, but...
More than 48 death challenge. Impossible. I gotta stop with that. Nongshim, though, here in this game, I don't know whether they'll have a whole lot of power in the early game, outside of Renekton post level 3. And then, you know, Renekton's going to have his heyday and then be irrelevant because Ornn kind of does that to a Renekton in a lot of ways. See whether Mihail can just make it work. Of course, his ability to find angles, as we've seen in his Cassante, is very good as he watched the minion die. He didn't even want to take it. It was actually very cool.
Respect.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to stare it down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the bot lane is going to go as you'd expect, as in not going to be fun. But I feel like, you know, we'll see how it develops from here. Because I think typically with these things like Neela or Samira, level 1 really sucks. Level 2 kind of sucks because level 1 sucks. Level 3 is where you can finally do something, but sometimes you're a bit too poked out. Yeah. But once you get your reset, that's where we're cooking. So I think we kind of just have to hold off for a little bit on...
Oh no, they missed the cannon. Oh god, they're missing everything.
The thing is, it's even worse on Neela because you only get the extra XP if you kill the minion.
Yeah.
So
we're going to see them being a little bit even in lane if this continues. Jiwoo has been very good at getting through difficult lanes, but I don't think he's been against a Renata Varus yet. It is going to be that poke Varus, though, like we were discussing. So,
wait, it's going to be the poke Varus?
Lethality Varus.
Is it? Because he's got this.
Sorry, no, not the other one. On hit Varus.
Yeah,
sorry, my brain was trying to say one thing and my mouth did a different thing.
Okay, that's what we hear. That's why there's 2 of us. That was pretty slick.
Yeah,
but he did no damage, so.
Yeah, that was called I want to go into this event horizon, and he succeeded.
And it didn't go like in Interstellar.
No.
Where he got to travel back in time through the bookcase.
Yeah, he went to a weird 4th dimension bookcase place.
Yeah. How broken would Veigar be if you put his E down, you dash into it, and you just disappear?
And you just have a chat with Matthew McConaughey. Like, that would be pretty cool.
That would be pretty rad.
Yeah. He's got a great voice.
He does.
As Pulbei, going to walk around a bit. Yeah.
I watched that film on the way here on the flight over.
Really?
Yeah. You know the little TVs they have on the flight?
Yeah. No, I know those. Yeah.
I'm gonna watch it again. It's been a while. And
how was it?
Pretty good.
Hans Zimmer is just like the reason why that movie's good.
Oh, I mean 100%. I mean it is a good film, but 100%.
Yeah.
Immortalized. You know what he said?
What did he say?
He said that it's his favorite
score that he's written.
Score that he's written, yes.
Holy crap, he's written some real good ones.
Yeah.
Lucid, I don't know about that one, as immediately Sandra is going to flash after him. Lucid's just having an offie. As
Double H just steals
Double H. That is a gangster move.
I respect that so much.
Whoa. Like, because he wouldn't have got the assist, like, because he sped himself up to get there, right?
He could have shielded Sounder,
I guess.
You know. But I'm going to say, it is dangerous to do that.
Polymorphed him?
Because there were times... No, because he sped himself up.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry.
There's been times where I know that my jungler would have punched me if they were sitting next to me.
Yeah.
And they are actually sitting next, well, not right next to each other, but close. He could have gotten up and said, hey, that was my kill. Because, okay, he sped up. Is he even sped up? No, he's
walked over there.
He's like, I want this red buff. Give it.
That's cool. That's called Giga Chat. And also, with red buff, maybe now they have more of a chance in lane. That's the angle.
What he's saying to Sounder right now.
Yeah, right?
Sounder's fuming like, are you serious? No. Look, trust me, the red buff is more important. You already have a red buff. You don't need 2.
Yeah, and also, you're Wukong. You're not supposed to get any sort of kill until level 6, buddy.
Exactly, right?
This is just bad practice if you get first blood.
If you'd taken that kill, right, maybe we win the game, but they would have banned Wukong for the rest of the series. I took the kill. Now they'll ban Lulu.
Exactly.
And the sacrifice.
Exactly. Nice work, Double H. In the end, I agree with him. I think that he had the right idea all along.
Yeah, I respect. And look at the item differential between the supports now. A Ruby Crystal compared to Ionian Boots of Lucidity. We said wanted to see Lucid.
Who's more lucid on this map right now?
I would say the Lulu is.
Yeah,
hands down.
Because I mean, wow, actually killed Lucid and got lucidity out of it. The lore of this game is actually out of control. Is Calyx going to catch himself a chain here? Poolbay putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Poolbay really making this matchup unfun. Which you should be, right? You know, Veigar is going to scale very well. I do want to see if Lucid, I think, is trying to find angles around mid, but Sound are doing a pretty good job of just being there and being like, no, get out, my jungle.
Yeah, doing a good job there as well, as there is vision in this area around the blue buff, but Nongshim also able to protect their jungler. And so cruising towards level 6 is Sounder for the moment. Gold, pretty even. And as we can see, no real level advantages being formed by this this Neela in this lane thus far. Wanting that level 6 as soon as possible is Lucid in the area. Formless Blade being used to try and farm from range a little bit. And there is level 6. Let's see how Jiwoo is going to be able to make this one work. Throws down the ult to zone them away, and that is going to be successful for now. But now with no cleanse, no ult, no flash for Double H, it is a tough time for Nongshim in this lane.
Yeah, but if Double H will hit 6 soon, and because it's a trade of flash and supports, they're only really down the cleanse.
Oh wait, did he not even ult?
No, he's not even level 6. He is chilling. So I think, honestly, all things considered, could have been a lot worse. Oh, and that's a flash from Poolbay as well. So in terms of sums, Nongshim faring quite well.
I thought I saw Jiwoo press his ultimate button, but he didn't. So I told a lie there. I apologize. So he doesn't actually have that one down.
So doing okay. And honestly, 15 CS down, considering like how many minions were missed on the tower, how zoned off Jiwoo was, you take it. And one of the concerns when you have a situation like this, one of the concerns when you have a situation like this where mid has prio, bot has prio, there's a Lee Sin in the jungle, is that he just like takes over the jungle matchup, but that's doing fine too. So this could be a lot worse for Nongshim is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
And they're kind of doing all right.
Well, Thanatos, not a lot of mana here, as we can see. And Mihail looking to try and capitalize on it. Rocks being created in the river. As this Rift Herald taking a while to go down, and Sounder being very patient in this brush. Rotation over from the Lulu, I believe, will get information as to what is going on around the Rift Herald. And Lucid is going to make sure that she screeches. Mihail taking a bit of damage as Sounder is preparing for this kill. It has been a long time in the making.
Yeah.
As Thanatos did manage to collect the cannon, even though the auto attack didn't go through. Barmy Cinder is OP.
Yeah, just farming for free. Ooh.
Oh,
He is half HP.
gets the ward.
Yeah, I think the ward's gone. They're going to get the crash in. And I don't think they can die with this.
I don't think so, especially not with Lucid in the area. As you play. And there is the Ornhorn. Nice double knock up. Q connects onto the clone, though. And that means the Lucid's not going to be able to go in, at least not for now.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, to be fair, it's ult for ult, flash for flash in the top lane, but not the cleanest from Nongshim top jungle, but no one goes down. I feel like there's been a lot of back and forth in this game.
A lot of almosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost got some kills. And now, Jiwoo's at the point where you can actually kill the minions.
Yeah. And having a pretty good time at that. Looks like Bloodthirster first is going to come through. Jiwoo has been very eclectic when it comes to his mythic choices. We'll see what he does decide to pick up this game. There's been a few different options that he's gone for. Often defensive, as Poolbay misses a cannon. So it's kind of game over there. But speaking of game over, I mean, man, Poolbay is so far ahead. 30 CS in this matchup. Actually a big deal, as Mihail going to get himself a plate and walk his way out. Oh, even able to get a Culmic drive-by. Thanatos not too worried about it, though. As you can see, he's actually ahead by ACS in this top lane. And for an Ornn, you're feeling very happy about that.
Yeah, on a fundamental level, Ornn is a vibes champ who just kind of builds his little items, does his thing, and then later on, you're immortal to a degree.
Yeah, and you also provide all of the value ever to your fellow champions.
Yeah, you give them just thousands of gold.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Jiwoo also feeling pretty good, as he's only down 11 now, being able to catch back up again. Things were looking pretty dire in the early stages of the game, but now that he has everything back up and available, and his ultimate at the ready, just feeling pretty good.
Yeah, do you ever see the weird Neela strategy, where they would proxy waves level 1 in the base? This way, so you'd have a Lee Sin, and the Lee Sin would ward hop over the wall, and you'd E to him. And at level 1, you'd catch both mid and bot wave, or mid and top wave. And if you kill 2 waves, you both hit level 3. And if anyone comes, you just kill them because you're level 3.
That's actually super cool.
Yeah, I've seen it. Well, I haven't seen a bunch of solo games. I've seen videos about it, and I was wondering if people would ever bring it out. It's really crazy. I feel like when Neela got released, everyone saw this XP mechanic and was like, how can we abuse this? And no one's really brought it to stage, some of the abuse cases. It's kind of just, oh, we hit level 6 first in lane playing normally, but
Isn't it similar to the old Mordekaiser mechanic they had like back in 2015? But that was all his experience, right?
Yeah, that was all his. And remember the dragon?
Yeah.
When you just drag it over? That was a test run for Rift Herald.
It seemed to be like that. Killing Baron with a dragon, though, did feel pretty dope.
It felt, if you were the Mordekaiser player, you felt like a beast.
Yeah.
When you just pile in this massive thing around that just destroys everyone.
I wonder whether it's an unpopular opinion, but I actually really liked old Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
Just really enjoyed it. Yeah. Being able to put a shield on yourself that scaled with AP, just did a whole bunch of damage. You walk at people with all of your, what was that book item?
Oh, Will of the Ancients?
Will of the Ancients.
Yeah.
Build one of them.
What champ do you miss the most that got reworked? Like you missed the old version.
Trundle.
Really?
Mainly because he lost his pink Converse shoe on Junkyard Trundle.
Okay.
And that makes me really sad.
I think I have the objectively correct answer.
What's that?
Graves.
Oh, true. You remember? Oh, man.
Old Graves, the auto animation was so satisfying.
Doran's shield, Graves bot lane was that is like the ultra Chad bot lane.
Yeah, yeah. And now
I miss Buckshot being like that, just the cone.
Yes, yes.
I miss when like his Q ability is what his auto attacks are now. It actually felt better.
Yeah, like now, I don't know, it feels all like, and also just like Mafia Graves, every time he autoed, it was just, oh, it was so sad. I
do also miss Transcendent Blades. Old Aurelia.
Yeah.
Good old hitting style, you know? She was pretty binary, but I got my first pentakill ever on Aurelia.
Oh, really?
In a real game, you know?
My first pentakill was on Tryndamere, and I got 2 in that game.
Oh,
because
damn.
it was pre-level 30, and I was playing against other low-level players. And my first game ever of League of Legends, I got trashed by a Tryndamere. And I was like, I just come from playing World of Warcraft, and I was like, it's like warriors in World of Warcraft. They're broken here too.
Hell
so
yeah.
I was like, I'm going to play the warrior myself. I'm going to play Tryndamere. And I just right-clicked, and it was so easy.
And then you pressed E sometimes when they weren't in right-clicking range.
And these level 12 gamers, they didn't know what hit them. And I was like, wow, I'm so good. And then my friend was like, why are you buying Wriggle's Lantern? You're not jungle. And I'm like, I don't know. That's what Mobify told me.
Hey, but Wriggle's Lantern, as it turned out, was broken. So
yeah,
it's fine.
I was ahead of the time.
As that Chains of Corruption does go wide, we are watching the game here while we reminisce on good old times in League of Legends, indeed. Or just the old times. Not necessarily all of the past iterations of League of Legends were good. Chemtech Rift.
Oh god, don't bring it back up. That feels so recent though. You know what's weird things when it's like people say stuff like, "Oh, yeah, this champion's like 3 years old now," and I'm like, that champion came out last week.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't convince me.
Yeah, when
otherwise.
people are trying to tell me that Nocturne's an old champion, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no way, no way.
Yeah.
Alistair, that's an old champion. Right.
As Calyx gonna have to break his stopwatch here. Poolbay might actually have the kill though. As Ornhorn going to be sounded, and speaking of sounder, he's gonna get tagged by it. Oh, the hostile takeover comes in. Great interrupt as Nongshim. They grab themselves the Rift Herald, and maybe Thanatos has gone too deep. The Cyclones are going to rain down, and that is going to be the kill. As in goes the Neela, finds a double knockup. Thanatos survives for a long time, but so does Neela. She is just walking around doing whatever the heck she wants, and Mihail identifies the right LeBlanc and puts her down.
They just don't have the damage to burst through this Neela with the Bloodthirster, with the Wild Growth, so unless Rahel's hitting her, she's just going to do what she wants, and kind of insane that Thanatos did that much. I think that's just Sunfire from standing near.
And also just throwing a ram the first time.
Yeah, didn't even get a refire because of the polymorph.
Yeah.
But just stood there.
Yeah.
Menacingly.
Existed in their vicinity.
Exuded heat.
Yeah,
right?
that's what he did.
And that's enough. Kind of impressive, in all honesty. Thanatos did look like he went way too deep. We're going to replay some nice polymorph here from Double H to stop the recast. And then, yeah, it's like, yeah, do a bit of W. Don't hit anything, but I'm here. I'm doing damage. I'm doing the most damage. I'm here.
My Sunfire Cape though, as he almost got bailed out, I guess, but no, not really. He didn't even nearly get bailed out just because it's Neela.
Yeah, and this is kind of the problem is Rahel. So now because he's gone on hit, he has more DPS in theory, but you kind of saw that fight. He didn't really get an auto attack, so you know he did 0 damage.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why we're talking about the lethality. At least you can like hit things with your arrows, but that didn't really work out.
Well, he does have plated steel caps, which are kind of broken right now.
True.
That's pretty cool.
They
Pull
update
Bay.
that? Oh, they update that to work on Neela Q, or did it already? Look, this is so hard to track because someone made a list of all the things that are now affected by Ninja Tabi, and it's like ridiculous what wasn't affected before. Because I remember going through and being like, what? Now also, where is it? Okay, Neela Q isn't on here. Maybe this wasn't affected at all beforehand.
Huh. Well, there you go.
No, but like things like Wukong Q. Wukong Q is now affected by Ninja Tabi, but wasn't before.
And I think wasn't like Jax W as well?
Jax W was, but it's only the physical part.
Yeah.
But like, there's some things like Ezreal Q, which you think should be, but if they're not, you're like, I get it. But some things are like Blitzcrank Q. That's just an auto attack.
It is an auto attack.
Like, why wasn't that affected?
But it's also a knockup. As Event Horizon comes down, the Ram comes in. Rahel is going to go down extraordinarily fast, and there he goes. Jiwoo going to collect that kill as well, and Nongshim just parading towards the enemy turrets here. Shirley is going to be taken down pretty quickly, but man, look at Nongshim. Their health bars are full! Orcs, their health bars are full!
They just took no damage, and Rahel didn't... I mean, he got focused, but he also, I think, ulted the wrong direction, which didn't really help the situation, and I just think DK don't have the damage, right? The Varus isn't able to do anything. They focus him. You have a burst mid-jungle, and you have a tank one who's apparently the highest...
Well, Sounder is going to get... Okay, well, Lucid is going to be able to get out, so it's absolutely fine. Doesn't have to expend flash or anything like that. Sounder gives him the old thumbs up as he timed his Q and his smite together very well. And let's have a look at this again. And you might be saying that DK have no damage, but if Nongshim coordinate their attack really, really well, they definitely have no damage because Jiwoo makes sure that no one takes any damage.
I think when I seen the replay, he did also ult the wrong direction, so...
Yeah, that's also somewhat negative. Yeah.
I just think... I think it's difficult because the thing is, we say these things about like Aphelios with Bloodthirst as a bruiser. Like Neela was like the original bruiser AD carry.
Well, the original? That was Graves.
Well, I mean the modern era. Before Bloodthirster was buffed. Like
since she came in, she was originally...
She was designed to be a bruiser AD carry, and now she's just got a Bloodthirster, so she's even more of a bruiser AD carry.
Yeah.
And they just don't have the damage. Like Rahel needs to auto attack. He can't auto attack after like 2.5 or whatever seconds when the W's up. Holbay isn't one-shotting anyone at the moment. Has lucidity boots, which means like I guess you get shorter cooldowns, but you really want to just be blowing people up. And I just feel like I don't see it. I don't see it.
Is Neela kind of the fantasy that they wanted for Samira, but better?
Maybe.
Because Samira's supposed to be like with the way that her auto attacks work, like melee and range at the same time sort of thing. And
yeah, Samira kind of just turned on this champion who like doesn't really do much until she stacks a passive, and then she just one-shots her entire team and dashes around 7 times while doing it.
Yeah, Dihano just said Samira question mark in chat, and that's what it made me think about. And if that was your idea, then I hope that this is credit enough for that one. Yeah, I just love watching Jiwoo play this champion, because I also feel like Nongshim, because they win so often with it, they're so happy to just play for it. And every time Jiwoo says, we're going in, they're like, this is how we've won so many games.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether they see the angle or not, they're just going to go. Because I think that like timing is so important for Neela compositions, because if you don't manage to like all press your buttons and do the things at the same time, you just miss the window, and then you're kind of in with nothing. It
is ridiculously easy for Neela to feel useless. I think everyone, because like she was brought out, then she was nerfed a bunch because she was a bit broken on release, and I think everyone has experienced her being picked and being useless, but they're getting used to it here, and
well, that should be a lot of knockups onto this Renekton. Mihail thought that he was going to play the game. Not the case.
Thought, yeah, unlucky. A good answer back, honestly, from DK. And if they find more picks like this, like they have pick value in their composition. They have a LeBlanc, they have a Lee Sin, but they need to find more of that because in the 5v5, I think it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah. The side lane certainly is a place, like you say, where they could find some angles. I'm just really struggling, man. I'm struggling to find where DK can make this work. Thanatos, if he gets unkillable, if he starts giving all of these big items over to DK, could be good, but I think we're going to have to see Rahel step up and show us why this on-hit Varus was taken, because I'm with kind of everyone here who's saying that it just kind of doesn't do anything. There is no siege. So Nongshim killing turrets is kind of almost impossible.
That's true. But the thing is, imagine, because we've seen this matchup a lot, imagine if this was a Talia inside of LeBlanc. Then you have consistent damage, and you probably could have just like...
Oh yeah, that's sick, actually.
You could have just gone with Thaldi Varus and been like, we have consistent damage, right? I think the problem is, because they went this LeBlanc, they were like, we need consistent damage. But you don't have consistent damage because Varus isn't able to auto-attack. So it's just kind of like, you get the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, the worst of all worlds.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe the angle probably is if Nongshim bots the engage and then they have no cooldowns left and Rahel survives and gets to actually auto-attack. That is the win con, which sounds very ambitious.
Yeah. Nongshim do have vision on the Baron, which is very important because DK are setting up a bit of a trap here as Bullbait dives on over. Oh, Nimbus Strike. Going to get a bit of damage there. But tower going to fall on the bottom side of the map. That is going to be the second one here for Nongshim. They had managed to take the outer on the top side. Still looking for the elusive mid lane outer turret that they've been trying to get this siege working on for quite some time. 30 seconds on the Cloud Drake. We had your soul and then we had my soul immediately afterwards. Isn't it cute?
Yeah, soulmates.
Yeah. With a fiery beginning. Oh, beautiful. Loopy and Lucid in this brush as Mihail pressing Q as he wanders towards this enemy team. Q onto Sounder there, but not going to go for any sort of insect play here as Bullbait just being frustrating into the back line. Calyx kind of fine though. He's got barrier right now and just doing that the LCK special Viger with just way too much health. Quick blades are done though on Jiwoo, and if you thought the team fights were awful before, they are worse now.
Yep. I mean, the fact is, like, if you're getting in the mixer, your W is going to be off cooldown quite quickly. It's like the window to auto-attack has been reduced even more.
Yeah.
So we do see DK, they have control of the area. Obviously, the extra range does mean that they are able to contest mid priority quite easily. But I like this neat flank.
Yeah, Bullbait actually right on top of Mihail. All right, he didn't even really understand how lucky he was right there, as already Bullbait is going to get pressured out. And he's extraordinarily low. That's his clone, as he's looking to try and go back. And Mihail understands it. Gets stunned over the wall, but there is a dice there as well, because he managed to hit the Krugs. And Bullbait's out of the fight.
Yeah, he has to recall TP back in and hope his ult comes back up, but they're just rushing the dragon. They know LeBlanc's gone, no damage.
Yeah, exactly. What is Rahel supposed to do? Doesn't have the ability to actually stand there and get autos down, so it is going to be 2 Drakes apiece, teleport towards this mid-outer turret for Bullbait. And that was just really unfortunate, and a great flank for Mihail. In the right position as Bullbait's put in the baby cage, but the ram comes down. Everyone going to avoid it. Outside of Mihail, I think, but he's pretty tanky. Looking for an opportunity there, but Nongshim, they're not going to say go. Or, sorry, Jiwoo didn't say go.
Yep.
And they did not go.
Yep, they just back off. They got what they wanted. There's no reason for them to fight in this situation. They can keep farming up. Bear in mind, the Roa nearly stacked for Calyx. If he gets a bit more XP, it might be a straight 15 to 16 jump, and then he would be so strong. And I think DK know this game isn't going to get better for them. They're just going to try start up the Baron and see what they can find.
Yep, the classic YOLO Baron situation here, as Mihail is at 50%, but does have some honey fruit and has Dominus available. And look at this, Nongshim acting menacingly. And that is going to be enough to make sure that this Baron is not going to go down. Nongshim are just playing really well.
Yep. And that's the thing, right? The Roa gives you the XP cheat. Neela gives you the XP cheat. Like, Neela's 2 levels up on Varus. And Calyx, when that Roa stacks, is going to be probably close to 2 levels up on Bullbait. And I don't know if you know this, levels are kind of broken.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Don't worry, we've had Chronicler preaching the level value for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
Also, you know, leveling up has been a thing in League of Legends for quite some time.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Turned out that...
there you go. He's halfway. Okay, he's still a while away from 16. But
getting closer with every minion.
Wait, not actually that many stacks. Is that 174?
I hope not. That would be
Did I read
not
that
great.
correctly? That's not a lot.
We saw 130 on what was it? B2D yesterday or
Do I need
something
my
like that
eyes
with like
checked?
150. Maybe you do.
Yeah.
You
if
got a
anyone in
couple of
chat-
different screens.
If anyone chats, oh yeah. Why am I looking at the throwaway screen? There's a screen right here.
Yeah, there is one right there.
Oh well, he has some amount of
Oh,
stacks.
Lucid, inside the event horizon. It's not where you want to be, as you know, after just watching Interstellar, as Mahia also going to take a fair bit of damage there. Pull bait, looking for a way in. And DK at least keeping them at arm's length for the moment. I mean, maybe Rahel just, like, later on sells all of his items and just goes lethality at the end of the game.
Yeah, but then everyone's quite tanky at that point. So
Yeah,
like,
no, it's a really bad idea.
He
One
has
of his
got-
items also an ornament.
Yeah, he has got an ornament, so he's got a little upgrade, get some extra stats and stuff, and hopefully that's a contributing factor, but remains to be seen.
Well, it might be shield bow for Jiwoo. I would love it if he also just goes Spirit Visage immediately afterwards.
That would be pretty neat.
That would be pretty neat. Because you also avoid blighted quiver damage with that as well with your magic resist that you would have inherently. You know what I'm saying?
Also, you know what's broken?
What?
This is actually probably the strongest thing about the Bloodthirst to overheal interaction or whatever. If someone hits you, like, if they have like a Grievous Wound item and they hit you and your shield like tanks it, you don't actually get Grievous Wounds.
Alright, so you just over shield for even more?
Yeah,
Like,
so
for the same amount?
It's only once that actually hitting your health bar do you get Grievous Wounds, which is really weird.
That's
broken.
nutty. Mihail kind of has stopped being a champion and started being a punching bag. Is that bad?
I think he can serve that role. You know, he's going for Starix next, I believe, so he's going to be a real big punching bag.
Yeah, it's a big punching bag. And it's a punching bag that kind of bites back as well. Not an optimal punching bag.
Rahel has a Runans, which means he can not auto-attack 3 people now instead of 1.
Oh! Yeah, I kind of think that one of the reasons why on-hit Varus got a little bit better was because you could build Shield Bow Bloodthirster. And he doesn't have those items.
I think on-hit Varus is okay when the situation calls for it. There are some games I'm like, this is a really good on-hit Varus game. And then
It's also good when I find it's okay when Ruler plays it.
Oh yeah.
Because he just knows. And,
Yeah. It is harder to pilot than I think anyone can play Lethality Varus.
Oh, absolutely. I can play Lethality Varus.
Yeah.
I used to main it a while back. Like, what was that? Season 5? The anti-Azir Varus meta.
Oh yeah.
Good old God V and Pawn, just playing it over and over again.
You can even go AP Varus. It's kind of weird, but like it's like a mix. where you
Yeah,
have,
I like that one.
You have burst damage, but a little bit of sustained damage. You know.
I wasn't that hipster. I didn't do that one so much.
You went in with the cool kids.
No, I wasn't. But you know, I hung out with them. I just wasn't, you know, I wasn't one of them.
You win,
like,
didn't
and
have the
I knew that.
confidence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you know, respect for knowing that. And now they might sneak one of the Cloudy boys.
Ooh, okay. Well, there's not 3 targets here, so Rahel not getting good use out of it. Okay, never mind. Sounder in trouble.
That sounded like it hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, that hurt me as well, actually.
I think I hit all the pitch shots.
Yeah. Lucid probably going to be able to collect them the soul point. But they are going to lose a little bit of priority around this Baron. See how much that actually means as the game goes on.
That wasn't old.
Sometimes you just throw Primordial Burst.
Yeah, he's got 194 stacks. That's pretty low.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
That is remarkable. Yeah, this is gonna sound wacky, but that might actually give significantly more time to DK to win this game, because I feel like you should have way more stacks. And what was the game time last game where it was like 1,000 AP?
Oh, it was before this. It was like 26 minutes.
It was ridiculous. Like, Hulbei had so much AP so fast, and like Calyx just ulted there, and it was hot. Like, the Observer kind of zoomed in, like, is that an ult? I don't know, it did no damage.
Yeah, and it didn't. There's a good reason for that, as he has landed some decent event horizons. And finally, they get themselves the outer turret in the mid lane. Congratulations, it only took 31 minutes to get there, but they did. Very nicely done.
hey, it's...
For a game where everyone has a lot more out-of-combat movement speed and the Rift promotes being able to move faster towards one another, there has been so little action.
Well, maybe that's the point. Everyone's too fast. You can't...
You can't
like,
lock them down?
Oh, they wanted to fight. They ran away.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's out of combat movement speed. It's not in combat.
Yeah, true.
Everyone wants to stay out of combat.
Everyone needs to maximize the value of the Cloud. And look, I'm never going to fault someone for that.
Yep. This is a Baron, apparently, allegedly.
Allegedly Baron, absolutely. There is dark matter falling from the sky over and look at all the vision the Nongshim have. They know exactly what's going on in every way. You able to just prance over here if you would like to.
Look, you see that?
Oh no, the cage goes down and they just dive on top of them. Good kick to get Jiwoo out of there, but they all just walk out of the hostile takeover. And in goes Jiwoo now, looking for some apotheosis, doesn't quite get the value, gets a lot of stopwatches though, and oh my god, they just tear them to shreds.
And at the end of that, Calyx, full HP, Jiwoo, full HP, their damage just isn't there. And if you actually look, 751 from the Varus just not able to do enough. Lucid actually doing a fair bit himself, but they just don't have the follow-through in these team fights. They're just too much beef on the side of Nongshim.
And I don't know, like, Sounder, you could be winning the game with your team right now, but instead, you're chasing down a Renata. But I think they're still going to be able to do it here. And the first Nexus turret will go down. Nongshim going to get to match point here in this series. D plus Kia, another chance to bring themselves towards Silver Scrapes, and we'll see whether they can get there. But right now, this is a red side win. Orcs, this is the reason why this could be a tragedy for D+.
Yeah, because even if they win this next game, it gives the final one over to Nongshim on blue side. So this was kind of like the break in the serve in tennis.
Yeah,
analogy.
Exactly.
This final fight, you know, a lot of things came out initially, but we see Rahel just gets caught and isn't able to auto-attack. And once he's dead, you know, Polbey's already done all of his damage. There's no follow-through. That Renekton's still super healthy. The damage just isn't there. The follow-through just isn't available. And it felt like they could just walk at them and you...
Oh, look at that. I don't know how, like, how does Varus do this little damage?
Oh, my lord.
And it's such a flat line of a damage graph as well. It's like there's that one fight at like 18 minutes and then they're like, hold up a sec.
Okay, I'm going to say it at this point. You probably should have just let Renata farm. And go damage Renata. Yeah, so we have talked a little bit about DK, and this is the thing, right? We talked about them wanting to play through the mid-jungle, wanting to play through the top side. They stuck their top laner on Ornn. They didn't have to make that play, and yet they opted to do so. And I think Rahel is struggling this series. I think they need to lean on him.
Yeah.
Lean away from him, sorry.
I'm gonna think, yeah, I just think that D plus Kia need to just have a little bit of a moment to talk to themselves about what makes this team good. And what makes this team good is being able to play around... Oh, okay, votes. Who is the winner for me? I think that it is the Neela. There we go. I still have to give it to him, even though Calyx did the most damage. And Mihail was actually, I think, very pivotal in this game as well. Sounder also. Maybe it's a Sounder vote. I don't know. But I still think that Jiwoo is just... you can tell that it's him making the calls to go in. You can just feel it. And so I think that a lot of the credit does need to go to how he orchestrates so many of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, he was just on the front line consistently with the Neela running forwards, charging on the front line, and Calyx, I think, loses points from me because he didn't have many stacks. Could have been higher.
Yeah.
I'm someone who likes the satisfaction of the numbers.
Yeah, and I also think that if you're playing Viger and you're not getting to a decent clip on the stacks, even if you're able to press E comfortably.
Could have been a support Veigar.
You could have been a support Veigar,
if you're just
exactly.
going to press E comfortably.
Well, Mihail's going to collect it, and I actually don't mind this vote at all. I think Mihail, Sounder, or Neela are absolutely... I say Neela, it's Jiwoo. And it's also Jiwoo's birthday, so I just want to give them to him the majority of the time anyway. But his early game play, fantastic on the Renekton, holding down the fort, and getting a POG on something other than Cassante for this player is huge.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And the Renekton looked good. They did secure that before it went to second rotation. They needed the fallback. And the thing is, you can ban the Cassante, but if you're banning, if you spend 2 bans in the top lane, I feel like you're losing so much ground, especially since I think it's been made clear this Nida's a problem as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, apparently you only need 2 champs. That's how many. We've solved it.
Well, as long as we're not. Oh man, what? So they pick blue side and they ban Renekton, Cassante, and they're like, checkmate, Mahio.
Honestly, at that point, just stick him on like Scion, and you can just do whatever.
I'm pretty sure Mahio's fine. He's actually just gonna. They're gonna pick away Pullbay's LeBlanc, and it's gonna be Mahio. He's like, I studied at the school of Dundon. There is no way that you can beat me.
Imagine if you just whipped out something that was like significantly better than everything else he'd played, and it's like, why haven't we seen this before? And he's just like, I never needed to. You know, never came down to it. He was in his lane. He was flourishing. It's not that Cassante's his best champ. It's just his most enjoyable champ.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just likes to play it.
And also,
he's having a good time.
If it ain't banned and you're like super good at the pick, of course you're just gonna pick it every time, right? Like, why not? This guy might have a champion Ocean. Yeah. He just has his favorites.
He's just never had a reason.
You never know.
He's never had a reason to lean into that, so we don't know. Maybe this is a series to find out how big the ocean spans.
Exactly. Oh, wow. It's actually kind of a beautiful sentiment, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, finding out how big the ocean actually is.
Looking back to Interstellar, there's going to be that giant wave.
Oh, yeah.
When that comes, and they're like, is that mountains?
But that's not the ocean. That is a different planet's ocean. We're going to have a discussion about oceans. Is Frank Ocean an ocean? Or is he a Frank? I'm not sure. Is that just money?
Frank.
Well, we're just going to have to go to a short break. We'll have this discussion afterwards with you guys in chat. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here as we bring you a potentially final game of this series. Nongshim doing very, very well. D plus Kia not doing quite as well in this particular series. I'm feeling like they may not be on their best form here today.
No, I mean, they came in this as, I think most people, we saw the predictions. I think everyone voted for DK apart from one person in the predictions. Do you remember who that was? Could you identify that person? Is this person in the room right now?
He perhaps is. I'm not entirely sure. You know, I don't want to toot my own horn.
Then don't. Let's move on. So, I think DK aren't playing to the same form we'd expect, but we did kind of see a fall off towards the end of the split that maybe could have foretold this. Like, this wasn't a DK that initially was maintaining that 1 and 2 spot at the start. It did feel like maybe the cracks were showing. But I don't think anyone expected it to be this rough, because this is an experienced roster as well.
Exactly, and it's not the same Nongshim that they lost to in the final as well. So
Calyx was born in 2007. He is so young. He makes me feel ancient. He makes me feel like an
I
old
was
man.
attending my first year of university when he was being born.
I was probably playing Xbox. Yeah, I'm not that old, but I feel old, right, when we talk about this player who, I mean, he's playing pretty well. Obviously, lacking the Veigar stacks a bit in the last game, but that Carly game was monstrous, even though they didn't end up coming through. But I just feel like Nongshim, After that game, they're going to be forcing the Neela ban, right? They've got the
Yeah.
momentum. If they lose this next one, they get side selection for the game 5. So I think things are stacked in their favor, and DK have to answer back.
I think so too. I think with some of the drafts that DK have been put in as well, it just doesn't feel very good for the squad. I'd like to see them go back to some of what makes DK good, because I think a lot of it is Nongshim kind of get in your head, man. Because
Yeah.
their drafts are super weird. So what they kind of do is force you to play around the way that they want to play the game to try and stop them from doing that. And in order to do that, you have to gimp yourself just a little bit. And it's not quite working out for DK. So maybe just ignore that. Just do a standard draft, kind of like you did in game number 1, and put your players on all of the comfort. I want Thanatos to be able to carry, I want Pulbay to be able to carry, and I don't care what Rahel's playing.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think that ultimately Thanatos got on the Ornn, I wasn't a big fan of, because it meant that the only way they could function was play towards bot, mid jungle into bot.
Yeah.
I think just play towards top side, have a bot lane that's stable like they did in game 1, and just vibe. Let the bot lane vibe, and then everyone else can do their thing, and that's how you get to the victory. But I think the draft was rough in the last game, and I think ultimately it's clear when you're playing against something like Neela. We all know who the most experienced Neela player is in this game. It's G, right?
Yeah.
He's going to know how to play it. He's going to know what is good against it. He's going to know what sucks against it. So when he pulls it out, he's going to be prepared for the situation. And I feel like, sure, we have seen it on display, but DK, as much as it's frustrating, it's one ban.
Yeah.
Just clear it. Don't deal with it. You've already lost a game to it. Get it out of sight, out of mind, and focus on the rest of the picks.
Detroit, I'm not pushing 40 just yet. Don't worry. We haven't reached the halfway point there quite yet.
I thought you were like 26.
Yeah, 26.
Yeah.
So we're not quite there. Still 14 years to go, minus a few years. The Wukong is going to be considered. Wukong support is an odd one, as Varus is going to be banned on the blue side. Kind of mind-blowing here.
This is really... it kind of feels like they're like, we don't want to first pick Varus anymore, but we also don't want to give you Varus. But it's just...
to
it's
get the
weird,
Sejuani.
Yeah, like...
So Lucid plays 3 games in a row of Lee Sin.
I think the Sejuani concept is fine. I think you're saying, like, okay, Lee Sin's a high bit of execution. Lucid hasn't had the hottest series. Putting on something that's consistent, fair enough. Like, I have no issue with that. Especially because you can now play melee topside and really in the top side.
That's what I'm seeing here. Sejuani is so good at playing the top side of the map, and if DK just go all in on that exact style, I really like it.
But the problem is, Nongshim have done 2 good moves. One is they picked Veigar, who's obviously good into melee champions.
Yeah.
And 2, they picked Renekton, which denies the Renekton-Sejuani combo, and also can work well as a pretty solid brick wall. He can hold his own quite solidly.
Ooh, this is cool.
I
Not
like
a
this.
lot of permafrost value, however, Kennen wrecks Renekton
Yeah.
in that lane.
And Jace outranges Veigar, so you don't actually have to opt into him. If you hit him with a couple of good shock blasts,
Yeah.
you won't even be able to fight.
I actually really like it. It could be a Nongshim flex Veigar to bottom lane angle, as they consider Sound as jungle pick, I would assume. As, yeah, he could just play the Lee Sin. Going to lock that one in for him. So there we go. The first time that he's been able to play it, and he is going to select it this time around into the Sejuani. A little bit dangerous. I do like having Lee Sin when there's a Kennen on the opposing team. But outside of that, I think it is going to be a dangerous option here.
Yeah, I feel like, Lee Sin is a bruiser, but I feel like as the game goes later, you're going to feel super squishy into DK's composition. If you get caught up in those fights, you're just going to get bursted out quite quickly, and the front line of Nongshim doesn't scale too well as of now, as much as Veigar obviously does. Second rotation to bans, ban the Neela, good call, great call, solid.
Yep. And also, so the flex options for Nongshim here, if you were to just like hard counter Jace in mid, what would you pick? Is there an option there? Because I feel like Jace is actually pretty comfy.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the problem into Jace. I feel like there are definitely mages who can cause him a bit of an issue, but I feel like a lot of them, he can kind of just play the lane quite safely. I feel like in terms of you playing like dive, it's Jace Sejuani, so I feel like even there that'd be okay.
Could you play Tristana?
I guess you could, but I feel like he can just knock you away when you jump in. I don't think it's that hard.
Yeah, it doesn't seem good. You then have another option of anti-cannon, which feels pretty good. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, we'll see.
We've just banned as many AD carries as we possibly can on both sides, outside of the Thresh ban, which did come through. to counter any Jinx picking, any Aphelios picking, things like that. Jiwoo, 10 seconds to go. I assume this should be a support pick just to keep things up in the air, as that is LeBlanc. So we are going to be putting Veigar somewhere. We're going to be putting Renekton somewhere.
This can be powerful if you play through mid and you like have the if you have the LeBlanc set up the chains, then the Lee Sin can follow up. But this only functions as a counter with jungle attention, so they need to make things happen mid. Bot lane, they're going to go for the Kate Lux, which into the Veigar. Veigar's not got a lot of pushing power early. This should be a pretty chill matchup for DK bot lane. But also another one that if you introduce some volatility can struggle. And the Rakan looking to come through, so... Honestly, DK have got a pretty long range comp. It's going to be hard to engage onto them because they have like the Kennen ult, they have, you know, Lux and Caitlyn traps can be problematic. Nongshim, I think, need to get the ball rolling early on this one.
And this is exactly what we asked for. Exactly what we asked for from DK. Because Thanatos, he can carry. Poolbay, he can carry. And Rahel and Loopy, they have a good lane matchup. And in lane, Rahel has actually been pretty good. It's outside of lane, getting anything done there that he's been atrocious at, right?
Yep.
So this is exactly what we expected DK to be doing from the very beginning of this series.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I feel like all three lane matchups are pretty fine. It's literally if that Lee Sin can make things happen mid and spread the influence. But like Lux traditionally into Rakan was like one of the old school hard counters that used to pick into it. Obviously things have changed a lot since then, but still it's not an easy matchup. You can actually interrupt his W dash with your Q and he just dies. He will just get 100-0'd in a trap after that. So Nongshim, work it out for them. Sounder needs to have a phenomenal game on Lee Sin. There's no other way to spin it. Otherwise DK might be answering back.
Absolutely. Nongshim will then have side selection, so it will be a very different looking game after that. Very excited to see how that one's going to go, but we do have to see whether DK have got their mental state in order, because this is a much better draft. But has the emotional damage already been done to this team? Because Nongshim have broken them before. And D+ here, there is so much pressure added to this, right? Because you're playing against Match1 against a team that beat you in the final last time around, and you chose them. You could have not chosen them.
You could have dodged it.
Yeah.
You could have dodged the matchup. You could have gone somewhere else. And the fact as well, you lost a game to the Neela, which seems like a small thing, but like you chose his opponent, you chose to leave the Neela open, and you lost that game. That's going to rest in your mind.
Yep,
that's going to bother you. It's going to annoy you.
There is a lot going on this series, and I just hope that we get to that silver scrapes. And here we are, getting ready. We're going to do first. Oh, that was well done. Look at this guy. He's never even heard the actual do before.
I'm learning on the fly.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely loved it. Anyway, here we are, onto the Rift. Already, Rahel taking a little bit of damage. Not too much. As now Mihail hanging out here. Ooh, Outback Renekton. Love to see it.
Yeah, I love these. I mean, maybe it's a shout out to you. Maybe he knows you're casting.
Yeah, I hope it is.
I feel like the jankier the skin,
oh, the better.
the better.
Yeah. Are you like a bobsled Corky player?
Oh.
As Poolbay is not going to get knocked up.
Oh, this is such
But the chain is going to connect. And he's going to have to flash.
Beautiful.
Wow, really
That's
well
it.
played by Nongshim.
That's it. That might actually be game. Like, it sounds an over-exaggeration. We said you had to attack mid. You've already burnt Poolbay's flash. He's already burning his health pots. This is actually really bad. First gank. I mean, if I'm Sounder, I'm coming mid lane. I'm like, that's where I'm going. That's my place to be.
Yeah. Nongshim as well. They get a ward into that brush, dodge the first Peacemaker, and they miss out on like everything in the first wave. So this is still a disaster. But they do keep their health bars rather high.
They need to be a bit more aggressive, though, because, yeah, I actually think in that situation, you should have zoned them off minion XP. They actually didn't zone them off. Because because the melee minions are worth so much more.
Yeah.
Bot lane, you need to get the full first wave and then 3 melee minions. But for each melee minion you miss, it's like 2 casters.
Yeah.
So if you miss...
Oh my god, Calyx is a beast! What is this? He's level 2! The last auto's not enough to get there, but Poolbay, he has to go home.
Yeah, he has to reset.
And there is no cannon. However, he's not going to be able to get the full crash here. So teleport should allow Poolbay not to miss out on too much. But man, Poolbay was the one guy holding himself together. And I think this early setback could be massive.
Yeah, he's gone refillable here, but he's already down TP. If they kill him, it's devastating. And now both junglers hovering down towards the bot side. I like this from Lucid. Protect your bot lane, because if you don't want them to get ganked right here and now.
Yep, and Sounder, full information of what's going on here. Lucid going to back away for the moment. As Nongshim, with the wave crashing towards them, they'll be absolutely fine. Just have to deal with these traps. Don't be baited by the cupcakes, and they'll be A-okay.
Pretty annoying. Consistent with mages, it's kind of hard to CS on a tower compared to an AD carry.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Veigar, where you really want to be queuing the minions, but sometimes you have to like queue them to get them to the right health, and you don't even get the stack. So, yeah, I feel like we're seeing positive in the top lane with this matchup for Thanatos. We're seeing positivity in the bot lane. It's just that mid lane, and Sounder, better be hiking yourself over there when you get the chance.
Yeah, we need to see him in mid. And I'd like to see him also try and help Mihail out, because if you become too gigantic as the Renekton, you can certainly do some things in the lane. But right now, it is just Sounder playing against Lucid here. Winter's Wrath going to come forward as Sounder going to lock that one down. Flash comes out from Lucid very early on here as well. And you're talking mid jungle, none of them have that flash now.
Yeah, and it just makes 2v2 so much harder. If you end up trying to cover for the Jace and you're both flashless, it'll be so easy to try and win that one out. What I am going to say, though, for Bulbay, he's held his minion wave in a really good spot this whole time because, he hasn't let it crash, he hasn't let it bounce back, so he has to overextend. He's just kind of been chilling under his tower, and they don't have the confidence to dive. It is now going to end up crashing. But, like, the longer you can keep it there and keep yourself safe, like, his flash, it's not that far away from being back up.
No, very happy about that whole situation. Kind of dodging a bullet is what it sort of feels like here. But in actuality, what they're doing is just getting them back to the original absolutely winning position that we were expecting them to be in this game, right? Like, it was always, this is a difficult draft for Nongshim to play out into what DK has. Because the amount of answers, not only in lane, but also as the game goes on, is kind of insane. As the chains are going to miss. Not going to find an electrocute proc just yet. As Bulbay is starting to feel better. Quarter of the way towards that flash being up and available once again.
And that was the window where Sounder was there to try and set something up. So now, electrocute comes through, but jungle is gone. So Bulbay, all he needs to do is crush this wave, go reset. He could even itemize a bit defensively. We've seen sometimes Jace's go like a Hex Drinker early if they're scared about LeBlanc one-shotting them. And then, maybe he doesn't even need to go that, but either way, he's going to feel a lot more comfortable after a face back, and he can kind of chill. Yep.
And then he can set up Shock Blast around Drakes and things like that and just have a really good time.
Press QE.
Yep.
Sometimes EQ.
Yeah, depends on what you're feeling.
Yeah,
I
depends
imagine.
on your vibe.
And how much vision is on you as well. Should be absolutely okay, though, as Double H moves on over, gets a control ward down, as Jiwoo avoids the light binding, not the Lucid Singularity. Peacemaker wasn't going to hit him.
This is one of the most annoying things about Lux, is I feel like her E is just so hard to dodge. Like, I feel like even Karma, like Karma Mantra Q can be tricky to dodge, but if you dodge it, you're like, oh, it's a 40-second cooldown,
I mean, Karma is basically yelling, I'm going to throw something at you, as she walks up, so it feels a little bit easier. As Event Horizon comes down, Double H in a bit of trouble here. Loopy just stands his ground. Peacemaker is going to miss, as now Lucid in the area. Sounder in position as well, though. Level 5 to level 4 actually might be huge here. As Double H moves on over, Jiwoo still able to get in here, pick up these minions. Doesn't get that one. Auto attack's pretty slow on good old Veigar, as these health bars are just getting melted.
Yeah, I mean, I like the decision, though. Lucid is there, and this is kind of like good jungle play. It's not necessarily about the ganks, right? It's still 0-0-0 Sejuani.
Oh dear. Oh. Man, that battle dance actually kind of clutch, as Lucid going to move on over yet again. And Jiwoo, I don't know whether he's going to be able to save himself from this one. Winter's Wrath going to connect, but Lucid still going to have to get out.
It's just supporting your bot lane, right? Again, the Sejuani's not getting much individually from this, but it's allowing your bot lane to play like psychopaths and go super deep, go super aggressive. And we're not even at 8 minutes, and that's nearly a 4th plate taken. This is going pretty rough for the bot lane of Nongshim.
This is exactly how you're supposed to play out a Caitlyn lane. It's not about the kills. It's about getting as much pressure as you can. Sounder moves towards that top lane. Thanatos is going to play defensively. And DK, welcome to the series. I don't think that we've seen the DK that we're expecting to see. They played the cleanest game of Challenger this year. They did. It was in the first week. It was in the first game that they played. It was one of the most beautifully played games of League of Legends that I'd seen. And we just haven't really seen that version of this team for a really long time.
And maybe this is a return.
It might be.
If you, I mean, 2-1 down in a series, that's a pretty good time. That's a pretty solid time to have a return, I would say.
I think like it's almost too late, but not. And
Just
sometimes
enough
it's just, oh, as we say that, the Caster Curse potentially comes in. But Rahel not going to take too much damage from a level 5 Viger, and so he's going to be all right. Look at Nongshim though, they're kind of feeling a little bit better, moving out away from their turret for a moment. As Chain comes in, good little use of the distortion. As Calyx is just kind of toying with Poolbay right now. Let's see whether Poolbay is going to survive. Control Ward in position as, great reaction. As Lucid throws in the ult and Calyx says, all right, I'll go back.
Yeah, no hamstring.
Double H, not sure. Peacemaker also, not sure. In fact, we're just not sure at all about what's going on down there.
And, wouldn't you know, Lucid is here again. No ultimate available, but is just showing up. And Sounder is on the other side of the map, so this could be a bad time to be existing for the Nongshim bot lane.
Could be. We'll see whether Jiwoo is going to utilize his cage effectively in order to stop this one from being a double kill. Oh, I don't know whether they were able to do that. And Sounder going to take about 15 years, but he does manage to collect the Rift Herald. DK moving on over. We'll be able to take out an Infernal Drake. Actually a fantastic just solo Drake.
Yep.
As this could be massive if this dive works. It is an optimistic one at best.
Yeah, it's not enough minions. And Thanatos, I think, I mean, you know, because the Herald's been taken, but kind of senses it, doesn't let the minions even touch the tower, has ult as well. They can't die without minions, so... Yeah, I think DK honestly happy with this trade-off, the Herald for the Dragon. It was a fantastic Dragon, as you said, to get early, and they're just continuing this bot lane pressure. They can get the tower pretty soon, and I feel like the value of the Herald is significantly diminished if like the enemy team's already taken first tower.
Yeah. And that is getting closer and closer. Right now, Jiwoo and Double H going for a little bit of a back.
Oh, this is so sad, by the way. Thanatos, look at the cull. Look.
Oh, no.
One more! Oh, and he has to... Oh, it's so...
Oh, no, he saw it. He saw it, and he's like, nah.
But he has to stay! And he's like, oh, no, I wanted to reset, but I have to stay. Oh.
He's just going to hold the wave, man. Yeah. It's fine.
Screw
Get that
man.
cull. Look at that. 911 gold in the lead.
Yep.
And currently has 3.7k.
Yep. I respect that,
Is that
honestly.
a full dash cannon? Does it go back into... Yeah, there it is. Yeah, dash cannon, done.
Yeah, that's a... Oh.
And boots.
Jiwoo.
Well, Jiwoo, dead? Nah, he's gay.
He's fine.
He's well, not fine, but he's alive.
I feel like, you know, how beat up would you be at that level of HP, like a person? Like, you'd be seeing...
Very beat up.
You say okay, but like, is that like legs and arms broken?
Yeah, I think so.
You'd be pretty...
Apparently, like...
Definitely hospitalized.
Yeah, but you need to... It needs to not be terminal or permanent. You know? So like, it has to be like a broken leg that is healable.
That
like,
kind of
it's not like
I feel
removal of arms and legs and stuff. Because
like,
you can't just go back to
yeah,
base and they like tie on a new leg.
I mean...
Unless everyone's an android.
Maybe. I mean, that's for sure true. And there is also magic, so maybe that explains it. But also, like, I feel like, you know those times where, like, you step on a Lego and you twist your knee a bit and you still feel it, like, 7 years later. I feel like it's hard to know what is permanent and what isn't permanent.
But also, is that emotional? Or is that like your psyche that's telling you that, like, remember that time you stepped on that Lego? Because I think a lot of, like, there's got to be something to be said about phantom pain like that. As Sounder is getting surrounded, guys. He is not having a very good time. Life Binding, not going to connect, but the Q does. Oh, I don't know about that one. He's still dead. And that is going to be first blood going to Lux.
Of all the people there, right? So Caitlyn ult coming in. There's a Kennen there who's got a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And Loopy's like, you know, this is matching. I don't know if people went here early in the series. Double H stole, categorically stole a kill. No other way to spin it. And this feels like the answer back.
Yeah, that did happen. All right, we do have the quickness coming in. That's a decent knock-up onto Rahel, but he's just going to stand his ground. It's going to be A-OK. Mahal, using his teleport to get in here is actually a lot expended for not a whole lot of gain. A lot of defensive action being taken here from Nongshim.
I think it's kind of telling that Rahel hasn't even gone cleanse. because there's just so little threat, right? Until you get later in the game and there's like some AP built up. Even if you land like the W onto Rahel, even if you land the ult, it's hard to find the damage to 100 to 0, and it just feels like Kate Lux have permanently had the pressure as a result.
Yeah, and that is continuing to be the case. DK moving towards the top outer turret to continue the wrath of the Caitlyn. 1 minute until those plates go down, wanting to grab a few more of them. Just, you know, building up that bank account with all these structures.
Yeah, and Lucid again. I mean, if you're playing Kate Lux, this is how a jungler should play. I feel like we've had a lot of Kate Luxes across different leagues where it's like, oh, we have a Kate Lux?
Yeah,
leave
it on an island.
Leave it on an island. Whereas this is what you want to do, shadow it, so they can just push, take plates, push, take plates. And Sounder hasn't really been able to interrupt this.
Nope. And he's still not going to. I mean, this whole turret is just going to be taken down. That is a third plate taken away. See whether they get another one on this particular push. They might be able to. Gale Force is done here for Rahel. He's pretty large. But instead, prioritizes the minions, and another wave is just going to crash. So that should just be the turret dead. 2.3k.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And did no Cull bought, right? That was Cullless, right?
Cullless, indeed.
Cullless. Whereas Thanatos even won a Cull, so like, you know, kind of cheating to get that advantage. Oh no, there was a Cull. Okay, Rahel did have a Cull.
Oh, he did. Never mind.
Cull abuses?
Yeah.
Man.
Just Cull abuses here.
Shaking my head.
Yeah. SMH my head.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's a big sword picked up by Rahel as well. And I feel like the momentum's just really gone on the favor. It's like over 3,000 gold lead.
Yep.
This
and
is kind of what you want to be.
14 minutes, like that's
early.
That's an absurd lead at this stage of the game. Calyx misses the chain, but I don't think we can really count Calyx out for how he's been playing this game, outside of just going back to that. Does soak a couple of ultimates. Something to be said for that. As Sounder hits Q, isn't going to go in. And Drake's going to be up in 1 second. As Poolbay is going to face check a Jace and possibly just die. Event Horizon goes down. And he flashes over. There's a flash that can't be followed. And so he is going to survive, but at what cost?
Yeah, trade of flashes. It does give DK really heavy priority towards his mid lanes. They can take the tower. And if you look, Nongshim with full move to defend. Tower's gone.
Oh, Jiwoo also might be gone.
Yeah,
he's at least out of the lane. As Calyx is going to dive forward and just takes a lot of damage. So that is the entire outer ring pre-15 minutes.
Oh, wait, that top one's still alive, right?
All right, sorry, never mind.
Slightly,
yeah.
But not.
It's limping along.
I think Poolbay is going to make quick work of that. And the thing is, Dragon's up, so with this mid priority here, DK can just easily take this. 2 Dragons in, hopefully they get a good soul for their sake, because I mean, these are good early Dragons to get, right? The stats they give is nice, but you hate it when you get 2 early Dragons and it's a Chemtech Dragon.
I mean, I don't think the soul actually matters. And to be honest, like the next 2 Drakes, are we even going to get there? I feel like DK should be able to just push forward and continue relentlessly shoving down.
Yeah, it
Drake's
does feel like
an afterthought.
if it's a good soul.
Oh, it is a good soul. So we got a really good soul.
Juicy. Cloud. Cloud and Cannon kind of slaps.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Press R, go fast. Rahel presses R, gets that snipe, and then has sick movement speed afterwards.
And also something I will say, when your composition already struggles from getting out range, kind of feels bad when everyone permanently has 15% movement speed.
Yeah.
Not a fun time. When you're trying to run at them on Veigar and slam the cage and they just run out.
Yeah. It's a bad time. And D+, I find it kind of baffling that they weren't able to do something like this in one of the 3 prior games. Because now it is rough, right? Because they move themselves to a position where they don't have side selection. That's what you get by being in the upper side, right? Like this is DK that had 3rd place here in Challenger. And so they had side selection and their choice of opposition. This is about as good as it gets for the first round.
Yep. And it's... Oh. Calyx may be looking for something here.
Well, Loopy could be in trouble. Calyx dives on over. The baby cage not doing too much as Jiwoo has to cleanse almost immediately. Double H has a battle dance, I believe. As Thanatos goes in and doesn't really find much with the ult. Slice gets Mihail out of there. Sound a nice disengage kick. And Nongshim, they're saying no to the violence.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird one. I'm going to be honest, the Thanatos ult was a bit too late. And it was kind of like, okay, you hit the Lee Sin and the Renekton, who both have Merc Treads. And probably at least one of them is like Legend Tenacity. So optimistic.
Yeah. Doesn't have any Chemtech Drakes, though.
True. Not as much tenacity.
Yeah. See?
Not as tenacious as they could be.
Yeah, not the Legends tenacious like you were talking about.
Yeah. Tenacious.
Yeah. No, we don't have any Tenacious D in this game right now. As, okay, some disengage being employed. As Nongshim going to go try and lick their wounds. 4,000 gold is the advantage for D+ Kia. Hasn't extended by that much all that recently, but they are still in a phenomenal place in this game.
Yep. And I think typically it starts to get trickier when you broke the T1 towers, because T1 towers, you know, teams can often do a lot of work to hold on to like mid,
Yep.
but generally speaking, they're easy to take. Tier 2 towers, a bit trickier. If you don't have a Herald, you have to do, you know, some smart macro to get it. And then it's Tier 3s that you kind of want in a Baron or like a Fiora.
Yeah.
If you want to break them, or like a team fight win. So
I think with Caitlyn kind of changes the equation a little bit just with her massive range. Her ability to siege is just nuts. Traps as well.
True.
All of those like conversations about how hard it is to take turrets, 100% agree. Unless
Kate does
Caitlyn.
make it easier, yeah. I think what they should do though is like you push the mid wave in, and then you kind of like cut across the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
When there are waves coming in, you just like no, this is our jungle.
And just do the 4-1.
Yeah, and then you rotate it over and you get that bot lane. That's a very viable thing to do. We'll see if they try and set up. But to be honest, I think DK might just be like, let's just farm and wait until Dragon.
Or just kill them all.
Yeah.
Fight for a Baron.
The challenges
in a
way.
minute.
Yeah. Oh, we're waiting for Baron's up. Tana, just start it up.
Yeah.
Give it a go. Have Thanatos on the flank.
The best team in the world does that.
Yeah.
It must be the right way to play the game.
They are rather good at that though.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's a lot of don't try this at home type stuff. As Rahel, very lucky to get out of that cage. But I don't know whether he would have necessarily died. He's got his Bloodthirster and Gale Force now completed. Just needs an IE to be feeling absolutely fantastic as a mid-game Caitlyn. Loopy, not in a great position to... Oh, speaking of not great positions, as there's quickness and a grand entrance, and Mihail is going to just come in, stun up the cannon, grab himself the kill. Also tanking the turret nicely for his team as D+ moving down. We'll see whether they can actually cut them off. There's not a lot of damage in this duo, but what they're doing is keeping them in position. The rest of the cavalry are on their way. And the Renekton gets himself out, immediately committing to the double teleports. And in goes Sounder. Can they actually win a team fight here, though, is the question, as Jiwoo comes down. And Drake is up in 35 seconds. There is nothing here for anyone to fight over just yet.
I honestly think DK made the right call because they forced a double TP. Like the initial play, great from Nongshim. The timing was right. Baron hadn't spawned yet, so you could afford to go bot. But then DK aggressed a bit. You get both the TPs, and bear in mind, like Calyx had to reset immediately after. He wasn't like ready to fight. He just TP'd down to scare them off. So now they have control over the Dragon area. They have this Herald down mid. And Jiwoo might be in trouble.
He cleansed the nothing, just giving respect to Lucid for throwing the ultimate, even though he missed. And, oh dear. Primordial Burst used on a Sejuani. It's not really what you want. It's Calyx. Ooh, getting over the wall, but not able to find Lucid. And Lucid doesn't actually have a Warmogs complete just yet, as Thanatos is going to find a Crocodile lying in the brush. Stun comes in. He doesn't have his Slicing Maelstrom available just yet, but it is coming up pretty soon. Mihail gets through the minion wave, gets towards the other side, and slinks into Fog of War. But tail between their legs on the side of Nongshim. DK still in full control, and they'll grab themselves Soul Point here.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where Nongshim, building those TPs, are scared, like, oh, if they kill them, maybe they get Baron, maybe they get more. But by building the TPs and like giving up a ton of pressure, then DK could just push in mid. And Jiwoo didn't give enough respect, loses both sums and dies, and Dragon goes over anyway. So DK been kind of a low-kill game, but you can see in the numbers, they are, I mean, particularly that Caitlyn is so far ahead.
Yeah. Nongshim probably know that the Caitlyn is a lot of the gold. Maybe the copium is, if we just kill the Kate, we'll be okay. But I don't know whether they'll be okay, guys. I just don't think that is that is a thing that's all that likely.
Especially because Rahel has both sums and a Bloodthirster, and Gale Force is coming up soon.
Yeah.
Not easy. Not easy.
I think I might be allergic to it. I just sneezed.
You're allergic to Bloodthirster?
Allergic to Caitlyn's being this fed in my League of Legends.
You know, I think a lot of people experience that. You know when she just like headshots you for 1,000,000 damage?
Yeah, it makes me feel unwell. It's not great. Remember when lethality Caitlyn was the thing for a while?
Oh,
they didn't even need to be fed.
Oh, no, just ult you and just like,
it's
like cool. I hate poke so much because it's like you just fire a skill shot that's on like often on not that long a cooldown, and it's hard to dodge. And it's like, great, you hit me. Like you know you'd lose a team fight, but you're just firing these stupid skill shots, or sometimes not even a skill shot, and you're just chunking me out. It's like, great, congratulations. You must be so proud of yourself.
Yeah.
And they are. You know, every time, like, ooh, look how much damage
Yeah,
that did.
look at how good I am. I hit my ability that says skill at the start of it.
Oh, I hit my Jay's QE. It's not like it's on like a 12-second cooldown. I can just fire them off instantly because I have a mirror mana, which gives me infinite mana. It's like, yeah, great.
Yeah,
well
congrats.
played.
Well, molding aside, we'll see whether Nongshim can fashion themselves some sort of fight where good things will happen. My immediate thought is the best way to do that is by allowing your Nexus to tactically be taken down and then denying this composition in the next game.
Yep. You give the Nexus over and you go to the next game sooner. Yeah, I think that might be before your mental gets more damaged. But maybe
Speaking
just go
of damaged mental, Chronicler has a question. He was wondering whether you have a separate account just to play Ziggs.
I do. You know what it's called?
Yeah.
It's called Zogs.
Zogs?
And I play Pool Party Ziggs. You know the goggles brand?
Hey,
Zogs?
yeah. I used to own Zogs.
Yeah, same.
Heck
same.
yeah.
And I just thought that was so great. And I love Ziggs, so I was like, I'm going to play it.
Ziggs and Zogs.
Yeah. It's great.
And as play-by-play casters, Valdez and I very much like saying Ziggs and Zags whenever Belveth is played, so I'm Ziggs and Zogs.
Plus, the Pool Party
Feels really good.
is so fun. Like the noise they make when they run through the minefield.
The noise they make when you're throwing poke abilities that don't have any counterplay.
Oh, something's happening on the screen.
Yeah, you're part of the problem, by the way. I think that might have been what Chronicler was alluding to.
I am going to choose to ignore what chat is saying. I don't care if that person had a sword next to their name. I'm not going to read it.
Yeah, it's a good way to be. As Thanatos might die, Mihail presses his ultimate button, but oh man, Thanatos is just outplaying him. Calyx is dead, and Mihail possibly stunned up. Thanatos going to take matters into his own hands. That's a lot of fury, and so you're not going to be able to get the double. But man, that outplay was so sick.
That was so good. You need an AD LeBlanc there, just sitting on the tower auto-attacking.
I know.
Didn't have the damage.
Nope. And now, Sounder is looking for access. He does get in. Oh, he gets in! Seals it! And he gets out? Wait, what? No, you're not allowed to get out. You're not allowed to get out after that steal. Sounder, you go back. You go back. You go back to that Baron pit. They deserve this kill.
They're going to get it. They're going to get it.
He's moving in. Oh, gives him the thumbs up. He's very dead. There we go. Even leaves the blast cone there.
You have to make the blood sacrifice, right?
That is true. That is true.
I mean, this should have been DK having the game in the bag. Ult comes in. A lot of the burst used. And then here, you know, Calyx just kind of auto-attacking, gets stunned. And then the flash to dodge a W. So well played.
So sick.
And here, it's like, okay, our top laner just won a 1v2. All we have to do is press smite on the Baron.
Yeah.
And you know what they didn't able to do? They didn't do. They couldn't do.
Well, also it's like
I
get
mean, Santa
vision
played this so well.
outside of the pit.
Yeah. But like Q's in, like ult comes in, and he buffers it by dashing in.
Oh, I think the trap was put down.
And then smite, yeah.
Oh man, really sick.
And nearly got away. Nearly got away. And now we have Dragon in 20 seconds.
Oh, it's another game where the kill score is 4-1. That was the last game as well.
Neat.
Huh. Oh, how the more things change, the more they stay the same, old boy.
Very true. Quite so.
Yeah, quite. Well, Calyx going to regroup with the rest of his team. Sounder flanking for days. That's Bull Babe. We're going to come on over and get rid of his opposite number here.
Wait,
Sounder has already started the streak.
He's like, guys, I'm doing it.
Yeah. And those people do have Baron, so that is certainly a reason why they have some control. But Lucid's just going to move on in. Double H stuck in CC Purgatory as Sounder dives on forward. Oh, that's an ultimate, but only onto Mihail as Thanatos getting taken down. There is the ult, but it's traded for 3. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage here as Jiwoo booped over the wall. Jiwoo gets into the brush, does avoid a whole bunch of buttons, but he's still dead, guys. And Calyx being a little bit frustrating, and that is going to be Cloud Soul going over to D+ Kia, and the game along with it, you would assume.
Yeah, that damage dealt by the Caitlyn, quite monstrous, but also, Thanatos' ult didn't really look like it was hit anyone but the Renekton, or the Lee, I think, and then Double H dashed into it and just got shredded, and did not look like a fun time, but DK get the soul, get the extra little movement speed, and on the cannon with the ult, you're going to be zooming.
Yep.
Look at the replay. So yeah, initially, fight starts. They don't just go for the dragon finish. The engage comes in, but I think... I'm not sure what stops Sander from following through, but here... Yeah, Double H is like, I'll just go in. Dies, and then Gio is left alone like, oh lord. And has already used his ult to finish off the cannon, so there's no way you're killing this Jace, who's somewhat tanky considering he is built full damage.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this was a pretty muted Viger as well. As Double H, yeah,
Goodbye.
probably he's reminiscing on that time in the draft where he said Rakan will be fine. And he's thinking to himself, perhaps other choices could have been made in this scenario.
How could he have known that Rakan is countered by Lux?
Yeah, I know exactly. And how would he know that DK locked it in? I mean, he locked it R5. Like, everything's a mystery.
I feel like Game 4 of a, playoff series when you're in the single limb stage is definitely the time to test matchups. It's a learning phase.
Yeah, no, I agree. 100%. That is going to be a turret going down in the bottom lane. There we go. Second in the game for Nongshim. In the meantime, though, Caitlyn getting to work, doing what she does best, shooting things. One of them going to be this inhibitor is going to be taken out. So yes, they lost to Baron. Did not really matter whatsoever here, as DK so far ahead. Currently 8,000 gold, and now 303 on this Caitlyn as well.
Yeah,
moving towards Rapid Fire Cannon to be the next one, I believe. And Calyx, oh dear, taking a lot of damage. Nongshim, just standing around means that you kind of just die, which is sad. The inhibitor definitely dead, but now maybe the Nexus.
And the problem is, right, Jiwoo puts the cage down and everyone just like stands on the other side of it and just still hits you. I mean, this is kind of the problem we have with this composition. The range discrepancy is quite a thing.
It is, and it was pretty face up. They do now have the opportunity in 3 minutes' time of getting Exodia before they decide to take down the Nexus. I don't know whether the Nexus will survive long enough for that to be a thing.
I also think, we've seen, I think everyone has seen a recent moment, which I won't specifically mention, where starting an Elder can be a complete throw.
There's
the game's
no
in your control.
Ezreal in the game.
True.
So it might be
no
easier
Ashe?
to not be distracted.
Ashe was the one who...
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But I
We
think
don't have the kill
ultimately,
secure.
in situations like this, what DK should do is they should posture around the Elder Dragon, but just use it to bait the enemy team into a fight outside their base. And then don't get it low enough that it becomes a flip. Like, if you're confident you're the stronger team, which they should be, they're so far ahead, just fight.
No, that's a weird thing to do.
Just
I don't
fight.
know why you'd say things like that.
It's crazy. It's crazy, especially since, like, I feel like sometimes it's hard to stop teams from fighting. They can't resist. And that's the moment where it's like, no, just fight. Just go.
This is, listen to your instincts, you know? As you taking a shock blast there. Not too worried about it. Does actually manage to get to a death cap. Kind of crazy. Whoa! Okay, Thanatos just explodes the Burst Mage, and oh dearie me. Oh man, okay, so Calyx is going to be alright. Shock Blast does not connect,
Again,
but he's still home.
Gonna be alright is a strong team.
Well, he's not dead. He's going to go back and get that arm reattached, or something like that, and the leg, and the other leg, and the other arm. And then teleport back here. He's a glutton for punishment, I guess. Let's see whether Sounder can do it again, guys. All right, in we go. There's a kick onto Lucid. Event Horizon is down. Can they get a kill before everyone dies? Because here comes Thanatos. Just destroys the Viger. Mihail down extraordinarily low as Rahel has had enough of this. And DK, they don't need to waste their time with no Baron. They should be able to just go and win the game.
Perfect play. I mean, DK bait them in with a Baron. They try and opt in. Thanatos gets a mega ult. And then Rahel right-clicks several times.
Oh, yeah.
That's how we do it.
He may not have even done that. He may have just A-clicked an area in the river.
Oh, man, that kind of destroys my faith, right? I make assumptions that right-clicking is being done, but...
Yeah, maybe it wasn't.
How are we supposed to know?
Yeah, you never know. He could have just been attack moving at the enemy, and it would have been good enough as the Nexus goes down, and we are going to Silver Scrapes for our first series in the playoffs here for Challenger Korea. Absolutely amazing stuff. DK finally playing to the potential that we knew that they had in them, and having a fantastic game. And I don't know, like, after a loss like that, I mean, what is the answer? Like, look at this damage.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
I feel like this is a difficult one because look, Nongshim, because they defeated DK earlier when they were on red side, they get side selection in game 5, which
I'm
we.
vote for Thanatos for you, by the way.
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't talking to the microphone.
Go ahead. Yeah, I feel like they're gonna have side selection in game 5, which is obviously an advantage. But DK finally showed their form and just bodied them. So it's like on one side we have the momentum, on the other side we have the advantage of blue side.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to call who's going to come out ahead in this game 5. By the way, this series has really been in for the long haul, and anyone watching knows that they got their money's worth. People who bought tickets, you know, went down to the local cinema to watch this. They're
Absolutely.
like, this was worth it. I paid like $15 for the popcorn. I ate it before the
And
adverts
also, like,
even started, and it was worth.
And also, if Orcs is your favorite commentator and you've just been denied him for the entirety of 2023,
True.
like, this is where you get your value. Like, finally, he's here and we get our maximum money's worth, our maximum Orcs' worth.
Yeah, I
Know
mean,
what I'm
I have literally tripled the amount of casting I've done this year in this series.
Whoa. Mind-blowing to even think about. We could even go further beyond.
It could be another
As in
level.
fact, there is going to be another game. So
but then
perhaps we'll get there.
we can't go further than that.
No, we can't.
That's
no,
the limit.
it's,
Yeah.
unless there's a tiebreaker, or unless we've got like a remake.
Oh, unless we just
Ooh.
why do we do it like you know like table tennis where it's like you have to get a 2-point lead?
Yeah,
And
there we go.
We keep going and going and going.
Is this a surprise?
No, I don't think so. Especially since you helped me with the vote.
I voted for you.
Yeah, I mean he had the bang on 1v2. He had some pretty fantastic plays in the ult, like in the team fights. Like there was a one where he killed Double H kind of accidentally.
Yeah.
But the last one was very deliberate. And
It was.
He kind of just made it everyone.
It was really well played. I also think that the way Nongshim wanted to get back into the game was by trying to punish him, and he never put himself into a position where he was able to be punished.
No.
He was really, really well done.
And the thing is, I feel like Nongshim were kind of approaching some of these situations in the correct way, right? Like sending 2 members with TP bot to kill the site. That is objectively a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a smart play. Unfortunately, Thanatos just gapped you, skill issue.
Well, and a money issue.
That too.
Because the beginning of the game, like with a composition like this played decently well, you just trash your lanes.
Yeah.
All the way.
If you have a Fed LeBlanc, I feel like she just one-shots everyone.
That's true. That's true.
But they didn't.
Yeah.
Fed LeBlanc, so.
And they had an angle, right? Getting that flash in the early game?
Yeah, they didn't
that
do
was,
it. They didn't
that
do
was the
anything
way
about
to get
it.
there.
I remember at that time, I both said, and everyone in Twitch chat was like, oh, it's over, game over, done, 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 it's done, it's GG, and then...
I mean, it's what I would have expected from the D+ that we were seeing play prior to this game. Because they just weren't, the ruthlessness wasn't quite there. In this game, it is back. And we'll see whether they can make it a thing as we head towards game number 5.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger Korea. It is 2023, and it is spring. This is not a rebroadcast. I repeat, we are now in real time. And it is Game 5 between D plus Kia and Nongshim. Both of these squads coming down to the wire in the last game. The last game was it was a game that was played by both of the teams. One of them having champions that could shoot people from further away than the other team.
That's very true. I feel like one team really got to play the game, and one team somewhat got to kind of play the game.
Yeah,
And
a little bit of playing the game happened.
That was a distinction. We said, Nongshim had to go hard from minute 1, and they did, but then they stopped by minute 2, where they didn't really do anything about the Jace.
Yeah, the level 1,
great,
nailed it.
Yeah,
everything was really good there, but
they kind of all fell apart from there.
Yeah, it wasn't great. So if we could just play the first minute, then we could be going home right now.
They should have
just
just
not the case.
Stop the clock.
Yep, it's not how it's done. But game number 5, I think we all saw this coming, and we'll have to see whether Nongshim can do it once again. They did it in the Challenger final against D plus Kia last year. It happened the very last time these two teams met in 2022. That was the outcome. Nongshim have selected the blue side, and we have a beautiful surprise for you. Yeah, hey, we just met him, and this is crazy.
So here's my number.
And Call Me maybe gets subbed in this game.
He maybe gets subbed in?
Maybe. Well, he does. He does.
Oh, okay,
He's here. There he is. That's him. He got subbed in this game. The Carly Rae Jepsen fan himself is now in the mid lane. And this, it seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Because this is putting LCK talent that was undefeated up until he faced off against Faker. And he's allowed to play in Challenger. Is that not nuts? Is that not insane? Like, why?
It's pretty nuts.
Like, why wouldn't you just then sub in Deft? Like, why don't we just have sub in Deft happening?
I do want to say, I do think there's rules about how many games you can play in one or the other, isn't there?
I have no idea. But I think there
whatever.
are.
Whatever. Anyway,
I don't think it's legal to put Deft in yet.
I do want to say, Calyx had a pretty good series. I think he played really well. Young player, a lot of hype. I don't think this is like, okay, you did wrong, we're subbing you out. This is just Call Me's going to come in and clean out the series. But Calyx, great job.
Yep.
And now Call Me stepping in, and I'm assuming a lot of people in the chat did catch his debut in the LCK, but for those who didn't, his first series was pretty banging against Brion. He didn't die once in the whole series. Game 1, got the Pog. Game 2, didn't get the Pog, but had some pretty Pog performance. Next time they played was against T1, and that went as you'd expect. I don't think he was bad, but it's like you're against T1, right?
Yeah.
But, obviously coming in here, and this may be the boost they need. They're on the right side now, which is blue side. And yeah, they did
It's
just
the left
get...
side.
Oh, I'm in correct side. My apologies.
Yeah.
DK
Dahlia has a good point, though. We can't sub in Deft. It's not due to the rules. The rules state that you can actually sub. He just can't play in the actual playoffs.
Oh, okay.
Where they're in a very similar position to this in the LCK playoffs, which is kind of interesting. The Cannon going to be banned away. The Heimerdinger continuing to be banned away.
The trick is not to get in playoffs in LCK so that you can use playoff.
So actually, the reason why DK... Wait, what happens if you just get knocked out of playoffs? Like, why aren't Nongshim just playing their LCK team?
I know too little about
I don't understand
rules.
either.
We're horribly misinformed, so let's just... Oh, look, they're banning more supports. As you can see, they banned 5 support champions again.
Yeah.
If anyone who hasn't tuned in, they've been banning support champions.
10 support champions banned the entire
Every game.
series.
Yeah. Neela is a very weird support, but still can be played support, so that's 6 support champions once again.
Yeah, you just... I mean, you still farm as support on Neela, but you just have a center, like the AD carry plays center.
Imagine your AD carries are autoing each other, and you W and stand on them.
Yeah.
Can't be auto.
Exactly.
It's like better brawn.
No, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's incredible defensive play. Not going to be available this game, though, as Nongshim first pick Viger.
And this is kind of weird, because notice there's no AD carries banned here. Varus, Kate, Ashe, all available, which we've kind of seen a lot of them banned out.
And for that reason, I kind of like the... Well, I don't like Vigo when you can just once again pick the same champions one more time.
Wait, did they just flip sides and this is the same?
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Uh,
Identical draft arena situation. No Kennen,
Oh!
and the Varus is available, so they're going to
Varus
pick
has
that.
range. Yeah, Varus,
Yeah,
a somewhat ranged champion.
indeed.
That's pretty good. I like that. And now we see what DK go with. They could actually go for like the Renekton here if they really wanted to. If they want to go hard on the top side. But it would mean they're lacking AP a bit. So maybe they don't go towards that. Maybe they just pick an AD carry to the match. Because if you want to take like the Kate or something, kind of has to be now. Or the Ashe yourselves.
Zeri.
Gonna go for the Zeri. See, I'm not a huge fan because you can't get the good Zeri pairings because you'll get banned. And also, you're going to get outranged and poked. But this is clearly having some confidence in Rahel.
Yeah, and Rahel's also just like performed amazingly well on Zeri so far. 0 and 2 thus far in the match with the Zeri
fact
pickup.
They banned Rakan as well, so a lot of people have been pairing Rakan with Zeri. It's quite a popular one. So Rakan's gone, Lulu's gone. You're really struggling on the old Zeri pairings, and I feel like Zeri is a much more support-dependent champion than Varus is kind of sticking with whoever, who doesn't really care.
And can choose a build based on what his support is going to do as well,
Yeah.
as they ban the Lulu and then decide that eliminating some pull bait choices is the way to go. Pull bait is going to just be playing the Jace this game, by the looks of things. They are also pretty keen on physical damage. Damaging physically is what we want to do. What I want Mihail to do is pick just a huge, mega tanky
Beefcake.
guy to build as much armor as possible and just be really happy in that scenario.
Yeah, I honestly agree with that. I feel like Wukong can be quite tanky. Even in the Veigar, you know, he's able to build tank items because he got so much AP, so you can really
Attack damage.
attack damage, yeah.
Yeah, give him some of that attack damage.
Jack's pretty bulky champ, so not the super tank we're thinking of, but
You
can get a lot
fit
of...
a Thornmail into that build.
And he gets a ton of armor with his ult, so, you know.
Kind of okay with it.
Kinda fine.
Wukong as well naturally has a lot of tankiness, and this is what we've been calling for. It is going to be the Lethality Varus paired alongside the Karma. Shoutouts to good old Wolf getting exactly what he wants. He's like, Prage, please, please, please. And the answer is yes.
should be.
Well, I don't think you don't...
Because they went on here before. It should be.
Yeah, it should be. We do have Loopy's Blitzcrank, and Loopy is a notable Blitzcrankist.
Known cranker.
A known cranker, exactly. Crank Yankers. Did you watch that show back in the day?
That show does not sound like something I'd be allowed to watch.
Do you know what it was? It was about
I'm sure
prank calls being reenacted with Muppets.
Oh, that's a lot more tame than...
It was a very strange show. It was on late at night on SBS in Australia. Let me know in the chat if you guys remember what that is. Leona is going to be picked up though, so it's not even the Blitzcrank.
Here's the problem I have with this situation. Leona, compared to like a Blitzcrank or a Nord, it's quite a bit shorter range with her like pre-6.
Yeah.
Her E engage is quite a lot shorter. So I really think it's going to be very hard for Jiwoo or Double H to really be in a position to capitalize on unless they mess up or Lucid is there. And Lucid did a great job of playing on his bot lane last game. If sound of matches, I think the bot lane matchup might be a bit of a rough one. But DK, they like to play on the top side, and they've got decent matchups there.
Yeah, I actually think that this is one of the most balanced drafts that we've seen so far this series. And in a Game 5, is that not the time that you want to see a more balanced draft?
Yes, that is exactly when we want to see it. But, you know, I'm going to be honest, Game 4 was like we knew who was going to win. Kind of for the start. I don't know with this one. I think even though obviously there's a lot of AD damage on DK, not just percentage HP magic, Zeri has a decent amount of magic, you know, it's not much and it will become a problem later on. But I think realistically, a lot of Nongshim aren't building that much armor early on. So I think it might not matter until it's too late.
The thing that I find really interesting is the fact that Nongshim probably just all want to build steel caps this game. Outside of some lucidity boots and stuff. And it means that Glacial Prison CC and Leona's CC.
Oh, so you know what they need?
Oh.
They need a Chemtech
Dragon. A Chemtech Soul?
to give them tenacity.
Oh my goodness.
Increase
Orcs
their
might be
tenaciousness.
coming to the rescue?
I'm focusing my power. I'm willing it.
I'm trying not to focus my power. I'm going to do that while we rock out. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. And for your first time ever, not only casting with me, but on the Challenger broadcast, I think you've done very, very well.
Thank you.
5 games. You had a fair bit of practice this time around.
This was a big stress, and I do want to say something.
What's up?
Call me rocking the Leprechaun Veigar. Which
It is.
He did play on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, he did.
In the LCK.
It's in fact the skin that he's used every single time. Also played it a couple of days after St. Patrick's Day as well, up against Baker.
It does make me think, should he have just played on... Would it have been better to play it just on St. Patrick's Day and then switch off? That would have felt like it was a call-out.
True.
You know?
Oh. Oh. Oh.
What was that? Did they see it?
They didn't see. The pet doesn't actually show up.
Yeah, and unfortunately no one was just randomly watching that small area of the map.
Oh, once again. Unaware.
They don't know. They don't know.
Sneaky.
Oh,
all right. And
why did
Karma starts
wait.
yelling.
Why did Loopy go bone playing? You're into a poke lane. Go second wind. Please.
Just wanted the bones to be
Your
plated.
bones will be fine. Drink some milk.
You know all about drinking milk. Goes to a coffee shop, orders a milk.
Hey, that's
First
good
time
milk.
I've ever seen it.
Bone strength. That's what I'm going for. I don't need bone plating. I drink milk.
I just want calcium.
Look at Loopy right now. You think Loopy's feeling happy about the bone plating decision?
Well, I mean, could have ordered a glass of milk. Didn't. Obviously got an iced Americano, which is what everyone gets here in Korea.
Because Loopy had bone plating, that mind controlled Double H to miss that mantra Q. So it's actually working out pretty well.
Well, Lucid back on a champion that has a very high win rate for him, 6-2, on the Sejuani, and walks over a ward. So moving towards his bottom side, and just going to wander around a little bit, as we can see. Observers were like, we're confused about his pathing, so we're just going to move away towards his bottom side. Maybe check out Sounder and what he's doing, as he notices that, yeah, Lucid doesn't have very many camps. Oh, did he escape the vision? He did.
Uh-oh.
This is beautifully played, and look at this. The Wukong. Oh, okay, no, that was a DK ping. And Nongshim, I think they have a bit of an inkling.
You gotta go look, you gotta go check. No.
All right. Oh, they sensed it. Man, actually really cool. As Poolbay is gonna have to flash, and the flash immediately follows as well. Baleful Strike, and that is some dark matter from the sky. First blood for Colmy.
And Colmy's like, yeah, I'm an LCK player now.
Exactly.
As in, I call my jungler over.
Oh, no! It's like you demand he flashes in your lane so that you get the kills.
Yeah.
As meanwhile, in bottom lane, we've got Loopy going in.
You know, if I was Poolbay, I'd be an old child, but like, call me more like call your jungler. Call that a 1v1.
As Lucid's going to steal away a red buff. That is good news. No blues, but does manage to grab himself the red. And we're going to check this out one more time. Poolbay goes in at the exact wrong time.
To be fair, Colmy does a pretty good job of hitting a lot of stuff. And yeah, gets the Q there, and then it looks like the Dark Matter wasn't actually going to hit at the end, but he does connect. So played it well, and if you're ahead in Veigar, that is generally seen as problematic for the enemy team. Yeah.
In fact, when someone on the opposing side is ahead, it is often a negative,
generally speaking,
for the other side.
Well, that's good. I'm learning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate you you letting us know though, because I think it's not something that we discuss enough.
Yeah, I think it's rarely brought up.
Yeah.
And I think it's good with cracking down on that.
Yeah. And also milk consumption. You know, got to make sure that people are aware that you got to do that more often.
Yep.
It means the Nongshim are now ahead by a decent margin, as we can see, as Colmy places a event horizon for he wants to.
Yeah.
That is his reasoning. And with that on cooldown, it means that Poolbay can move in. Double H is going to move over. And Poolbay's like, get the heck out of my lane. He puts him on a leash, and look at Double H. He's like, I'm just going to kill this guy. And he does. He takes more kills as now the cage. And you don't cage Bristle. Do not cage Bristle. That's not very nice.
Bro, Colby's just like mid-diff, by the way. Yeah. Poolbay's fuming. Calyx is sitting there watching like, what? They could have done this
like,
for me.
This guy thinks he's LCK mid material. I'll show him. What the heck's the support doing here? Oh,
Why is the
man.
whole team mid? Where's my SS?
Oh, hilarious. But it's working because
Pretty
as
well,
we can
yeah.
see, like actually, I mean, top lane, it's a Nah winning in the Jax matchup. We have seen that happen before. But bot side, yeah, Ju had to sacrifice a little bit here. And honestly, like, Rahel in a great position in this lane at this point in time. But it's Rahel. And I don't think that this series has told us that he is the one that's going to carry.
And also, a big thing is the Varus does have these juicy spikes. Being this locality build, mid-game will be pretty rough to deal with, whereas Zeri tends to take a bit longer. You know, you look at 3 items really when she comes online, so... You know, that's the Varus' job. In the mid-game, fire Qs at squishy targets, and then in the later stage of the game, you will have a Jax, who should be somewhat immortal, because he's going to stack armor. You'll have a Veigar, who will do bajillion damage, and that's the transition.
Yeah, just profit. And also, I think that Call Me going for an earlier, well, as early as you can after the 2 items that you always build here in the LCK on the Viger. You don't have to, guys. It's not imperative to go Rod of Ages, but all of our players do. I think the Zhonya's 3rd item and the and if you go for the Move Fasty Pants, what are they?
Dead Man's Play.
Dead Man's Play, that's the guy. If you go with that build, you are so tanky. It's crazy. As now Sounder is going to press W, and all of DK's moves are going to be for naught.
Yep. They are trying to set the plays up, but it just...
Double H is just ruthless, man.
Yeah.
He's
look,
by himself.
he's just like, what are you going to do? If you run at him, he'll just Mantra W. The root lasts like 2.5 seconds, and he also heals him.
Yeah.
He just can't kill. This is the thing that's like separates Karma from the other enchanters, is she can just bait you in, and she's actually so difficult to kill. Like, you look at a Sona, you just look at her, she dies.
Yeah.
And Karma's just like, come at me. Says
Especially if you're Cassiopeia. If you look at anyone as Cassiopeia, they die. It's kind of cool.
True. That's the thing.
That's real. Yours was a little bit more like theoretical.
Yeah, theoretical. You're going for the literal.
Yeah. It's what I do. It's the play-by-play way. As Rahel down here soaking some Qs, and Sounder going to be able to grab himself a Infernal Drake. Definitely a good one this time around, and we're just hoping and praying that this is Chemtech. Don't be It's going to be Ocean. Okay, there we go. Ocean into Chemtech Soul. That is going to make you tenacious enough to build as many steel plates as possible.
Yep.
They might have 2, because already a couple of Lucidity versions are coming in. As Loopy going to get commeted momentarily. But as you can see, things absolutely fine in this lane for the Zeri and for the Leona. And Leona is very, very strong, especially at right now, as Rahel didn't actually go for the level 6 timing all in, which we've seen work very well for teams like Gen.G and the LCK and stuff like that. Not every team capable of doing that.
I think what's important is the fact that Rahel doesn't have cleanse. So if you try and go aggressive and you get caught by the Varus ult, it stops you in your
You
tracks.
press Ghost and you dodge it.
True. Just
I mean,
dodge it.
Ghost is actually just better than Cleanse.
Just dodge it.
Yeah, like just get good, man.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Just be good.
Yeah, that's my theory. Is that's what Rahel thinks, and
Yeah.
Rahel.
I mean, I
believes that
do
he's
think
good enough.
Ghost is very valuable in the team fights, but also there's a lot of CC that's going to stop me in tracks. So we'll see how it goes. I think the thing is that now Jiwoo's got Tia, right, will have been stacking mana flow and has a Dirk. So this is where you can really just fire out Qs consistently, and this is where the lane actually gets quite tricky.
Thanatos might just try to kill him, especially now that
It's a caster minion, just let it go, bro.
Yeah.
It's like 14 gold, but I die?
Yeah, it's like maybe I'm going back anyway. May as well sacrifice another 200 health and maybe die.
Yeah.
Thanatos didn't have Mega Nut and did have Flash, but still not going to be able to go for the kill just there.
No, he's staying. He's
Mahal
sticking around.
is just
I mean, he
sticking
doesn't have
around.
TV.
Can't lose the whip.
Yeah, but it also makes you think that he did just lose 200 health for that caster minion, and now he's staying around. So maybe it wasn't the play to stay around.
Perhaps. However,
Oh, he'll do it
Forever
again.
not
He'll
punished.
do it again.
he's going to channel the back and then be like, nah.
He's just listening. He's like, I'll do it again. Watch me. Oh, he actually channeled it. Crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. So actually going to follow through with that one. Rahel collects himself the Cannon Minion also. As we can see, Call Me moving up towards his top side, but I don't know whether he's actually going to be able to do any
does
battle
have
against
Ignite.
Thanatos.
Which I don't think will do nearly enough.
Yeah. He can light him on fire, though. You're exactly right.
Which is generally for most people quite painful.
Yeah. Now back to the mid lane, and just happy as Larry Larry seems to have been a really happy guy, because happy as Larry has been saying for quite some time. If your name's Larry and you're sad, does that make you extra sad?
I feel like the expectation is on Larry's to be happy, right?
I know, right?
Which is kind of sad.
Yeah, wouldn't that pressure make you more sad if you're sad?
Yeah, it's kind of like, what's the story about the clown?
Was it clown?
Pagliacci the clown.
Ah, yeah.
That story, you know?
Oh,
I feel like it's a
what
similar
about the
thing.
story of Loopy? Getting a catch, actually turning it around. Rahel gonna grab himself a kill here, as Call Me also running away from Pool Bay. Everyone running away from everyone, and that's a double kill. That could be certification. Oh my god, the outplay! That is LCK talent right there.
That is gaming right there. The stopwatch bait with the R fade away. Oh, gee, well, you need to get out of there.
Oh, gee whiz.
And that's a... no, you stayed.
Well, I mean, he didn't have anywhere to go, really.
Call Me's just everywhere.
Yeah. They called him.
Yeah.
I guess.
And he came in.
Yeah.
From the LCK.
He did.
And it is 2 kills on the Zeri, which is not too much of a positive for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah. I think my prediction is in a bit of trouble based on that one. That's some quite early certification.
It's fine. Look, you know, I don't know why I said it's fine, because I don't really have anything to follow up, but it's fine. I'm sure it'll be okay. And yeah, they're very ready for this. I'm not sure. I think they must have see that ward that's on the shrine. That must have caught them moving in. And so they're like, okay, well, we know they're in that brush, so let's just kill them. But then this one, the last auto, the stop, oh, man.
Oh, man. Actually so sick.
And you know what? Giggle? You know what's even the thing? Is Polbay will be like, maybe if I didn't get ganked 18 times.
He's just dead before that could happen.
It wouldn't have been that close.
No, but that wouldn't have been the calculation that Colmy would have made.
True.
Had that happened. Okay.
Also, did he have heal and spellbook there? Maybe he had health to spare. Maybe he was like, I don't even need to use this.
Yeah.
Right?
And now he's got his Road of Ages, feeling pretty happy. Yeah, I'm glad that we've got the Pagliacci in the chat now. I'm learning.
Someone should just redo that with Larry.
Yeah, it needs to be Larry. Great clown Larry is in town tonight. Go and see
Larry.
him. Yeah, should pick you up.
But I am Larry.
Yeah. No, Larry. Anyway, DK, they're going to start off this dragon, and we will find out how tenacious these teams are going to be allowed to be this game. Loopy, we've seen that play before, standing in that brush. They do get the ward in.
Yeah, and remember, there's no flash on Call Me right now, so if Loopy went hard with a flash in, maybe able to find something. But also to bear in mind...
Oh, it's my soul. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. So sorry.
We'll take it. It's fun. It's fast.
No, but we also established that what's better than tenacity? Just dodge it.
Just dodge, yeah.
Yeah, right? Get good.
Just dodge.
And so extra out-of-combat movement speed
I also
can certainly
want to
help you there.
Call Me's level 11, and Polbay just hit level 10, but also, like, he was so far ahead of everyone in this. He is so strong right now.
Yeah, it's a big old leprechaun in that mid lane.
Also, he's actually just finished his rower, which means that when he does eventually hit 10 stacks, he's going to level up from like 15 to 16.
Yeah.
Or close to that. So he is going to be strong. Sometimes you see people rush the rower quite quickly, you know, finish it very soon, and then they only get like a, or if they're behind, they get like 13 to 14, which is like...
Yeah, because he, Colmy got Lucidity Boots first, right?
Yeah.
So not a super early rower.
Which I think sometimes it's about the timing of the rower, right?
Yeah.
You know, obviously having the item earlier and leveling up earlier is more power, but the levels are worth more the higher level you are, so... He's pretty strong, he's pretty fed, and they are looking towards this Herald. Lucid is in the vicinity, and it looks like everyone is kind of fanning in to make this a thing.
Yeah, and this could be a moment for Rahel to pop off. Thanatos, not a lot of Narbar right now, as Mihail looking for that flank angle. In comes Jiwoo, doesn't find that piercing arrow. As it's going to be a flip, of course it is. Lucid's going to collect it there. So the Rift Herald's secured, but now do we have a team fight is the question. And Loopy going to have to flash, but otherwise not too much more is going to come of it. And Mihail is going to be scary later in the game, theoretically in a side lane, but right now, oh dear, that's going to be a catch on a Call Me. He is going to flash his way out though, and now the ulti comes forward, he's immortal! You cannot kill LCK talent here in Challenger. I almost couldn't say that because it was so ridiculous. But man, incredible play. I don't know how he keeps getting away with this.
I think what we have learned is that there is a level at which you can kill Call Me, and it is somewhere between T1 and like Breon, okay? It's
I hate to break it to you. I know this is your first challenge broadcast, but he has done.
no, since he joined the LCK.
Oh, since he joined the LCK. Yeah, that's true. It's between
He's established
Faker
himself.
and somewhere, and we haven't found the
we
the
haven't
upper
found
limit.
Yeah, we haven't found the upper limit. So maybe like middle of the pack team, maybe Sandbox could kill him.
Yeah.
Somewhat, but we don't know yet.
Well, he didn't die in his first series, right? And that was against Bro, I believe.
Yeah, he didn't die against. So we know.
Yeah.
Breon or below,
Yeah.
you can't kill Call Me.
Yeah.
And apparently, DK Challenges is below that level.
At the moment.
At the moment,
At the
so
moment.
far.
We'll have to see whether they can prove themselves, because right now the LCK talent sitting at 1,000 gold in the lead over Poolbay, who does have a an interesting item choice here.
Prowler's Claw.
Yeah, he's prowling, and it is an aggressive one. Poolbay, you can feel the frustration.
You don't necessarily have to use it. I have heard about there's some animation cancels with Q you can do if you're getting funky. But normally it's just like, because the thing is...
It's got a lot of lethality.
Yeah, a ton of lethality on the item itself. And then the mythic passive is lethality, whereas Eclipse gives armor, percentage armor pen.
Yeah, okay.
So against squishies you'll do more. But as the game goes on, it's going to like curve off. And also, you'd assume Nongshim will stack some armor later on, because, you know, the enemy team's full AD. But, you know... Should hit now.
We'll see whether Nongshim have much room to build armor.
You know, what's kind of interesting is that Nongshim are the ones who are like a full AD team, and no one has any ninja tab. Well, I guess they play steel caps now. Whereas on the other side, we have 2 played steel caps, and maybe a 3rd from Lucid when he builds boots. So it's just kind of interesting.
Yeah, they're countering themselves, both teams.
Yeah.
I don't know what those Nurturers are doing, but I guess this happens. And you just explode. So that's a karma that's dead.
Should have had played steel caps.
Absolutely. Chains of Corruption did get used there as well, as Ju is trying to get some counter damage back. So Rift Herald just going to come down here into this mid lane. Probably isn't going to be able to kill this turret, as Mihail dives on top of Thanatos. Does get himself a counter strike, but there are a lot of buddies there. As I don't know whether he's going to be able to leap strike his way out. Yeah, he's not. And that is just a mistake. Sounder going to give it the old thumbs up, as Call Me not able to find Poolbay, as Thanatos in position. House is going to connect, and Sounder, does he have Warrior Trickster? He does have Flash, so he's going to be all right. As another, okay, never mind. We are going in, we're going out, and I don't, what, Sounder, are we okay? What is happening here? We're underneath the turret. He is just, dead. What
just
the
happened?
heck just happened?
Q, clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up. Make it worth, make it worth.
Well, that is the arrow missing.
No.
Sounder just like left the building, man. I don't know what.
I'm not sure.
The movement was so odd.
It was like, I don't know. Nongshim were just like, we have to fight. And it was like,
maybe we just got too used to Call Me's playstyle.
Yeah. Maybe Call Me like hyped them all up. They're like, we're doing it. We're winning.
Yeah.
We've got this. And then they're like, no, we just died.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, when we take stock of the game.
No. I'm not going to let you, because Mihail's coming down as well. He's diving on in. Thanatos is, without a hop, going to get slowed down here. And Mihail grabs a kill.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you do that. It's been a bit messy from Nongshim for the last couple of minutes. Dragon is going to get picked up by DK, and things got a little bit crazy. And I think Call Me is kind of in the mindset of...
Did you say Claw Me?
Call Me.
Because that's Poolbay's Claw Me.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Call Me just needs to kind of... He's just like, I'm just going to farm up. You know, you guys do your thing. I'm an LCK player now. I need to hit 10 CS per minute.
Yeah.
And you guys can do your own thing. And as you can see, everyone else is behind in gold except him. So he's like, yeah, I'm about that life.
Well.
And he has got a pretty sizable amount of AP. He is on curve, I feel, close to for what he should have.
Yeah, getting there. And does still need to get that second core in the Seraphs built up. Does have all those stacks completed already. Needlessly large rod and the recipe completion though. So still a bit of money to come down.
That was like a really angry dash from Sounder. Like dashed forward, like, oh, and then he just...
Yeah, Sounder is playing aggressively right now.
Yeah. You wouldn't have think this is like game 5 in the elimination stage of playoffs.
Yeah. Just real fast and loose video gaming.
He's just vibing.
I kind of like it because like Nongshim, they are also like a 6th place team here in Challenger right now, and maybe they're just playing like, you're the team that has to beat us, right? We're just gonna do our thing, and if you're not good enough to beat us, Get out of here. And I kind of like the attitude.
They're like, look, this is how we got 6th place. We're gonna keep playing like this.
Yeah,
We're gonna stick
no,
to it.
exactly. This is us. If you don't like me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, okay? That's what Sound is saying. And Call Me saying, hey, I just met you. I'm a LCK player. I don't even know who you are.
You're nobody to me.
Exactly. As Double H is going to be clearing out some wards.
Losing 30 health off for it.
I'm just like reveling. I'm reveling in the shenanigans.
Yeah. Oh, we actually closed in on the 10th stack.
Oh.
For it, he is nowhere near level 15. So it's gonna be a 14-15 now. Which is fine.
Yeah, it just means one more level. And he does hit max stacks. Almost gets through the wall up here, and instead, Mihail loses the majority of his health bar. Oh dear. He's just big time dead.
Yeah, he was like, okay, I've heavily lost this trade. But maybe there's a chance I turn it around. No.
That's when you're like, okay, well. A misplay in trade for...
It's a zoning ult.
A zoning ult. Exactly, yeah.
Yep.
A zoning ultimate. If Thanatos gets this inner turret, the defense of this outer turret may be for naught.
I love how Call Me just has to keep running from like one side of the map to the other to put out fires.
He's like the only one that knows that side lanes exist on his team, I guess. I don't know.
It just reminds me of that game one the other day this week in LCK where like they didn't touch the side lane for like 6.5 minutes. Call me saw that. He's like, nope, not happening.
Call Me, like, all his friends in Clash were like losing, and they're like, oh, can you just come? Like, we're desperate for a win, man. We just want to play a game and get a win. And he joins the team, and he's like, all right. And halfway through the game, he's like, I think it's on you guys.
Guys, just let me farm. I'll carry. I just need this many items. Just stop dying and let me. Okay, that's your last death. Oh.
Well,
maybe with a bit.
This might be his death. As he does
just get low.
Yeah. As that's. Oh, if that Q had landed, Thanatos is just dead. As Double H on the flank. But he's Karma, so it's not exactly the greatest of flanks. That's a Cyclone. In they go. They just want to kill Thanatos, but in the end, they're going to get Rahel for free. Never mind. Thanatos is going to escape, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen?
They're so low.
Oh, they should be able to grab Sounder, although he is going to escape somehow. I don't know how this happened, but the good things did stuff for Nongshim, and stuff is going well. Now get a turret.
The mid-treads. They saved him!
Oh, it's the tenacity!
He's too tenacious to die. He just refuses. Oh, but there is a TP coming in.
If Call Me died to that, as Thanatos just goes into the cage. He is small. Baby cage does kind of make sense here.
Yeah. But that was a good fight for Nongshim. Looked a little bit scary at points. And actually, I do want to... Yeah, you're right. If Q hits there, probably just dead. But watch Polbay in this moment tries to jump on Call Me, and it actually, the jump gets cancelled by the cage. Didn't actually kill that flash, but watch this jump interrupted by the cage.
Oh no.
So he can't follow up. Obviously, he is now like, I can't do anything more here. And it means there's no threat on the backline. They just charge forward. And here, the stun ends because of the tenacity. He's too tenacious.
I actually, I think a lot of that was to do with Call Me's cage placement as well. Cage placement actually, it can be almost like unavoidable if you can see that your opponent is coming towards you and you place it in a line.
Yeah, it was really good.
So really nicely done there from Call Me. So unironically fantastic play.
Oh no, I feel like we've been so dry with the sarcasm.
I know.
We have to be very explicit when we're like, no, this is actually
By
really
the way,
good play.
this is actually really impressive and good stuff. Yeah. So 2 Drakes apiece is going to be the result. DK with some control of the Baron pit as this dragon is going to go down. They're just going to start it.
And now they have the extra movement speed to close in on the Baron.
Oh dear, utilizing the Rift as well. Absolutely fantastic. Not a lot of vision in this area as the Chains of Corruption go wide. Event Horizon does come in here as Nongshim have no interest in actually stealing away the Baron, but they want to win a team fight. Let's see whether they can actually do it though, as Rahel completely untouched. He's put in a cage. He's exhausted. He's so tired. He's in the back of the pit, but he's still alive. That's the main thing. Call me. Oh my God!
He killed him!
He's gonna do it. Call me can die, and Rahel can barely survive. They'll take the Baron. They'll take the rest. Like this was a disaster for Nongshim.
It was so close, right? The execute from the ult just wasn't quite enough. Now, you're dead.
I think perhaps he made a.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely dead. I mean, it was just because Sander was so far away, they were trying to stall out on the Baron. Didn't find the chance. And then the team fight, they just didn't have the damage going down onto Rahel. And he's able to survive through so much with that big bloodthirsty shield. Like, bear in mind, this Zeri's just a bruiser. And it started to get a little bit messy. We'll see the replay coming out here. So Sounder trying to get towards good ult to stop him. And then here, the Gnaw knocks him away from the pit to get the Baron. But then in this follow-up, Rahel is just untouched. All the cooldowns have been burnt on this clump to the left. So they put the cage down. But they need the damage, and Call Me goes, right, I'll get it done. And look how low the Zeri was. But now Thanatos in trouble. Yeah,
Sounder is over here. And Thanatos going to get a wallop. Double H going to move up. I think spots Lucid as he comes on in. Glacial Prison comes down, and Thanatos standing his ground here. Mihail is pretty difficult to kill at this point in the game. Lucid still going to walk after him as the cavalry is on their way.
No.
Arctic Assault going to move on up. There is, like, where's Call Me?
Call Me's...
No
call
teleport,
him.
he's a billion years away.
Call him!
Yeah. Well, Jiwoo is also going to distract Poolbay for a moment, and that may have actually kept them all alive.
Jiwoo's the bait. He's there with his flash.
Gets the turret.
Call Me's like, you guys are on your own. Let me
No,
split
he's like,
push.
I just need a bit more AP so I can kill this Zeri.
He
If you
needs
had
the
let me
Rabadons.
farm.
He needs the Rabadon. So close. Guys, just give top in hip. I'm farming. Guys,
Just give, it's fine.
Guys, just give Nexus. I'm farming. Guys, trust me, I'm an LCK player.
Hey, I mean, look, now he can farm much more safely as Mahal. I mean,
That's not giving anything.
you can make those choices. As Poolbay's going to get into the base and kill a Karma. He's going to take another one as well, as Sounder eventually takes him down. But that is a dead 80 carry. And now teleport.
This could be it.
This could actually just be game. Call Me did get the inner turret. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive. They're all inside the pit. Xenoblade lands. Call Me does take down the Leona. There is at least that Nexus turret for Leona trade is in effect as the Glacial Prison comes down. That is going to keep Call Me alive for the moment as Lucid just playing underneath this turret, having a great time. And I don't think they're going to be able to win the game just here, but the setup's pretty good.
The fact they managed to stall that could have been game right there. Bought the time. Don't do it.
Observers, please.
Just don't tempt
How
them.
challenging do you think this is?
I can see it as well. That's the sad thing. I can totally see it happen. Okay, we're safe. We're good. Yeah, Call Me manages to hold it. The mini wave gets cleared out. Takes out the Leona with, again, another good cage. But okay, I don't think...
Like, that's the start of the replay. It's Mahal spinning his staff in the air.
You can tell how disappointed Call Me was when he channeled that TP. He's like, guys, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I not just farm in a lane?
He
for
also, all he
5
wants
minutes?
is to get to the fountain as well.
Just let me
because
find my Rabadons.
he hasn't been able to get his Rabadons, exactly. And in fact, if he had just TP, like, if he had just backed, it would have been better, I think. Oh no, he didn't have enough money.
Oh, still saving. Oh, now he's got it. Okay, recall.
Yeah, we got it.
Buy the hat, then we're gaming.
So we only had to trade a Nexus turret and the entire top lane.
It's fine, I'll grow back.
Oh, really?
No.
Ah.
That's what you say to make you. It's like you. These are just like the buzzwords you say to make yourself feel better. Like when you lose an inhib, it's like final respawn. It's like when you just say, "Oh, we're gonna outscale." It's fine. You just say these things.
It's like when you feed your opponent like in an exorbitant amount. It's like, oh no, it's just bounties.
It's fine. We give them bounties,
yeah,
right?
Get a shutdown.
They'll fall off.
Final shutdown.
Cloud Soul's not good anyway. It's like you say these things to make yourself feel better about the fact that the game is horrifically out of control.
Thanatos is very largely big in league.
I would say he is both large and rather in charge right
I think
now.
he does have the ability to make the calls in this game.
Yeah.
You might be right there.
Whether they'll listen, that's another question. But he's 6-1-3 and he is strong. And
Oh, Rahel also now has. He bought Cleanse from Boris.
흔들리지 말아요.
Colmy was sitting on 2 rods, and then he finished a Rabadon's, a Blighting Jewel, and a Blaster. So he did have enough for Rabadon's. He was just...
So maybe instead of actually just wandering to the fountain,
Dude, he was just
he maximized his time spent so much that he just walked up the top lane.
He's like, guys, let me get this wave. I've nearly got Rabadon's. No, guys, let me get this camp. I nearly got Rabadon's. No, let me get this other wave. I nearly got Rabadon's. And then he bases, and he buys the whole extra. I even like, dude, you've had Rabadon's for like 7 minutes. Like,
that's why Jiwoo is 50 CS behind him.
Yep.
And he has a Serpent's Fang, utility Varus.
Guys,
here.
I'm an LCK player. Give me the farm.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, I'll carry.
I will 1v9. Just give me all the farm.
I mean,
play
he's
for
level
me.
18.
Play for me. Listen for me. Give me all the farm, and don't do anything without my approval.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
And that way they get a whole bunch of time off.
Oh, Thanatos is so confident.
Oh, slow does come through here as Colmy going to put down the Event Horizon to stop the onslaught. As DK, this could be the Baron that broke the camel's back.
Look at him go. He's ghosting. He's just going hard.
Yeah. As, ooh, Glacial Prison not going to land. That is a Gnar into air. And Thanatos, I think, may get stunned as he gets out. He doesn't, but there is a Cyclone that does come on forward. Thanatos struggling to have an impact. However, Rahel is still auto-attacking, I repeat. Rahel is still a problem. In goes Lucid. Mihail is going to be able to take down Loopy. And Rahel takes away the Varus. Call me. Oh my god, Rahel's going to get taken down. And now it's just Pulve versus the world. Can you kill Call me? The answer's yes. And the TP is coming forward. Thanatos has a full health bar. And who can stop him? No one.
I think... Oh, wait. The recall's
Where's
coming in from
Sounder?
Sounder.
Where's
Sounder needs to
Sounder?
get here.
Okay.
Double H, you can't do this!
Exactly. Double H. He's gonna... You need to distract him. Tell him to kill you instead. Tell him to kill you instead.
He did.
Oh, as the Gnar is going to come on forward, and Thanatos is going to save D+ Kid after he... Well, there it is. Finally, the auto attack comes through, and DK. 5 grueling games.
That was a slugfest.
And they take him down.
That was an absolute slugfest, but they did not let fate repeat itself from summer last year, and they closed out this series. It wasn't super convincing, but in the end, they brought it together.
Yeah, and in the end, I'm an absolute idiot. Everybody else, they knew exactly how this series was going to go, and I'm just a moron. So I'm sorry. I tried to be an analyst, but there's a reason why I'm a play-by-play.
Yeah, well, in fairness, it was one game in either direction. That one was close. Cormy tried everything he could, and to be fair, it looked good in that last team fight, but Thanatos was just a bit too strong.
He was massive. Like this whole series, he's gonna get my vote, I think.
Oh shit!
Because he killed
my vote as well and say
he
Thanatos
killed
for me
Nexus.
too.
He killed.
He did a lot. He did a lot. And you know, I think it's kind of crazy the fact that Nongshim brought in Cormy, and Cormy objectively had a really strong game. That was a really good Veigar performance. And it still wasn't enough. It felt like as the series went on, Game 4 and Game 5, we saw DK finally hit that stride.
Yeah. No, and I think Game 4 was what really sold it. It told us that this is still the team that can play as cleanly as we saw in their first week, as we saw last year, as we saw many times throughout this split as well. But it hasn't been as consistent. And thankfully, in this best of 5, they showed the tenacity to push forward and actually have the mental fortitude to take down Nongshim this time around.
Especially Pulbe did not have a fun time that game. Got ganked approximately 17 times, give or take.
Yeah.
Was 0-3 at one point, and came back into it. At one point, killed both the Varus and the Karma single-handedly, and did only slightly less damage than Thanatos. So credit to Pulbe for bouncing back on that one. That was not fun game. That was not a fun game to play as a Jace.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's really important that Pulbe had a really good previous 4 games. I think even in the games that they lost, Pulbe was never the problem.
Yeah.
And I think that he can use that to steel himself into being able to have the right mindset for pushing forward, because what he does is he protects the players that have been having a really rough series, right?
Yeah, he both protect and he attack.
And he attacked, yeah. And we can see the attack represented on the screen here with 29,000 damage. My vote goes to Thanatos, though, because he got the best 50 gold that you can get.
Yep, that is the most important 50 gold. And I feel like, yeah, he had a... I feel like the start of the series, Lucid and Thanatos, really, because when our expectations is these were the stand-up players of the roster.
Yeah.
They, more than anyone on this lineup, took a lot of time to get going. But this game 5, I mean, Lucid had a solid game, but Thanatos in particular, this is the player we expected.
Yeah.
This is the problem we thought we would see if they ban away the champion pool and they start to target things like Exante, where Thanatos can just take over. But it was only really the later end of the series where we started to see that manifest. And yeah, it wasn't easy.
It wasn't.
They go through, and now it will be double limb in the next round. So they have a bit more of a safety net.
A little bit more leeway here for D+ Kia, but the competition gets far more fierce. Remember, this is the 6th place team. Nongshim, although I actually felt like they did have a lot of really, really good games, and they are very difficult to draft against, and a lot of the things that we were talking about before, but the competition does get harder once you get past T1.
Yeah.
I think the top 4 are extremely strong here in Challenger compared to the bottom 6. As Thanatos will pick up the POG. That was our vote. And 903 DPM as a Gnar is kind of nutty.
Yeah. I feel like that's the thing. If you get fed on Gnar, it's not even so much like if you're behind on Gnar or even on Gnar, it's about the Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
You jump in, you slam the wall, huge. But when you're ahead on Gnar, it's like mini Gnar, you just run at them. And you just do like more damage than AD carry.
Yeah.
But you have like 3,000 health even as mini.
Yep.
And it kind of felt like it was one of those games. And he piloted it really well.
He played extraordinarily well. Thanatos, I was actually, I was wondering whether we'd see him in the LCK this season. But Kana actually performing much better than a lot expected. I think that this guy is almost LCK ready with how well he plays on the top side of the map and had another fantastic performance. Mihail in the last game on his Jax wasn't exactly fantastic, but I was also very happy with how he played. And that only makes Thanatos picking up POG here and also having such a great last couple of games especially all that more valuable.
I think that's the thing is DK obviously towards the end of the season weren't playing as well as the start, but I feel like this series, obviously they didn't play to the level we'd fully hoped to see them at till towards the end, but I think Nongshim stepped up. Nongshim definitely stepped up. This wasn't just like, oh, DK are playing bad, therefore they have a chance. Nongshim did look like they'd started to bring things together, and DK did eventually have to really hit their stride to just clear them out towards the end. So I think, you know, as much as you can say it was against a 6th place team, and there will be harder competition going forwards, I still think that they put up a good fight, and DK did well to overcome them.
I agree. I also think that it's so strange that the team looked so much better with Lucid on so much more of a back foot type champion as well. It does show that with the Sejuani there for a little bit of stability coming from the jungle, as we are going to head towards the interview, but we are unable to actually translate that one for you. So instead, we're just going to have some C4 time at the end of this best of 5 as we do congratulate D+ Kia moving forward.
Yeah, and going to be tricky, but I think there's going to be a lot more bangers. I feel like we already got a 5-game banger day 1 of playoffs, right? And I feel like we're going to get so much more. There's so much
absolutely.
more to unveil.
I have to, I want to reveal it as well. I was a contrarian in our next series also. Yeah, I know. It's absolutely nuts. I thought that Harmer Life, I thought they were pretty good. And I think that they're going to be able to take down T1. And I don't know whether I'm going to be the guy that has predicted that in the majority for tomorrow's game.
I think it'll come down to whether they can see the forest for the trees.
Well, they will be able to see Forest. He will be just in the other booth right next to them. But yeah, it was that was a great series. It was actually just a really good series of League of Legends. And that's just the first round as well. And theoretically, the most mismatched round that we'll have here in Challenger. Kind of nuts.
And I think as well, the fact Cormy came in, kind of cool, seeing him play the LCK, play here as well. I think the thing, a lot of people watching challenges is always like, oh, who's next? Who's going up the LCK
yeah,
next?
No, this is actually just where like Papa comes to get his talent and things like that. You know, like we see Papa in this chat quite often.
You know, Team Liquid. They normally go a bit higher. You know, for the expensive talent.
Well, they did get talent about the same level, so I think that's fine.
Hey, you said it.
Well, I mean, if you're an LCK fan, I don't think that that's even really. It's not like insulting at all. I think that Pioshik played an incredible Worlds.
Yeah.
And I think that he is still a player that middle of the pack LCK the best of times. Outside of that,
that's fair.
But I think that that doesn't take away from the achievement whatsoever because he is such. That was such a great tournament.
Achievement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Expectation was very much low. Is LCK Global hiring, Mr. Dr. Spiffy? I don't know. What are your credentials? Allow us to interview you right now. Firstly, what do you think you can bring to the LCK Global team?
I think as well, what role would you be looking to fill in LCK Global?
That's true, but maybe if we know what they can do, you'll bring Papa back. Oh, so they're a smuggler or kidnapper. I don't know whether we'll
So
be
now
able to
there
get
needs
you
to
a
be-
visa
There
for
needs to
that.
be two open. Couldn't we just hire Papa and not hire?
Ooh, you
Mr. Dr.
may
Spiffy?
already be redundant.
You've done your job too well.
Yeah.
You've suggested an idea that we will implement and we won't hire you. Sorry,
Yeah.
thank you for the suggestion.
But thank you very much for the interview, and good luck. Good luck in your future endeavors. Have a great time. Astro Nautilus is going to bring slightly above average copy pastas. Yeah, but I also have access to Chat GPT, so I don't think we need you either. Unless there's anything else. Can I ask Orcs which LCK Challenger player IGN is his favorite?
I kind of liked Fiesta
Although he's
when
that's
when he's not anymore, but when he
yeah.
was.
Mhm.
I kind of like the fact that there was just a player called Fiesta. They were so fitting. Definitely that was a good one. I feel like Thanatos is pretty cool.
That is definitely a cool one. I think.
But I feel like I like the wacky. I like the fact that Lucid and Loopy are on the same team.
Well, we used to have Feisty Loopy Gaming.
Yeah, that was peak. That was peak. Honestly, that was peak challenges.
I think you casted some of those with Chronicler, didn't you?
Yes.
Like a few times.
Yeah,
That was
good
cute.
times.
I think Plan B is still my favorite. Because why would you opt in for Plan B? Like you're always the second best option, no matter what.
Yep.
And Sponge is great, but Sponge I think is because Sponge plays like Sponge, and that's why Sponge the name is so good. So it's interesting. It's hard to say.
We had another question that said, "How do we get into casting?"
Well, it's interesting, right? Because I got into it because I heard my friend doing a tryout, right? Like, so she was doing her casting tryout back in Australia. This was for a very, very small casting organization based out of New Zealand, and they would do the Cyber Gamer Ladder, which was like 2010 Aussie League of Legends. And I heard her doing her audition, and I was like, that sounds like fun. I'd like to give that a try. I think that I'd be able to do that too. And so I said, hey, do you reckon I could also do an interview for that? And they were like, yeah. And so I did. And then I did like 2 casts for them, decided that I didn't really want to work for those people, and then just went and did it by myself with my mate Dale. His name was Hot Soggy Noodles, and my name was Slappy Baggins.
Why did you change?
We were Hot Soggy Baggins. And then Benji from Riot OCE, when I got my job finally, I moved to Sydney, got hired by Riot Games in 2014, and Benji said, you're going to have to change your name. And so overnight, I had to come up with a new name. And so I spoke to my mate Barry, and he was like, how about this? Just call yourself Atlas. And I was like, all right.
I feel like a lot of casters have to go through that point where like Medic used to be called Sona, like Dr. Sona or something, or Sona.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, bro, you can't name yourself after a champion. Sort it out. Like when he went to, when it was EULCS, when he went, they were like, change your name. And that's when he became Medic. But he originally wasn't called that. I feel like some people just like
Quickshot did lose a lot of the like accents in his name as time went by. I feel like it went back to, it slowly reverted to regular Quickshot, just spelt correctly, when it used to be like the most close to like XXX Quickshot 420XXX, you know, like because he had like lots of different capitalizations and zeros and stuff. I can't remember how he used to actually do it.
I feel like a lot of people like kind of normalize their names in some way, but also there's sometimes I see player names where I'm like, there's certain ones I don't know if I want to mention them.
Oh yeah,
but I'm talking more European players who I'm like, what? Like that's not how you spell that word.
Yeah.
You sit an AD carry player who spells a word not how it should be spelled, but want it to be set. Just say the original word.
Yeah, just say the word.
Just say that. I mean, I feel like it's a reckless approach to have.
But
to naming
oftentimes,
yourself.
you just really want to name yourself that, but it's taken on the client. And I actually did base my name choice on what I could actually change my name to. on the League of Legends client as well.
Yeah, you know what I based mine on?
What?
So I had a name that I couldn't get. So I
Yeah.
had like a name and then numbers, and I was like, I hate having the numbers after it. So
Was it just your backup name? Like it was
No,
your
no.
auxiliary name?
No.
That's what you went
So
for?
what happened is my friend went. I was like, oh, have you got any name suggestions? He went, go on Wikipedia and click random article. And I clicked random article, and it came up with auxiliary.
Oh,
and I'm a support player, and I'm like, that fits. So I became
That's
auxiliary.
actually pretty dope.
And then later, like the name just Orcs became available in the US, like just 3 letters. And I was like, oh, I gotta get that because everyone just called me Orcs anyway. No one said, "Hi auxiliary." They were like, "Hi Orcs." So I was like, "What? I'm shortening it, make it easier for the people," and that's how I ended up going. But then people who've known me for a while were like, "Hey auxiliary, lol," and I was like,
Oh no. Please God. I do still have some of my mates back in Australia call me Slappy. But I also, in every other game,
"Is that because you
call
just like,
myself
you go up to them and you
Slappy
slap them in
still.
the face?"
Like, you know how everyone has like a default tag that they go
Oh,
with in
yeah.
like every game that I play? I'm Slappy in every game that I play.
Oh,
And do you know where it came from? It came from a Scrubs episode. I can't remember the season, but I think it was like season 2 or 3. And it's the episode where JD and Turk swap roles. And so JD becomes a surgeon, and it's supposed to be like the jock people in the show. And so everyone's like, they're all getting nicknames. And JD gives Turk the nickname Slappy Bag.
oh,
And he gives everybody else cool nicknames. And he's like, you can be Slappy Bag. And I wanted to be Slappy Bag.
and you were for
And
a
I
period
was.
of time.
Well, I wasn't Slappy Bag. I was Slappy Baggins because Slappy Bag was taken.
Oh,
Yeah. But, you know, Slappy Baggins kind of works as well.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's the full story. We were supposed to talk about how we got into commentary. How did you get into commentary?
So
When you can't play, commentate?
yeah, well, because what happened is I started playing because some guy messaged me because I was on like this Reddit subreddit where like I was talking about League, helping people out, answering questions, and some guy messaged me and was like, "Hey, do you want to play for my team?" And his team was called Gaben Laserbeam.
It's amazing.
And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" So I started playing for that team, and we really sucked. And then eventually, XL, this was way back before they were obviously in the LEC. They, so I'd gone to Overwatch for a bit, and then I came back, and then XL, their support dipped last second. Like lockout had hit for the rosters, and their support messaged them 15 minutes before and said, "Hey, I'm joining this other team." So they were like,
Oh,
"We need a support." So they did trials, and it was me and
They
another.
did trials in 15 minutes?
No, they were late. So they did.
Oh,
they
God.
did they told they were like, "We need time for this is hot. This panic." And so they did trials, and it was me and another dude, and the other dude was already on another team. And like, we can't just steal him from another team. After what's just happened to us,
Yeah.
no, we can't do that. We have morals. So they then picked me up,
Yeah.
and they were like, "Okay, we'll just bring this guy."
So you
on."
weren't
Like,
even the auxiliary choice. You were
Yeah,
the only choice.
I was the only choice. And then season 1 we came 3rd. I was kind of bad. And then I played with them again, and we came 3rd again, and we were kind of bad. And then the next season, I was like, "Look,
Third isn't that bad. Are there only 3 teams in the tournament?
no," but it's just like I was bad as a player. And then the next season, I was like, "Look, I feel like I'm good. Build around. I want to make decisions on the roster." I basically, I got some players in. It went pretty well.
Yeah.
And then we ended up winning. And then they were like, "Hey, we're going to have a gaming house." But I also got into university. So I was like, I'm going to go to university.
Okay.
And then I wanted to keep involved in the scene. So I was like, I'll start casting. And then I hated uni. So I dropped out of uni. And I kept casting.
Hey.
And then people were like, "Oh, do you not wish you could have just kept playing?" I was like, "No, that was stressful. It was so stressful." Like, casting, there's definitely stress. But it's like, you know what did it for me? The season after I stopped playing, I casted the finals, and my old team were playing. It was the same team except they changed the bot lane. And they got reverse swept 3-2. And afterwards, they were sitting in the room together, like after the game, and I came in to like see them, and they looked so sad, as you would be.
Yeah.
And I was just like,
By the way, we get DK versus DRX.
"Oh, that's pretty sick."
That is actually super sick.
And,
That's going to be next week.
They looked so sad, and I was just like, I had a great time. This is great. This is great. That's the thing with playing, right? There's a lot of losers.
Yeah.
But casting, you have a good time no matter what.
We had the conversation, you can win a whole bunch of times, but as soon as you lose, it just feels bad. Anyway, our next matchup tomorrow is going to be Hummer Life Esports taking on T1. Hummer Life Esports with side selection for the first game because they have slightly higher seeding, but this should be a bit closer. 4th versus 5th, and T1 stabilizing, but I still believe Hanwha Life Esports have been on the up and up. I actually quite like this team.
5 gamer?
I think I predicted a 3-2 for Hanwha. But look, I'm a bit the contrarian. I think that T1 do stand a chance here. It means that we've got some huge names that are going to be towards the top of Challenger, showing that some of what's happening in the LCK is kind of filtered down outside of Gen.G, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like constantly, whenever Chronicler, who's been a huge advocate all the time, is talking to me about Challenge, he's like, this player's going to be massive. He's like, this player's the next big thing. I'm like, okay, I believe you. And then I see them and I'm like, you know what? Maybe he's talking some sense.
Yeah.
And you can know. You can be a knower.
You can be a knower. Yeah.
You can be here. You can be watching. You can know when it happens. And then when they go into the LCK and everyone's like, oh, this player is so sick. Did they just grab him at a solo queue? You can be like, no, obviously not. Do you think they just plucked him from the solo queue?
They were from T1's academy team.
God,
like
pay
all
attention,
of them.
man.
Yeah, like Photon, for example. T1 talent there as well.
Whoa,
this is
did
where
Vitality just find this guy in
I
Korean solo queue? Where'd he come from?
Yeah, exactly. We'll know if Chronicler's in, like, watching, because he'll type something now, because it's not exactly the fact. Also, DRX in LCK, not exactly reflected with their first place here in Challenger, necessarily. But that'll do it for today's games. Absolute banger. We got some Silver Scrapes, although we didn't get the actual song, but we got Doo 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 Doo, which I think is so much better. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK Challenger action. For now, goodbye.
Bye.